In the summer of 2012, I was driving through Brentwood to Rob Reiner's house. Rob was born into Hollywood royalty. He became a household name on Norman Lear's groundbreaking sitcom All in the Family, where he played Meathead.
Why must you always call me Meathead?
Oh, what?
Or you might know him from any of the genre-defining movies that he directed in the 80s and 90s. Spinal Tap, Stand By Me, The Princess Bride, Misery, A Few Good Men.
You can't handle the truth!
At the time that I was going to meet him, Rob was locked in a fight with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold was an immigrant who made a name for himself in pumping iron.
So I'm coming day and night. I mean, it's terrific.
And rose to megastardom, also in the 80s and 90s, in iconic blockbusters. Conan, Commando, Terminator, Predator, Junior. Mama! These two Hollywood titans weren't fighting over contracts or casting or any of the usual showbiz drama. They were fighting over
Knowledge.
This is the lawsuit that would decide the fate of same-sex marriage in California. If you ask the average person in the 1980s if the director of When Harry Met Sally and the guy who played the Terminator would be the ones to force that decision, I think they'd have said, probably not. And if you'd asked me in the 1980s if I would be involved in their lawsuit, I wouldn't have known what you were talking about. I was a child. Nevertheless, one afternoon, I found myself nervously approaching the home of Rob and Michelle Reiner. I was going to record an announcement of a first-of-its-kind live stream featuring Brad Pitt, George Clooney, Jamie Lee Curtis, and more stars than there are in the heavens.
Oh my.
This live stream would, in no small part, determine the future of the organization suing the state of California all the way up to the Supreme Court. The opponents of marriage equality claimed that for thousands of years, marriage had always been between one man and one woman. But even if that had been true, it wasn't. In 2012, it was no longer a story that you could take for granted. In the span of my lifetime, I'd gone from assuming I would never get married to people asking me why I wasn't. Things were changing fast. And if the moral arc of the universe was bending toward justice, it wasn't bending by itself. A lot of people had organized for decades to bend it. Kings and queens, Hollywood directors, politicians, but just as important, if not more, activists, organizers, people in love, lovers, an army of lovers.
All the world loves a lover.
This video's gonna be long. We've got a lot to cover, not the least of which is an underage horse, an inflatable vulva, and the Temple of Karnak.
Sis boom ba.
The story of marriage equality spans hundreds of years, and we're going to look at a few slices of it here. Because as long as humans have existed, there have been queer people. And as long as they've been around, they've found ways of protecting their relationships in societies that usually had no systems of recognition. But someone who did have a lot of systems at his disposal?
King James.
You may prostrate yourselves before me.
King James I, and also the Sixth, because he was messy.
I rather like the drama.
He's probably best known for sponsoring the Bible translation with his name on it, and for meeting the Doctor.
I am King James, Satan's greatest...
Yeah, I know.
Now, there are some things in this episode of Doctor Who that are not historically accurate.
Hand me your king. What?
But there are other touches that do have a basis in fact.
I'll be keeping an eye on you.
James had quite the appetite for male companions, or as they were known, his favorites. One of them was Robert Carr, the Earl of Somerset, who is described as comely, muscular, and by one biographer as a brainless athlete. Here he is on the show Mary and George.
Must we fight like cats? We should play like pups.
Now, this scene is dramatized for TV, of course. Some of the show is as fictitious as Doctor Who, but there is some genuine history here. For example, in real life, there were many who did not like that the king was giving the Earl of Somerset all of his attention, like the Archbishop of Canterbury. Here's how Mary and George imagines he might have spoke.
I mean, that surly sodomite Somerset and his Scottish seaman guzzlers.
So you would prefer we were ruled by our own plucky, homegrown sodomites?
Why, do you know any?
She did. That's the Countess of Buckingham, Mary Villiers, and in real life, the Archbishop helped maneuver her son, George, into a position where he would catch the king's eye, and hopefully displace the Earl of Somerset.
Give the king whatever he wants.
But that might have worked a little too well, because James became smitten with George.
Would he?
Thank you.
It tastes good today.
And King James started appointing George to roles all over the court. For example, as Gentleman of the Horse.
Hello.
What that meant is that whenever King James left the castle, George would go with him. The king's escort. The king made George Gentleman of the Bedchamber, which meant assisting him with whatever he might need in the bedroom.
Take me, bury me. I want to forget who I am.
He made George a Viscount, a Marquess, a Duke, and an Earl of Buckingham. And he named him Lord High Admiral, a role for which George was totally unqualified, except for being, as one bishop wrote, the handsomest-bodied man in all of England. How do we know that this was romantic? Well, around the court, George was known for his eagerness to spend the night with James. James even had a secret passage built between their bedrooms. When George had to travel to Spain, the king wore his picture under his clothes by his heart. And at one meeting, King James told his advisors,
"You can be sure that I love the Earl of Buckingham more than anyone else, and more than you who are here assembled. Christ has his John, and I have my George."
More about John and his Christ in Anthony Oliveira's Dayspring. The point is, they were more than friends. But what does this have to do with marriage?
I pray that we may make at this Christmas a new marriage. I had as rather live banished than I live a sorrowful widow's life without you.
That is lovely, but of course, they couldn't get married. For one thing, their wives might object.
You mean you're gay, and this is who you're gay with?
But they did do something similar. James gave George so many titles and roles at court. He installed him so close that officials tried repeatedly to get rid of him, and they failed. James used the mechanisms of the court to make George all but family, to publicly express George's importance and protect their ability to stay together. And that is very convenient if you are the living embodiment of the law. But what about subjects of the law? Well, one option in the 1700s was molly houses. And by the way, big thanks to Dr. Lee Arnott for research help. Check out his video all about molly houses. These were essentially London gay bars in the 1700s, dramatized on shows like Taboo. And like gay bars, they were a place to meet up for a good time. There was music, or at least there was fiddling, which I assume means music. There were beds for hooking up. They used what they called maiden names for each other, like Dip Candle Mary, Old Fish Hannah, and Kate Hutton, an old man who never wears a shirt. I've seen that guy at the Eagle. Some of them had drag shows, some staged fake birthing ceremonies, which you might see in a modern drag show, and they sometimes hosted marriages. Often, that was just a nice way to say fucking. But other times, they were actually solemn ceremonies to recognize a same-sex couple's long-term relationship. Some of these couples even ran molly houses together. And this was risky. Homosexual sex, and even just same-sex relationships, were illegal, sometimes punished by death. Moral crusaders were always calling for more persecution. Authorities were on the lookout for queer gatherings. Sometimes they infiltrated molly houses undercover, posing as husbands. And raids were commonplace. In fact, this year is the 300th anniversary of the raid on Mother Clapp's molly house. How are you celebrating? The point is, when your very existence is against the law, that means you have to break the law in order to live the life that you want. It's a terrible choice to have to make. Stay isolated, at least you might be safe, or go looking for your people at great personal risk. And despite the danger, for the people who went to molly houses, being able to gather and recognize each other's relationships was important enough, they thought it was worth the risk. And even though those molly house marriages definitely came with no legal recognition, still, there was value in the social recognition from their peers. But even without crackdowns, that lack of official recognition was a problem. To understand why, you can look at a phenomenon that arose in New England around the turn of the 20th century. Two women sharing their lives together in what was often called a Boston marriage. For example, Sarah Orne Jewett and Annie Adams Fields. They were close friends for years, and after Annie's husband died, they started spending more time together. They shared a home. They traveled, exchanged rings. They wrote vows. They told friends they were happier having a wife than a husband. How could they be so public? Well, relationships like those could often exist in plain sight because they were often among the upper class. But also, there was a Victorian belief that women had no innate sexual desire. So two women couldn't have a romantic relationship. It had to be perfectly innocent. One leading thinker of the time wrote that women's sexuality was dormant, if not non-existent. And thank God, he wrote, because otherwise,
if the passions of women were ready, strong, and spontaneous, In the degree even approaching the form they assume in the course of sex, there can be little doubt that sexual irregularities would reach a height of which, at present, we have happily no conception.
I'm sure he didn't. But there were still no legal protections, so when Annie died, the family of her husband, who had died 30 years earlier, was considered to have more authority over her estate than the woman she'd built a life with. Legally, women were still considered just an extension of men. And queer men face problems too. For example, the father of Frankenstein films, director James Whale. His films in the 1930s helped set the template for horror movies to this day. Frankenstein, Bride of Frankenstein, The Invisible Man. James made no secret about being gay, even filled his movies with little queer flourishes.
But science, like love, has her little surprises, as you shall see.
And I think there's something very funny about how the creature crashes a wedding in the first film, and then the second film culminates in his own weird wedding.
The Bride of Frankenstein.
Not a lot of movie monsters get introduced with wedding bells. Anyway, while Whale was committing this relationship to the screen, he was in a long-term relationship of his own with a producer named David Lewis. This wasn't an open secret, it was just open. Hollywood understood they were together. An executive said if you wanted them both on a project, you only needed to hire one because you'd get the other for free. Now, this was at the tail end of the pansy craze, when there was some tolerance for queer people in Hollywood.
Well, I'm the wildest pansy you ever picked.
But tolerance only gets you so much. When James Whale died, he split everything between his partner, his ex, and his friend, the actress Una O'Connor. Well deserved. But they were all taxed on the estate the same way. It was the same for any same-sex couple. The law considered them perfect strangers. So why? What was the harm in recognizing those couples? Well, at the time, homosexuality was a crime. Why would you consider legal protections for a relationship that's against the law? And it was considered a mental illness. In the Statistical Manual for the Use of Institutions of the Insane, same-sex attraction is called constitutional psychopathic inferiority, without psychosis. That's nice. Experts agreed. Wanting a same-sex marriage means you're dangerously insane. And since homosexuality was criminalized, it was pretty unsafe to be out. So for most people, the only sources of information about gays were supposed experts. Here's Mike Wallace on a CBS News special.
The average homosexual, if there be such, is promiscuous. He is not interested in nor capable of a lasting relationship like that of a heterosexual marriage. His sex life, his love life, consists of a series of chance encounters at the clubs and bars he inhabits, and even on the streets of the city.
And then there's this book, Everything You Always Wanted to Know About Sex But Were Afraid to Ask, not to be confused with the movie. Dr. David Rubin assured readers he has rigorously researched homosexual sex practices and discovered they don't have relationships. They love hooking up in dirty bathrooms where they'll get arrested, not because that's the only option available to them, but because they love danger. The ones who try to form couples are miserable because all they crave is a parade of penises. As for lesbians, the doctor explains, they become prostitutes because of how much they hate men. Queer people couldn't speak up about this because if they did, they'd out themselves and be identified as criminals and insane, so the misinformation fed itself. And unfortunately, for decades, a lot of people believed the so-called experts, even many queer people. But in the middle of the 20th century, queer people started finding each other like they never had before. One big reason? World War II. The military brought together huge groups of men from all areas of society, and women together in the workplace. Historian John D'Amelio calls World War II America's coming out moment, because it was a time when so many queer people were discovering they weren't alone. After the war, gay enclaves started springing up, especially in cities where the military tended to discharge suspected homosexuals, like San Francisco. Those people found each other, they started their own groups, like the Veterans Benevolent Association, the Satyrs Motorcycle Club. And this wasn't just ex-soldiers. In the early 50s, two women named Del Martin and Phyllis Lyon were working at a magazine for construction workers in Seattle. They fell in love, they moved to San Francisco, they wanted to meet other folks like them, so they started a club. They called it Daughters of Bilitis, after a character from a lesbian poem.
Bilitis was supposed to have lived at the time of Sappho. And it could appear like we were just like any other women's lodge.
And the idea was that by calling ourselves the Daughters of Bilitis, and lesbians would know what it meant, and nobody else would. A lot of women came to DOB who had been either abandoned by their families or had electroshock therapy or had been thrown into mental institutions or who had escaped from mental institutions.
But their in-person meetings were small groups, just a few dozen at the biggest. And groups like these were only available to people in major cities. So they needed a way to reach more people. And they did that with social media of the time. Magazines, like The Ladder, The Mattachine Review, One Magazine. They grew through word of mouth, and finally, there was a place to challenge the stories they'd been told about themselves. They had a safe way to describe themselves, like with personal ads, to figure out queer culture, like with articles asking how much swishing is too much swishing. There were ambitious articles about creating new institutions like gay-friendly churches, reforming laws, and whether they should consider marriage. One article from 1953 says, "Imagine that the year were 2053 and homosexuality were accepted. Is the deviant subject to marriage laws?" The article is not sure it's a good idea. Would marriage be limiting? Aren't gays too promiscuous to settle down? How would they decide which one is Mr. and which is Mrs.?
If you and Mona were ever to dance, how do you decide who leads?
Not exactly a full-throated endorsement, but even this is considered so radical. The article ends with a legal disclaimer that One Magazine does not condone any behavior which is actually against nature. And a letter to the magazine says,
"Why in hell are you idiots drawing a lot of attention to us by starting a magazine?
Prejudice will fade away all alone if we don't make things worse by fighting it."
Does that letter have a point? Well, an issue of One Magazine did find its way to a senator from Wisconsin, and he was furious. At the time, homosexuality was considered too obscene to even discuss in the mail. The senator ordered the post office to seize copies of One Magazine, which they did, probably expected the group to disband for their own safety, what usually happened when queer people were harassed. But the people at One Magazine were fed up.
Now sue the bitch.
One shocked everybody by suing the federal government. And a court ruled, no, it's obscene. It shouldn't be allowed.
The suggestion that homosexuals should be recognized as a segment of our people and accorded special privilege as a class is rejected.
So One appealed. And they lost again. The court ruled the magazine was for society's dregs and causes disgust and revulsion. So One petitioned the Supreme Court, their last chance. The court had never heard a case concerning LGBTQ issues before, unlikely to be sympathetic given the time. So One didn't try to defend homosexuality. They argued the post office was holding gays to a different standard than everyone else. Federal courts had already allowed magazines about nudists and polygamy. So no matter how you feel about homosexuals, they argued, treating them differently was unconstitutional, a violation of the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. The justices took months to consider this case. Internal memos show court clerks analyzed the magazine. They reported that they found its contents repulsive, and that the justices were having trouble reaching a decision at all, some of them changing their position while they argued back and forth. Finally, they took a vote, and they issued a one-sentence ruling.
The petition for writ of certiorari is granted, and the judgment of the United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit is reversed.
In other words, we don't want to touch this. You win. Back at the magazine, they could not believe it. One of them said, "My God, this is too soon. I'm supposed to be an old man before this happens." And this ruling was barely reported on. The New York Times buried a few sentences about it midway through an article about a different ruling. But being able to connect with other queer people through the mail now completely transformed queer life. And what nobody else knew at the time, what only came out decades later, is the whole time this lawsuit was going on, the FBI was secretly investigating One Magazine. J. Edgar Hoover had come across an article in the magazine that said there were queer people working at the FBI, and he was outraged. He assigned his top assistant to investigating the magazine, a man named Clyde Tolson. Hoover and Tolson had plenty of time to plan together because Tolson spent a lot of time at Hoover's house. He had lunch with him every day. He traveled with him on frequent work and personal trips. They spent Christmas together. They shared property. And years later, when Hoover died, he left everything to Tolson, including their home. It was a relationship that one biographer called so affectionate it took the place of marriage. Anyway, Hoover and Tolson were incensed by the suggestion that there were gay people working at the FBI. They wanted to destroy the magazine. They wanted to make an example out of it, to warn others. They drew up plans to prosecute everybody involved for transportation of obscene material. Until the Supreme Court ruling that protected one's right to use the mail. Hoover and Tolson had to drop their plans. We can only imagine how they comforted each other. The point is, if one magazine had just accepted the censorship, if they'd agreed that prejudice will fade away all alone if we don't make things worse by fighting it, not only would their mail have been seized, but they probably would have been arrested, and other magazines intimidated into closing up shop, cutting readers off from the lifelines to each other. It was only by fighting back that they were able to protect themselves and others. Following that decision, there were more articles in one about marriage. In Let's Push Homophile Marriage, a writer named Randy Lloyd says, "Stop believing gays are only capable of short-term relationships," what he calls the frantically promiscuous, bar-cruising, tea-room peeping, street crotch-watching, bathhouse towel twitching, and movie house nervous knee single set. Now, that all sounds like a great time, but if you want something long-term, Randy says, despite what you've been told, you can have one. Quote, "Marriage is not anybody's convention. It is a way of living, and it is equally good for homosexuals and heterosexuals. But the only way to make it happen," he says, "is by showing people that we exist. You'll be surprised at how heterosexuals' attitudes change to respect when faced with what they've been told is impossible from homosexuals, a show of guts." He says that when he and his husband started being open about their relationship, the reaction from straight friends surprised him. And my real eye-opener occurred when these heteros, with a cool nonchalance, started calmly pulling out from their social backgrounds and introducing us to other homophile married couples. He acknowledges that being more public won't be easy for everyone. To find a married couple that would take their chances on, for instance, appearing as such in a TV show would be tremendously difficult. But ultimately, he says, it's worthwhile, because it could be an effective way to undo bigotry. When society finally accepts homophiles, it is going first of all to accept the married homophiles. We are, after all, the closest to their ideals. This is a big shift from the skeptical article just a few years earlier. Now, some queer people are getting increasingly enthusiastic about having the option of marriage. You can see it in magazine coverage of same-sex wedding ceremonies. You can hear it in the language that queer people use in documentaries like The Queen.
Well, my husband is in the service and he's in Japan now.
Listen to this conversation about whether they're out to their parents.
When did yours find out? Well, I got my second husband, I think.
They're not using euphemisms, they just say husband. Of course, this isn't legal marriage, it's just social recognition, and only amongst each other. It's still very underground, but that was about to change. Fueled in part by new organizations, the newsletters, the networks of queer people around the country who were starting to realize how powerful they could be together. A lot of that organizing was inspired by the civil rights movement. Queer organizers saw the fights as connected, what they called a common struggle against oppression. They used slogans like all power to oppressed people. They based phrases like gay power and gay is good on black power and black is beautiful. And they joined civil rights groups in nonviolent organizing. They organized their own protests, crucially, made them as public as possible, not just so straight people could see them, but so other queer people would know they're not alone. Now, sometimes those actions were spontaneous, like rising up against police abuse at Compton's cafeteria in 1966, 3 years later at Stonewall. And sometimes they were planned, like the first Pride in 1970, drawing thousands of people out into the street to say, "We are everywhere." And a huge part of those actions was taking control of what was being said about queer people back from the so-called experts. For example, here's David Rubin, who wrote that sex education book saying queer people couldn't form relationships. Queer folks pressed him for years to explain where he got that information. Not to name names, just describe his methods. And for years, he refused to say. He even made it a condition of interviews that interviewers weren't allowed to ask. So, when he appeared on television...
Let's go back to the audience now and Dr. David Rubin.
Dr. Rubin, why do you refuse?
Just a minute.
Okay. Look at it. Your goddamn information is oppressing me. It's oppressing people like me. I want to know why you refuse to talk about it. Why do you refuse to talk about it?
This was actually aired, and people saw what this protester's asking for isn't unreasonable. Where'd you get your information? It's a good question. And it's Rubin's refusal to answer, the fact that he runs away when asked, that's what's unreasonable. So across the 1970s, queer folks start tackling lots of issues publicly, and marriage is one of them. For example, in New York, a gay-friendly church started officiating marriage ceremonies for same-sex couples, and one city official threatened to prosecute them. Here's how the Gay Activists Alliance responded.
Give me a G! Give me an A!
They invaded the city's marriage office.
This office belongs to us. He has violated his trust as a public official, and we have come here to hold him responsible for it.
They staged their own wedding ceremony.
We're having a wedding reception for gay people.
They even started answering the phones.
Your mother and dad want to get married? Are they gay? Oh, I'm sorry, we can't help you.
And that city official backed down. Eventually got fired because he was cooking the books. These rowdy office invasions were called zaps, and there was another splashy protest in Seattle, thanks to an activist called Fagala Ben Merriam. He was known for driving around in a van that said "F***s against fascism" on the side, and he was frustrated that media wouldn't cover gay protests. Until he hit on a solution. He showed up at a county clerk's office with his boyfriend Paul. They asked for a marriage license, and they were turned away, as everyone expected. But it wasn't a waste of time, because the media showed up. And Fagala Ben Merriam later said it was so freaky they had to cover it, so it kind of helped break a ban on gay stuff. In a sense, we accomplished a lot of what we wanted to do. It was an incredible consciousness-raising tool. What good is consciousness? Well, Arthur Evans, who led a lot of zaps in New York, said, "Gays who have as yet no sense of gay pride see a zap on television or read about it in the press. First, they are vaguely disturbed at the demonstrators for rocking the boat. Eventually, when they see how the straight establishment responds, they feel anger. This anger gradually focuses on the heterosexual oppressors, and the gays develop a sense of class consciousness. And the no longer closeted gays realize that assimilation into the heterosexual mainstream is no answer. Gays must unite among themselves, organize their common resources for collective action, and resist." Another activist summed it up, "One good zap is worth 10 years of analysis." So even if they didn't get what they wanted right then and there, it would, they hoped, reach people who hadn't considered liberation a possibility, awaken them to their own power to make change. But not all marriage actions came out of protests. In April of 1975, two men, a couple, both named Dave, wanted to buy some property in Colorado. A married couple would just own it jointly, and that's what they wanted, so the Daves walked into the Boulder County Clerk's office and asked, "Can we get married?" The clerk was a woman named Cleela Rorax. She had only been in office a couple of weeks, and she had only run for clerk because a year earlier, she went to a community meeting where some officials from the local Democratic Party said they couldn't run a woman for office, only a man could win. Well, I talked to Cleela a couple of years ago about what happened next.
I was so incensed about that. I went back to my consciousness-raising group, which was the backbone of the women's movement at the time, and bitched about it some. And they said, well, if you feel that way, maybe you should run for the office.
And so, she did.
Well, I was so naive. I had no idea of what I was getting into. Somehow, I ended up winning the seat.
She'd only been in the job a couple of weeks when the Daves showed up. She told them,
I don't know if I can issue you a marriage license, but if you give me a few days, I'll find out, and if I can do it, I will do it.
She spoke to her staff, and they arrived at the Air Bud Gambit.
Ain't no rules said the dog can't play basketball.
Nowhere did the law say she couldn't issue a license to the two men, so she did. And that got huge headlines. Conservatives freaked out. And gay couples started showing up at her office. More, asking if they could get married too. Among them were Richard Adams and Anthony Sullivan. Anthony was Australian. He needed to get married so he could stay in the country. This was no media stunt. It was a matter of being allowed to stay in his home with the man that he loved. And in fact, the only stunt from around this time was a conservative man named Roswell Canfield Howard. He came in and said that he wanted to marry his horse. Cleela said no, because the horse was underage. The whole marriage situation didn't last long, but was quickly shut down by courts. And the federal government sent a letter to Richard and Anthony denying the citizenship request because, quote, you have failed to establish that a bona fide marital relationship can exist between two Anthony Sullivan was deported, and Richard left the country with him. These actions forced people in power to address an issue that just a few years earlier would have been unthinkable. At one point, a Nixon ally named Rita Hauser was at a UN conference, and somebody asked her about same-sex couples wanting to get married. Now, Rita was very close with Nixon. He was thinking about nominating her to the Supreme Court. And when the topic came up at that UN conference, Rita said, limiting marriage to a man and a woman means it's only about reproduction, and she found that old-fashioned. She was in favor of letting same-sex couples marry. When Nixon found out, he was furious. He told a staffer he's still wrapping his head around interracial marriage. Quote, "I can't go that far, that's the year 2000. And he dropped Rita from consideration for the Supreme Court. Which is too bad, because we nearly got a Supreme Court justice who was friendly to same-sex marriage in the 1970s. And that would have been pretty useful, considering the cases that were heading its way. Now, this wasn't the first time that Nixon got mad about gays. After seeing a gay character on television, he was recorded complaining to advisors.
I do not think that you glorify on public television homosexuality. The reason you don't glorify it, John, any more than you glorify whores. We all have weaknesses and so forth and so on. But goddammit, what do you think that does to kids? Yeah. You ever see what happened? You know what happened to the Greeks?
Greeks aside, what Dick was noticing was that after years of being almost totally invisible on television, the 1970s saw an explosion in queer characters.
Maybe it's coincidence, but they love me here in Queens.
Just what the world needs, a little more gaiety.
Supreme Court upholds anti-gay statutes.
9 old men who dress up in black robes and they say we're peculiar.
There was so much. One critic wrote, 1976 was the year of the
It's true, but he shouldn't say it.
Why were there so many? Well, I've talked about this in other videos, but after years of depictions that you might call a bit negative.
You're getting what's coming to you, you old queen. Shut up!
Queer people responded with protests, storming offices, zapping broadcasts.
I want to know why you refuse to talk about it.
And this worked. Queer people finally convinced executives to include more positive depictions of queer people on TV. For example, on a 1976 episode of Mary Hartman, there's a couple thinking about their future together.
The hell are you talking about?
I'm talking about being open and honest. I'm talking about living a normal life like a normal couple in the suburbs. I'm talking about getting married is what I'm talking about.
One member of the couple's closeted. He's nervous about what people would say.
Oh, get serious.
I am serious about you. Why? I couldn't tell you exactly at the moment, but I am. And about getting married.
This show is set in Ohio, and at the time, it was illegal to even express romantic interest in someone of the same sex. There was a case where a man made a flirtatious comment to a male jogger in a park, and the man was sent to jail. That happened in 1999. So you can understand the Mary Hartman character's reluctance. But then his partner says he'll leave if they have to keep secret. And they realize just how much this relationship means.
We do not have to lie anymore. We do not have to sneak around. You said something about making it legal?
Marriage?
Marriage. If the offer's still good, the answer is yes.
Yeah, the offer's still good.
It is genuinely heartwarming. And a huge deal that on a show that's basically a parade of dysfunctional couples, one of the only happy, stable relationships is the gay one. Of course, at this point, all they can get is a symbolic marriage, no legal rights. And there's another show that demonstrates why that's a problem. On a 1977 episode of All in the Family, one member of a lesbian couple passes away, and her partner has no rights to anything that they shared. She tries to explain to a family member,
we loved each other in a different way.
What way?
And then, finally,
well, this was more like a marriage.
A marriage? Oh, but it couldn't be. I mean, you and Cousin Liz was both gay.
And although Edith is shocked at first, when it comes to dividing up their possessions...
You can have the tea set. I mean, it belongs to you. You're really her next of kin.
Her husband Archie disapproves. He says the lesbian widow's a pervert. She should be fired from her job as a teacher.
Who the hell wants people like that teaching our kids? I'm sure God sitting in judgment.
Well, sure he is, but he's God. You ain't.
That is applause in defense of a lesbian character and her recently deceased wife. And I see you about to write a comment. This show was shot before a live audience. They didn't have to react that way. So as the 70s comes to a close, we have fantastic queer characters appearing in millions of homes. Queer people organizing in larger numbers than ever before. Politicians paying attention like they never have before. The country is experiencing a monumental shift in queer life. And from the 70s into the 80s, two people experiencing that change were Leslie Blanchard and Miguel Braschi. Leslie was a hairstylist. He had a salon in New York called The Private World of Leslie Blanchard. He was regarded as a genius in his field. Leslie created Kathy Moriarty's beautiful blonde look in Raging Bull. He helped an up-and-coming actress named Meryl Streep find the right hair color for Kramer versus Kramer. Leslie created a special technique of coloring hair so it looked like sunlight was always shining on it. In the 1970s, Leslie was on vacation in Puerto Rico, and he met a tennis champion in a gay bar named Miguel Braschi. They fell in love. Miguel moved into Leslie's apartment in New York. They exchanged bracelets in a commitment ceremony. They referred to each other as married. Their families considered them married, and they were looking forward to a long future together. Until a doctor's appointment where Leslie got a diagnosis. This was 1986, 5 years into the epidemic. There were about 29,000 reported cases of HIV in the US, of which 25,000 had died. And although HIV can affect anyone, one of the groups that was most impacted were tens of thousands of queer people like Leslie and Miguel. So as soon as they got the news, they knew they were facing a tough fight. Because there was so much fear about this virus, many people couldn't get medical care. Hospitals often turned them away. And even with the best medical care you could find, the government dragged its heels on research, so nobody knew how to treat it. It was up to the community, often queer women, who stepped up to take care of men who were dying. It's hard to imagine today, healthy young people all over the world getting unbearably sick, and their friends forced to do what they could to ease their suffering, knowing that they would soon be gone. That was just one enemy that Leslie and Miguel would have to face. And there was another. The Republicans running the country weren't just indifferent to the disease. They loved it.
As far as I'm concerned, this disease has one thing going for it. It's killing all the right people.
Here's a White House briefing.
It's known as gay plague. No, it is. I mean, it's a pretty serious thing that 1 in every 3 people that get this have died, and I wonder if the president is aware of it.
I don't have it. Are you? Do you?
Pat Buchanan, the incoming White House communications director, said that AIDS was punishment because homosexuals have declared war upon nature. And the White House liaison for medical care, Judy Buckaloo, told a group of gay doctors to their faces that AIDS wasn't a health issue, it was a legal issue because these people are breaking the law. In that environment, the focus of queer activism had to change. It had to be laser focused on the disease and the administration that was letting it kill thousands of people. It's understandable that issues like marriage might take a back seat, but even during the worst of the epidemic, couples like Leslie and Miguel made it clear why marriage was still a critical issue. Not long after getting his diagnosis, Leslie got very sick. It was up to Miguel to take care of him, to bring him to hospital appointments, stay by his side day and night. But Leslie kept getting worse. Soon, he couldn't leave bed. He was getting weaker. On the night of September 14th, Miguel was holding Leslie in his arms and felt him slip away. Miguel later wrote, "Words cannot express the tremendous loss I suffered and continue to suffer now. When I lost Leslie, I lost a part of myself." And then he got a letter telling him he was about to lose his home. Leslie was the only person on the lease. The landlord was planning to kick Miguel out. Now, New York has eviction protections for family members, but the landlord said that didn't apply because Leslie and Miguel weren't married. Even after 10 years together, the commitment ceremony, the families considering them married, that one of them died in the other's arms, it didn't matter. They just wanted Miguel out. This was very common at the time. Landlords would often kick out a surviving partner, turn over the apartment, jack up the rent, because they could get away with it. And treatment like that wasn't just limited to housing. There were countless cases of people who couldn't get medical coverage through their partner's insurance. Longtime partners kicked out of hospital rooms. Homophobic family members swooping in and pressuring gay men on their deathbeds to recant their homosexuality and deny long-standing relationships. And surviving partners being barred from funerals. If those couples had been married, none of that would have been in question. And it looked like Miguel was going to be just one more example of that unjust treatment. But he decided to fight back. His sister later wrote, Miguel was a very sheltered guy. And all of a sudden, he finds himself in the world with nothing, naked, not knowing what to do. But his dignity was the measurement of his liberty. So he found the best lawyer in New York and fought with all his heart for what he thought was right. Miguel reached out to the ACLU and the group Lambda Legal, and together they put together a plan to take the landlord to court. The idea that laws could protect queer people instead of punishing them, that was still pretty new. Brasci's argument was that the eviction laws were intended to protect people in close family relationships, and whether they had a document or not, they met all the definition of close family. The landlord argued back it didn't matter how much they loved each other, that the overall goal of the eviction law was to protect the orderly succession of real property, that it's more important for the law to protect the owners of a building than the people living inside. Initially, that didn't go over well. A court ruled in Miguel's favor, but then the landlord appealed. And the next court reversed and ruled for the landlord, that Miguel and Leslie weren't married, so they weren't a family. So now Miguel had one more chance to win his case and keep his home. This was playing out over months, and as the case moved along, other groups joined in. Gay Men's Health Crisis, the Legal Aid Society, they filed briefs telling the courts, this is urgent. They described nearly 24 recent examples in New York alone of surviving partners forced to leave their homes after a partner died, often with nowhere to go. Many of them were minorities, low income, disabled. They weren't getting kicked out because they couldn't pay or because they broke a rule. It was just landlords kicking somebody out so they could jack up the rent, a way to get around rent control simply because they could. Finally, in 1989, 3 years after Leslie died, a court looked at Miguel's dedication, his caring, his self-sacrifice, and ruled
the term family should not be rigidly restricted to those people who have formalized their relationship by obtaining, for instance, a marriage certificate or an adoption order. The intended protection against sudden eviction should not rest on fictitious legal distinction or genetic history, but instead should find its foundations in the reality of family life.
The reality of family life. This was the first time a U.S. court had recognized a legal basis for a same-sex relationship. Miguel could stay in his home, and one of his lawyers, Evan Wolfson, told a reporter, the reality of life in the 1980s is that family certainly includes 2 adult consenting partners living together, sharing the necessities of life. That ruling was limited to New York City, but now that they had it, it could be the foundation for the next ruling. And sure enough, just a few months later, another court expanded to cover over 1 million more households. Courts use it as a precedent to expand bereavement leave, adoption, housing for university workers. Courts even used it as a model for rulings in the UK and South Africa. Miguel wasn't trying to establish international precedent. He just wanted to keep his home. But this story was so persuasive, made it so obvious that the law was wrong to exclude people like him, that out of one person's case, the world was improved for millions of people. And this was only the start of a much bigger fight, one that would continue with an earache. This is Nania Baer. In the early 90s, she was living with her mom, going to grad school in Hawaii, and one day she went to pick up her mother at the public TV station where she worked.
We were getting ready to go home. I had met her there, and Janora walked out of the building, and my mom said, oh, that's my wonderful friend Janora, and I'd be happy if she was your friend too.
That was Janora Dancel, an engineer at the station. She was one of the only women television engineers in the entire state of Hawaii. Nania was impressed.
So a few days later, I went and asked the receptionist if Janora was available. I wanted to meet her and see if maybe we could go for coffee or something. So the receptionist got on the intercom and said, Janora Dancel, C.J. Baer's daughter, is in the lobby and she wants to meet you. Janora was mortified because everybody knew that C.J. had a daughter who was a lesbian.
Janora was a pretty shy, private person.
She had never been to the gay community center. She had never been to a gay bar. I don't think she even knew anybody who was really out.
Janora had spent her whole life just assuming she would always be closeted.
Because it kind of felt like, it was still a hostile environment and nobody was really accepting it. It wasn't on the table like it is today.
But meeting Nania changed everything.
Basically, CJ introduced us, and by September, I proposed and gotten in the engagement ring.
Janora had bought me a ring and asked me to marry her, but at that time, we weren't thinking of anything legal.
Of course not. Why would she? Everybody knew same-sex couples couldn't get married. But then, Nania came down with a painful ear infection. She was a grad student. She was working at a women's center. She didn't have any health insurance. But Janora did.
So she had health coverage from both of her jobs, but they didn't cover me. And I knew that some places had some limited forms of domestic partnership. So I called the Gay Community Center to see if there was anything like that in Hawaii. And the guy who answered the phone was Bill Woods. And he said, no, there was no domestic partnership, but that some people believed that the Hawaii Constitution allowed for marriage, same-sex marriage, and he wondered if we would like to be involved in filing a case. And I said, you know, it sounds really interesting, but I'm going to have to talk with Janora because she's the one who has everything to lose.
Janora had just bought a house for the two of them to share, and to pay the mortgage, she'd taken a second job at the local Fox affiliate.
We thought about, you know, I guess establishing a life together. I mean, because I had a mortgage to pay, and I'm a very responsible person, and I certainly didn't want to get fired because of that, because it would be handing them something to, giving them ammunition practically.
But on the other hand, Nania's health was at stake. This community organizer, Bill Woods, was telling them there was a way for her to help the woman she loved. Janora spoke to Bill on the phone that night. He told her the plans for the lawsuit were already in place. They'd been planning to announce it the next day when Nania had called.
He said, you don't have to decide right now, but I just want to know if you're going to show up tomorrow.
She got off the phone. She thought it over.
It just, like, my whole life kind of, like, flashed in front of me. And I thought, you know, I was getting tired of being treated like a second-class citizen. And why is it so hard for people like us to be treated equal? And so I called him up and I said, you know what, I'm going to be there.
The next morning,
Nania Bear and Janora Dancel are suing the state of Hawaii for the right to marry and for all the legal protections that come with that.
When we went down to the Department of Health, the woman who actually took our application seemed very relaxed about it. She was about to give us our license. And then her boss came over and said, oh, I don't think you should do this.
An ear infection may not seem like such a big deal, but securing health insurance for same-sex couples would be huge for people living with HIV, especially the ones that couldn't get health insurance any other way. So this was bigger than just one ear. And of course, it got huge headlines in Hawaii and around the country. The usual suspects were upset.
Armed with a Bible, Senator Robert Byrd argued that gay marriage flies in the face of thousands of years of civilization.
To insist that male-male or female-female relationships must have the same status as the marriage relationship is more than unwise. It is patently absurd.
But the case also touched off a huge fight at Lambda Legal. That was the group that helped with Miguel Brashi's case in New York. Evan Wolfson was one of the lead lawyers there, and he urgently wanted to help in Hawaii. But leaders at Lambda and the ACLU disagreed. They thought this was asking for too much, too soon. There was too much risk of a backlash. Evan pushed back. This was a golden opportunity. There would never be a time when there'd be no backlash. The argument got so heated, and Evan stuck so strongly to his beliefs, that by the end of the discussion, they fired him. But that freed him up. Evan flew to Hawaii and joined the case.
And it is enormously important for many, many real-life families and couples who now stand on the brink of being able to do what every other American takes for granted: exercise the freedom to marry, the choice to marry the person they love.
And from there, the attention only increased. Stories about same-sex marriage started popping up on the news.
And here's ABC's Michelle Norris on this country's growing interest in same-sex marriages, almost unheard of not long ago, and now much discussed.
The debate over same-sex marriage is turning into a political showdown, and ground zero for the battle is Hawaii.
Other couples appear on talk shows.
Well, you've seen them on television. They were on everybody's evening news. These young men want to get married.
And before long, on primetime. TV shows have always loved a good ripped-from-the-headlines story. And it is fascinating how 90s shows tried to make sense of what seemed to them like a radical new idea: same-sex couples getting wed. For example, on the show Rock. On one episode, a new character named Uncle Russell shows up. He's excited to introduce them to Chris, who the family assumes is his girlfriend. Until...
You see, I'm gay. And Chris is a man.
Not only that, but...
This Sunday, Chris and I are getting married.
You can't do that in Baltimore.
And there's one more surprise.
Mr. Emerson? Hi, I'm White.
I love this episode. For one thing, the casting's perfect. That's Richard Roundtree, who played Shaft, an icon of masculinity. Having him there is a strong challenge to stereotypes about what gays look like. And the episode is a challenge to prejudice. At first, most of the family does not like the idea of two men getting married.
See, I'm even uncomfortable about being uncomfortable. That's how uncomfortable I am.
That's pretty much how most of America felt about real-life couples at the time. Polling on marriage equality was intensely negative.
This is a radical idea that 70% of the American people reject.
But what's so smart about this episode of Rock is how it tackles the intersection of same-sex romance and interracial marriage.
What bothers you the most? The fact that he wants to marry a man or that the man is white?
I'm so mixed up, who can tell?
That's a way in for the characters to think again about their discomfort. In their lifetimes, they had seen the country making progress away from one kind of prejudice, so maybe they could make progress away from another.
Hey, Pop, we ain't the only minorities that had it rough in this country.
Like the best episodes of All in the Family, the show takes an issue that's volatile and finds the humor. Makes it easier to talk about because we're laughing. And that's why I think some of the best conversations around marriage equality in the 90s were happening on sitcoms. Rock shows us how it affects a family, and for affecting friend groups, there's a great episode of Living Single. Just like on Rock, somebody's coming to visit, this time an old college friend. She's about to get married, also to somebody named Chris. Maybe you can see where this is going.
Max, there's something I should tell you.
Did I used to date this guy?
Doubtful.
Sure enough, the big reveal.
Hey, guys.
Everybody, meet Chris. Hey, girl.
This episode's fantastic, too. First of all, there are some amazing reaction shots from Queen Latifah.
I thought you'd be a man.
Behind the scenes, she was one of the creators of the show and a queer woman who was closeted in a pretty homophobic industry. So it is really interesting to hear the lines that her character gets.
Does everybody know? What is it, the joke's on me? Max, she just wanted to tell you in her own time.
And the episode ends by making a strong case for coming out sooner rather than later.
I admit it. I kept one secret from you, but that's it.
Well, think of all the time we wasted. All the conversations we didn't have. All those chances I would have had to dish your dates. Maybe if you would have confessed all this back in school, maybe I would have freaked. But the point is, I wish you would have given me the chance to rise to the occasion.
Calling that rise to the occasion makes the show's position so clear that accepting a gay friend is the right thing to do. And a lot of shows in the 90s were surprisingly positive about gay wedding episodes, even when it's a minor plot beat, like an episode of Seinfeld that's an off-screen lesbian wedding.
Lesbian wedding. How do they work the bride and groom on that? What, do they flip a coin?
We see Elaine trying to explain the situation to a stranger.
So, who's getting married?
Two women. It's a lesbian wedding.
I love this scene because Elaine is so uncomfortable, and she knows that she shouldn't be. She knows that being cool with it is the right thing to do.
Lesbian wedding? Yep, I'm the best man.
It's like her own version of the Not That There's Anything Wrong With It episode.
You don't understand. I'm not a lesbian. I hate men, but I'm not a lesbian.
In some ways, I think the same-sex marriage episodes from the 90s do some things better than marriage episodes today. But not everything's better. For example, Roseanne.
You know they eat babies.
Yes, Roseanne. On the show Roseanne, there's an episode that builds up to a gay couple getting married, and we see the Roseanne character's idea of what a gay wedding should look like. Now, that is not the problem. Frankly, I think this is wonderful, and if anything, there aren't enough Judy impersonators. But Martin Mull's character wants something traditional, which is fine. But watch how the show handles the kiss.
You may kiss the bride if there so be one. It doesn't matter.
Just as they go for it, the camera glides away. The show chickens out on the actual kiss. And then they even have characters comment on it.
And there's the kiss. I was wondering if they were going to do it, and they're doing it.
This was just after the show had a giant controversy when they showed Roseanne kissing Muriel Hemingway. There was a huge fight over that, and you can check out a video on my channel for the full story. So here we are, a little later, just not showing a kiss at all. There's a similar controversy on Friends, but generally it's a positive episode. Ross's ex-wife is marrying her partner, all the friends are at the wedding party, they're 100% supportive. It's very sweet. There's even a cameo in the wedding. The minister's played by the real-life sister of Republican ghoul Newt Gingrich.
You know, nothing makes God happier than when two people, any two people, come together in love.
But once again, the problem is that the actors who played the lesbian couple wanted to kiss, but network executives told them they couldn't. What kind of wedding doesn't end with a kiss? It's a clear signal that even if the dialogue says the same-sex couple is just as valid as a straight couple, maybe they're not. Now, there is one gay marriage episode that I think is absolutely perfect. Not just by 90s standards, but by today's as well, and that is The Golden Girls.
Blanche, we're getting married.
Well, that's impossible. Clayton brothers can't marry sisters.
Now, I've covered this episode at length in other videos, so we don't need to spend a ton of time on it here. The short version is that Blanche's gay brother wants to get married. Blanche is embarrassed and doesn't understand why, until Sophia reminds Blanche of her own decades-long marriage.
Why did you marry George?
We loved each other. We wanted to make a lifetime commitment, wanted everybody to know.
And Sophia points out,
That's what Doug and Clayton want, too. Everyone wants someone to grow old with, and shouldn't everyone have that chance?
I think this is some of the best messaging about marriage equality ever broadcast. It is so clear. You understand what love is. He wants the same thing. In the span of about 10 seconds, The Golden Girls makes an incredibly powerful, understandable case for marriage and makes sense of the lawsuit that viewers probably heard about in real life on the news. And then it even hits you with a laugh.
Sophia, I think I see what you're getting at.
I don't think you do. Blanche, will you marry me?
Now, I've only just talked about sitcoms here because I think the laughter is a particularly useful tool, but across the 90s, marriage episodes popped up in every conceivable genre. News, talk shows, reality. One of the most impactful happened on The Real World.
It is a lot easier for me to face my own fears and face the uncertainty of my own life, knowing that he's there. So I love you.
Pedro, one of the stars of the San Francisco season, has a beautiful ceremony with his partner Sean. This episode drives home the importance of marriage for people with HIV. When they filmed this, Pedro didn't know how much time he had left. He wanted to marry while he still could, and it is obvious when you watch. Equality cannot wait.
I always wanted. I always wanted the kind of relationship that I have with Sean. I have a shot at it. I have a chance to have that, and I don't want to give it up.
Now, you might expect all of these great TV depictions to change public perception. But across the 90s, public opinion on marriage remained pretty flat, strongly opposed to couples like Nania and Janora getting married. And we'll talk about why that is in just a little bit, but for the time being, in that polling data, conservatives saw an opportunity that they could exploit. Because at first, nobody thought that the Hawaii lawsuit could possibly succeed.
This is one of the most radical, bizarre ideas to come down the pike in years.
But then,
on May 5th, 1993, the Hawaiian Supreme Court issued its decision.
A male and a female walk in and they're not married, they want a license, you give it to them. A male and a male walk in, want a license, you won't give it to them. You are discriminating against them.
The celebration began just hours after the High Court's ruling.
We won. We won. We can get married.
Well, not quite. At first, a lower court did rule in their favor, but that early victory was a wake-up call for Republicans nationwide.
The judge's ruling in Honolulu over gay marriage will be contested. Conservative and religious groups here are promising to take it all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court.
There's a flurry of appeals, which means more hearings, more side issues, delays. Gay couples have to be prepared for this process to drag on for years. And couples like Nania and Janora, who are pretty private, need to get used to a ton of media scrutiny. And also for Republicans to blame them for the collapse of civilization.
The very foundations of our society are in danger of being burned. The flames of hedonism, the flames of narcissism, the flames of self-centered morality are licking at the very foundations of our society.
And after a few early wins, there's more organized opposition to their case. Hawaii has one of the highest concentrations of Mormons outside of Utah, and church leaders held urgent meetings looking for any way to stop this lawsuit from succeeding. And there were also, of course, garden variety homophobes operating on their own.
My job was working at the Women's Center at the University of Hawaii. And I remember I came into work one day and someone had scrawled on the wall or on the door. I think they put a swastika, but I'm not positive that I'm remembering that correctly. But they had written burn flags, not flags.
This was upsetting and, unfortunately, not that surprising, given the intense public opposition to the case. Still, I asked Nania if she had ever felt any reservations about filing it.
You know, I was really, really, really in love. Mm-hmm. And so whatever reservations I had, that's not what I ended up. I didn't end up letting the reservations temper my actions. I remember people saying, aren't you worried about losing and how far behind that will put us and what the backlash is going to be? And I remember saying, no, I'm not really worried about that. I think we're going to win.
And the further their case goes, the more it seems like she's right.
Last year, in a landmark decision, the Hawaii Supreme Court ruled that the state was discriminating against same-sex couples by not allowing them to marry. Homosexual couples may marry in Hawaii in as soon as 2 years.
And the more upset Republicans become.
Hawaii is expected to recognize same-sex marriages within 2 years, and that set Congress into an election year frenzy.
Heading into the presidential election in the mid-90s, Republicans started sounding alarms. If Nania and Janora and couples like them win in Hawaii, gay couples from all over the country could fly to the islands, get married, and then fly home and expect to have their marriages recognized. That's usually how marriage works. You get married in one place, the marriage moves with you. Couples aren't suddenly single if they cross state lines. But Republicans said if gay couples could do that, it would make God sad.
His plan is one man and one woman who come together in an institution called marriage and pledge to be mutual faithful. That's the ideal.
And they start talking about passing a federal constitutional amendment to ban same-sex marriage. Changing the U.S. Constitution is a nuclear-level backlash. It would override state laws, so states couldn't legalize it even if they wanted to. It would be nearly impossible to repeal, and it would essentially be judicial proof, because it's the supreme law of the land. No court could override it. Only one amendment has ever been repealed in U.S. history, and we only ended prohibition because of widespread public backlash and violent bootlegging by the mob. So, unless the mafia got into the business of heavily armed gay marriages, a constitutional amendment would probably end any hope of marriage equality for generations, at least. And in the mid-90s, a federal constitutional amendment looked worryingly likely to pass. Remember, public opinion was strongly opposed to gay marriage. Sure, there were some Democrats who didn't want an amendment to pass, but most of them were scared to stick their neck out. But then, an alternative emerged that they could latch onto.
Congressman Bob Barr and 8 other legislators introduced a bill to establish federal restrictions on who can legally marry.
Not a full-blown constitutional amendment, but a federal law. They called it the Defense of Marriage Act, DOMA. And in the event that some states legalize marriage, which hadn't even happened yet, it would prohibit the federal government from recognizing them.
That for purposes of all federal laws, such as survivors' benefits, Social Security, tax purposes, that a marriage means a marriage between a man and a woman only.
Republicans presented it like a compromise. If Democrats join us and pass this law, then we won't try to amend the Constitution. It is an ugly bargain. It would mean that even if gay couples could get married, they would still be denied over 1,000 federal benefits. But Republicans won't drop the issue. They know same-sex marriage is still very unpopular. And with Clinton up for re-election that year, they start using same-sex marriage as a wedge to turn voters against him. They say Democrats aren't doing enough to protect America from the scary gays.
Bill Clinton's vision for a better America includes job quotas for homosexuals.
And with just weeks to go before Election Day, they bring DOMA up for a vote in Congress. A handful of Democrats oppose it. Bernie Sanders, John Kerry, Maxine Waters.
Let us not be guided by prejudice, ignorance, and fear. Let us not use a segment of our population to employ a political strategy for this election year.
But most join the Republicans. DOMA passes the House and the Senate in a landslide, goes to the president, and...
When he got to the White House after midnight and without fanfare, he signed a bill barring federal recognition of homosexual marriages. In a statement, the president said he's long opposed same-sex marriage, but dislikes the legislation.
Now, this is an extremely wishy-washy position. Oh, I disapprove of discrimination, but I also disapprove of gays getting married. It is deeply unsatisfying, and it is not going to be the last time that we hear a line like that. But with his signature, DOMA passes. A huge disappointment, especially to queer people who were trying to get Clinton reelected. I talked to one of his field organizers, Mike Marshall, one of the few openly queer people in a leadership position on the campaign.
They hired me because I was gay. They didn't have any gay staff.
After Clinton signed DOMA, Mike organized the campaign's field staff to send an angry letter to their bosses.
My whole purpose in doing it was I didn't want in subsequent elections people to take the gay community for granted and think they can kick us around.
The campaign did not take kindly to that, and Mike got a call from one of the campaign strategists in California, a guy named Steve Smith.
Steve Smith was on the phone with me screaming, "You'll never fucking work again." All of the young kids that were on the field organizers in Northern California were called and threatened that they wouldn't get the job in the White House that they wanted or whatever the case may be. He just played total hardball. I don't fucking care about the gay community. I don't fucking care about marriage.
Okay, thanks, Clinton campaign. Still, could be worse. DOMA's just a law, not a constitutional amendment. It could conceivably be repealed someday, and it left the door open to states coming up with their own marriage laws. At least this would be the end of any talk about constitutional amendments, right? Well, they never said anything about state constitutional amendments. And just as DOMA signed into law, the Mormon Church kicks into high gear in Hawaii. Church leaders organize a campaign to amend the state constitution to ban marriage equality. That cause gets taken up by conservative politicians, like Mike Gabbard, who made this TV commercial with his teenage daughter, Tulsi Gabbard.
Each of us has the right to marry, but we don't have the absolute right to marry anyone we want. For example, I'm not allowed to marry my daughter, and I can't marry my dog. This doesn't mean we don't have civil rights. Don't open the door to weird marriages. Don't let homosexuals force their values on the people of Hawaii.
I know this video is long enough already, but I just need to pause for a second to point out that the ad starts with Mike Gabbard saying he can't marry anyone he wants, and then his example is his daughter? Is he saying that's what he wants, to marry his daughter? How is that not much weirder than the gay couples? Whatever the case, the law passes overwhelmingly. The Hawaii Constitution is amended to ban marriage equality, and that is a disaster for Nania and Janora's lawsuit. Their whole case depended on state constitutional protections. Now that Hawaii's constitution has been changed, they have no basis for their case. After years of work, they have to drop it. The lawsuit's done. They lost. But that is only the start for anti-gay organizers in Hawaii and across the country, because they want to take their win in Hawaii and bring it to every state in the union. It started with a secret meeting in Sedona, Arizona in October of 1998. The guest list was a who's who of anti-gay groups. There was the Alliance Defense Fund, the National Conference of Catholic Bishops, the Mormon ex-gay group North Star, not to be confused with the gay X-Man. At the meeting, they were all nervous. A representative from the group Marriage Law Project pointed out that Nania and Janora had come within months of winning their case. And they asked, what do we do if we lose somewhere? A law professor from Brigham Young sounded another alarm. If a court did legalize marriage in one state, he said, there does not appear to be a safety net that they could use to stop it from spreading to other states. But they could, he said, create that net. Public support for marriage equality was still very low. Nationwide, it was somewhere in the 30s. And they were confident that if they put more measures on ballots in other states, they could easily win. The Mormon Church was already testing that approach in Alaska. They donated $500,000 to pass a marriage ban there, and it was cruising to victory, 68-32. Now, they were looking for the next state to run a ballot measure. But which one? That's when a legislative aide from California piped up. He worked for a Republican senator named Pete Knight, an infamous homophobe. Pete had a gay brother, and he had a gay son named David, both of whom he had publicly denounced. He told a reporter, I don't know how these things happen. I don't know how it happened to my brother, and I don't know how it happened to David. But what Pete did know is that he was determined to stop people like his brother or his son from ever getting married. He told a reporter, I'm not prejudiced against anybody, but that allowing gays and lesbians to get married was unnatural. Now, at first, California seemed like a weird choice because it already had a law banning same-sex marriage. But there was a loophole. California also had a law requiring the state to honor out-of-state marriages. Pete wanted to change that. So if a gay couple was able to get married somewhere else, if they traveled to California, they'd be considered single. The people at this meeting in Sedona liked what they heard. One later wrote to Mormon officials, a California ballot initiative would divert and dry up the sizable national resources of the opposition. He estimated that putting a measure on the ballot in California would only cost them about $1 million. But if gays wanted to fight it, they'd have to raise $10 million, and they'd still lose. Their plan wasn't just to stop marriage. It was to exhaust gay organizers. It's a strategy similar to an online phenomenon known as the bullshit asymmetry principle, which says the amount of energy needed to refute bullshit is an order of magnitude bigger than that needed to produce it. And with that, a plan took shape for a bullshit measure in California. Word immediately started to spread. The state's queer organizers called an emergency meeting in Sacramento. It looked bad. Support for marriage equality was around 39% in the state. Nobody had experience running a political campaign like this, or at least almost no one.
That meeting was a disaster.
That's Mike Marshall, the former Clinton campaign staffer who'd organized an angry letter about DOMA and was then called and told,
"You'll never fucking work again."
Mike showed up at the Sacramento meeting and he saw
people were exhausted from the epidemic. The leaders that were in the institutions, the LGBT institutions, were health-related types, and marriage just hadn't been on anybody's sort of radar screen.
Mike floated a proposal of his own.
I said, let's propose that we put a competing initiative on the ballot that would legalize marriage. You would have thought that I had farted in the middle of the room. Like, the community just was not ready for the notion of being affirmative and going after it.
The conversation got more tense from there.
And it almost collapsed into a fist fight. It was, I don't remember why, I just remember nobody was getting along. People were screaming at each other.
To a lot of people, this looked like a no-win scenario. The only question on their minds was, what is the least expensive way to lose? But out of those initial arguments, they managed to put together a rough campaign committee, and Mike volunteered to lead it, which was easy to do since nobody else wanted to.
What an asshole I was. I went and I hired a lawyer. I opened a bank account. And I convened the first meeting. The folks in Southern California, everybody was a little stunned at how quickly I was moving.
Now, he knew they didn't have a chance, but he just couldn't stand the idea of doing nothing.
Like at the outset of the campaign, I reached out to HRC and to NGLTF, and I said, I need staff now to help me get going, and I need money now. And HRC, which had gotten their asses whooped in Hawaii, at that point the word marriage appeared nowhere on their website. They told their donors, their national council, I forget what they're called, not to give us money. And they gave us $5,000, but they wouldn't give us staff.
$5,000 was a fraction of what anybody would need to get a campaign off the ground. Disappointed, Mike went to individual leaders to make his case, like David Mixner. Back in the 70s, David had fought the Briggs Initiative, a ballot measure to ban queer people from working in California schools. Mike figured David would understand the importance of fighting back now.
And he said, honey, you're only going to raise $1 million, and you're going to get your ass whooped, and it's going to be all for naught.
Next, he tried James Hormel, the heir to the spam fortune. He'd funded lots of projects for the queer community.
We asked him to help us raise some money so we could do some polling so that we could start somewhere. And he said, I can't help you.
The worst was when Mike talked to Carol Migden, a queer state legislator who tried to talk him out of running a campaign at all.
She did not want the community to look like it had spent time and energy on fighting this because she knew it was going to lose. And she thought the other legislators, they would see her as the leader of the community, and a huge loss like that would make her look weak.
As frustrating as it was, maybe they had a point. It seemed obvious they were going to lose. Why spend millions fighting the inevitable? If the strategy of the anti-gay groups was to force queer organizers to spend a ton of money only to lose, they might have miscalculated, because gay donors were not spending money. They'd essentially decided to give up without even trying.
We've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas.
As a result, Mike could only watch as anti-gay groups blanketed the state with homophobic ads. Their opponents were extremely well-funded.
Our consultant called me and said, are you sitting down? I'm like, sure, why? And he's like, they just raised $1.6 million in the last 90 days, and $1 million of it we traced to the Central Valley to all these Mormon towns and Mormon names.
Mike was thinking about closing up shop when he reached out to Mark Leno. Mark was another gay legislator whose reputation was on the line if he joined this fight.
He agreed that we should fight this thing.
They needed to try a different approach.
Not that we were necessarily going to win, but that we were building for the future, and the last thing we should do is lie down and let people defeat us.
Just because they couldn't win the big prize yet didn't mean there wasn't a battle worth fighting. They could use this campaign as a chance to train new leaders, partner with new allies, create new organizations, lay the groundwork to win in a couple of years. At that point, they'd already spoken to most of the donors they could think of, and they'd heard a lot of no's. Mark said they should try Kathy Levinson. She was the CEO of E-Trade, known for being very careful with donations, rarely anything political. Mike and Mark and some colleagues went to her house.
And we didn't know what we were going to ask her for.
They made their case, not to win, but to build for the future. They pointed out how well-funded their opposition was, that one rich conservative backer had just donated $300,000 to their opponent's campaign. Kathy listened, she considered, and she wrote them a matching check for $300,000. That helped show that they were worth taking seriously. Mike reached back out to some donors to explain the new strategy, and this time, checks started coming in. From a progressive fund in San Francisco, from David Bonnet, the billionaire founder of GeoCities, from producers in LA, from philanthropists. Supporters started throwing house parties to raise money with their friends. And with that money, the campaign could finally hire staff instead of relying on volunteers. They could get organizers into the same room to plan together. They could run ads in parts of the state that had never even heard pro-gay messages. But it still wasn't clear, should they? This is exactly what their opposition wanted them to do, to dig deep, pour millions of dollars into a losing campaign. They're getting the money, but was it all going to be a waste? For the time being, Mike just focused on laying the groundwork that he thought they'd need for future campaigns. He found that focusing on the future changed the way that they talked about marriage.
The pollsters were saying, we need to run an ad that says, I don't believe in gay marriage, but I'm voting against Prop 22.
Mike hated that. He wanted to phrase it differently.
You don't have to believe in gay marriage, or as opposed to I don't, because we're taking community money to promote someone who is against us.
Mike argued that I don't believe in gay marriage would undermine what they were trying to set up for the future. He pushed hard, and in the end, the ads aired with his "you don't have to believe" wording. And now, this was not the only bump in the road with TV ads. There was also a near disaster involving a commercial with the cast of Will and Grace. And for that story, check out the bonus video that I'm posting over on Patreon at patreon.com/MattBaum. The point is, this was still very uncharted territory. It was clear the public still needed a lot of convincing on this issue, and it was probably going to take years to get people on board, even those who should be allies.
Dianne Feinstein her staffer called the week before the election and said, you can add her name to your endorsement list, but do not put out a press release. And she did not, her position was, when asked, I'm against Prop 22, but I'm also against gay marriage, as was Barbara Boxer's, as was Al Gore's.
That line was starting to sound awfully familiar. Republicans had no problem making their position crystal clear. They're here to save civilization by stopping gay weddings. But many Democrats were trying to thread a needle that was basically, well, I don't support gay marriage, but I also don't support not supporting it. Which doesn't make sense. It's two negatives. All right, we know what you don't support. What do you support? What do you have to offer? Of course, the reason they were so cagey is because they knew marriage equality was unpopular. So even if they privately supported it, they didn't want to say so out loud. And for all the money that the campaign raised, about $6.5 million, by the time Election Day came...
We knew we were going to lose, and I called our big donors the day before when we had the tracking poll. Most of them were like, no, Mike, I get it.
When the polls closed, they were losing by around 61 to 39. Mike had organized an election night party for the campaign, and everybody showed up expecting it to be very depressing. A handful of reporters were there too, and when the broadcast started...
Two of the reporters that night said, well, they, now to you, Joan, at the losing party. And she said, well, you would think they'd win the way people are partying here and the noise and the cheers, and we had people behind every reporter cheering.
Mike had thought a lot about how this party should appear on television.
We wanted a celebration to be projected, not a loss.
And look, in terms of the election, this was, without a doubt, a big loss. But there were some things worth celebrating.
We raised $6.5 million. We got every newspaper to come out against it.
That wasn't the only reason that he wanted this to look like a party.
The idea was to convey that we had not been defeated. We had lost the battle, but we had by no means been defeated.
During the broadcast, they unfurled a banner and announced the launch of an ambitious new project.
Let's have a 5-year plan to win marriage. And in the process, let's win more rights for domestic partners. But let's put marriage on the calendar.
Right. There's a roadmap.
Yeah, there's a roadmap.
This was the start of the next phase. The plan was to use what they'd built during the campaign to push small wins over the next few years. Hospital visitation, health benefits, domestic partnerships. And then, as people got more used to the idea of same-sex couples having rights, then they would go for marriage. Mike told the news cameras,
"The question is no longer, will we have full equality? The question is when."
And they felt confident this would work because the governor of California was Gray Davis, one of the very few Democrats who was open to the idea of expanding legal recognition, had pledged to work with them to find a path forward instead of just trying to dodge the issue. And yes, they lost the election. But even though the numbers were never on their side, that didn't mean there was no way to win, some other victory to reach for instead. They just had to change their thinking about what victory in that moment was. So in the end, was the campaign worth it? As their opponents had hoped, it cost them millions of dollars, and they still lost. But they had managed to set up impressive new infrastructure, to train leaders. They had a plan to win. But plans can go wrong, and whether this was all worth it was going to depend on what those new leaders did with the runway that they'd built. They started off slow, with modest bills. Wonky rules about community property rights, insurance, hospital visits. They emphasized this isn't marriage, it's just minor tweaks to the law. All those bills easily passed, all the while building towards the big one, marriage. And it was looking good. When he signed one of the small bills, Gray Davis said, "A family is a family not because of gender, but because of values like commitment, love, and trust." Echoing that ruling from the 1980s that said the law should reflect the reality of family life. The plan was actually working, but then things got weird. A group of conservatives launched a recall of Governor Gray Davis. They said it was because of the state budget deficits and utility costs, but really it was a scheme by a few super rich anti-tax millionaires who wanted to run for governor themselves and give themselves tax breaks. They spent millions to trigger a recall election. But they didn't anticipate how many other candidates would jump into the race. Literally hundreds of people. Among them, Gallagher, Larry Flint.
Vote for a smut peddler who cares.
Adult star Mary Carey. There was a sumo wrestler. There was a 100-year-old woman sponsored by the store 99 cents only, Gary Coleman. All of them were splitting the vote, and nobody was polling with a majority. It was chaos. Until one candidate jumped into the race who had some name recognition.
I'm going to run for governor of the state of California.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. He was popular, he was rich, he had a lot of political connections, not the least of which was through his wife, who was part of the Kennedy family. One by one, the other candidates all dropped out.
I play the Terminator, but you guys are the true Terminators.
Arnold won. It was bonkers.
Roll this around on your tongue. Governor-elect Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Queer organizers hoped, okay, maybe this isn't a disaster. He's from Hollywood. Maybe he's okay with gay marriage. And when asked...
No, I think that gay marriage is something that should be between a man and a woman.
So this totally derailed all of the plans for California. Instead, queer groups turned to other issues. Housing protection, safe schools for gay students. And there was some good news from the other side of the country. In Massachusetts, a lawsuit over marriage was successful, and Massachusetts was about to become the first state in the country where same-sex couples could actually get married.
They gathered outside of Cambridge City Hall, more than 200 gay couples who wanted to be first to apply for licenses to legally marry in Massachusetts.
In response, Republicans saw a chance to use Massachusetts as a scare tactic to drive voters out for conservative candidates. And most of all, George Bush. In 2004, Bush's popularity was just so-so, and strategists like Karl Rove thought They could drive conservative turnout by putting a bunch of anti-gay marriage measures on ballots around the country. And they decided to roll that plan out in January of 2004, almost a year before the presidential election. George Bush announced he was going to give a State of the Union address. He strolls in, all smiles. He tells a few fibs.
Already, the K report identified dozens of weapons of mass destruction-related program activities.
And then he brings up something not a lot of people were expecting.
A strong America must also value the institution of marriage. Activist judges, however, have begun redefining marriage by court order. If judges insist on forcing their arbitrary will upon the people, the only alternative left to the people would be the constitutional process.
He's specifically called for a constitutional amendment, the very thing Republicans said they wouldn't do because they already had DOMA.
George Bush sees an amendment banning gay marriage as sound policy. Karl Rove sees it as smart politics. A potential of 4 million fundamentalist Christians voting for George Bush who did not vote at all in 2000.
Who's going to push back on this? Most Democrats don't want to touch it. But sitting way up in the balcony at the State of the Union was someone who did. The newly elected mayor of San Francisco, Gavin Newsom. He had only been in office a couple of weeks. After Bush's speech, Gavin walked out of the Capitol building and he got on the phone. He called his chief of staff, Steve Kawa.
He immediately said, hey, we have to do something about what the president said on this constitutional. Talked about the constitutional amendment to ban same-sex marriage.
And I said, Steve, I'm going to be back tomorrow. We got to do something about it. And I remember Steve going, well, what do you mean? And I said, well, let's get everyone together. Let's talk about it.
This was personal for Steve. He was gay. He was raising a kid with his partner. They'd had a civil commitment ceremony 10 years earlier.
I think for Dan and I, we recognized pretty much from the day we met that we were meant to be together. And nobody could ever take that recognition away from you as.
When Gavin got back to San Francisco, they had an all-staff meeting to figure out what's the plan. And the answer was, there is no plan. Nobody had any idea how to respond.
During the mayor's campaign, we were thinking about the economy, we were thinking about homelessness, and we were not thinking about gay marriage.
There were a few suggestions from the staff, a press conference, a radio interview. Gavin shot those down. Not big enough.
He said, I want to start issuing, you need to start issuing same-sex marriage license.
We should see if there's a couple that would be willing to get married.
I looked at him and sort of took a deep breath and said, okay.
And the biggest opposition came from my chief of staff, Steve, who said, I just don't think you should do this. It's not necessary. We don't need, why are you doing this?
Steve wasn't the only one with concerns.
The initial reaction was like kind of one of terror, like how am I going to make an argument that works here?
That's Terry Stewart, the city attorney, trying to figure out some legal justification for this.
The risks were that a court would quickly enjoin what he was doing and say that he didn't have the power to do it for a bunch of different reasons.
Plus, staffers knew queer groups had been working on marriage for years. They didn't want to mess it up. So after the meeting, Steve made a couple of calls. The first was to Kate Kendall. She's a local lawyer. She was the head of the National Center for Lesbian Rights. Kate organized rallies and events, a lot of the legal legwork around queer activism. Steve caught her just as she was picking up her kid from school.
And he said, Kate, I'm just calling to give you a heads up that on Monday morning, the mayor's going to begin issuing marriage licenses to same-sex couples. And I was stunned and immediately was saying to Steve, whoa, wait. Steve, that's, I really appreciate the mayor's gesture, but, gosh, I'm not really sure about this.
Why was she opposed?
We've lived through moments where we damned the torpedoes and we got our head handed to us. And the setback when you lose in terms of litigation is it's not something you can just undo in 30 days.
Kate was also skeptical about marriage in general.
I grew up in Utah where there's a lot of patriarchy and, very clearly defined roles for women. Part of what I came to see marriage as being was not in many situations, not good for women. Not liberatory, not freeing, and I'd put it out of my mind as any possible option.
She pushed back.
So I impressed upon Steve my concerns and said, look, I'd love to talk to the mayor about it and, walk through what the issues are and, see where we end up. And, Steve listened to me patiently and then pretty much said, okay, Kate, well, that's great. Appreciate your thoughts. But I just want to be clear. On Monday morning, the mayor is issuing marriage licenses to same-sex couples.
The question now wasn't, should we do this? It's, Gavin's doing it. How do we keep it from being a huge disaster?
All right, chums up. Ready, guys? Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins!
Oh my God, he just ran in.
The first question on Kate's mind?
Who should be the first same-sex couple? And of course, I immediately said it's got to be Del Martin and Phyllis Lyon, and everybody was like, that's awesome.
Del and Phil. That's the couple that I mentioned way back in the 1950s, who met working on a construction magazine, moved to San Francisco, created the ladder to connect queer people to each other. They had kept working in the decades since. They helped get employment protections passed. They helped get homosexuality decriminalized. They helped start the National Organization for Women. They were icons in the community.
All the gains we have made are because back in the 40s and 50s, they were out, standing proud, living their lives with authenticity at huge personal risk.
Kate gave him a call.
Phyllis answered the phone, and I said, I hate to yet again ask you to do one more thing for the movement, but I want to know if you and Del want to get married. Phyllis responded by saying, well, let me ask Del. And we hung up the phone, and she called me back about 10 minutes later, and she said, okay, we'll do it.
As luck would have it, Valentine's Day was just a couple of days away. Timing seemed perfect.
I was really coming around to the idea that, look, this was a mayor of a major city. At some point, you just have to say game on.
Everyone scrambled to get things in place, and also to keep this whole thing secret.
Any moment, somebody could knock on the door with a temporary restraining order and stop the whole thing. And so, you don't want to rush it, but we did.
Finally, Valentine's Day arrives. Everyone shows up at City Hall, very solemn and very nervous.
My heart is pounding. I have never done anything like this before.
You can see him making sure they did everything by the book.
We didn't want to act like we were pulling a marriage license out of a Cracker Jack box.
Okay, so this is your marriage license and marriage certificate. And then this listing of family planning and pregnancy clinics and the book that I've given you.
Still, there were one or two things they forgot.
We didn't have rings. They didn't have rings. So we borrowed rings from the camera woman and the reporter from the San Francisco Chronicle who was covering it. They were partners. They were life partners, and they each had rings. So we borrowed their rings so that Del and Phyllis could exchange rings.
And then, finally,
by virtue of this authority vested in me by the state of California, I now pronounce you spouses for life. Now you may
I was flooded with two thoughts. One, I cannot believe I am lucky enough to be a witness to this extraordinary historical moment. And with, I think the thing that really moved me to tears the most was the fragility of both, Del and Phyllis, realizing that how lucky to see them get married, given everything they've done, and to know that, it was only a matter of time before, one or the other of them would not be with us any longer.
Quite a reversal from where Kate was just a couple of days earlier. And for Steve Kawa, the chief of staff,
all I remember is getting very teary-eyed through the whole thing.
Steve was thinking about his partner and the dreams that they had together.
Our first night together, we talked about how much it would be great, not that we would be together, but how children would be great to have children. My dream was always to be married, have children, and have a good job in public service.
Meanwhile, outside City Hall, there was a huge crowd gathering that had no idea what was going on inside. And that's because every Valentine's Day, a group called Marriage Equality USA would stage Valentine's Day protests. They'd go up to the counter, they'd ask for a license, they'd get turned away, and then they'd have a protest.
So you're saying I could marry him? I don't
even
know him.
I can marry this gentleman here that I've never met.
Handsome though he is, he's my partner.
We'll have to
come back every year until it's legal.
One of the main organizers of all that was Molly McKay. She was preparing for rejection, as usual.
I told my boss, we're doing a marriage license counteraction. I'll be back in an hour.
When she arrived, another volunteer ran up to her.
Minnie goes, Molly, there's no protest today. And I was like, oh shit, did we forget the sound permit? What happened? There's all these media trucks. He's like, he's marrying us. Gay people are getting married. Phil and Dell are in there right now getting married. And we're like, oh my God!
It seems like this has got to be a mistake. Until they go in, they ask for a license, and they get it.
Mom, guess what? Davina and I are legally married. My mom goes, have a nice rally, have a nice weekend.
That opened the floodgates.
People started hearing about it, and then they started pouring down. So it was like this family reunion of everyone you loved and cared about, and it was like giddy, and it was like a day of heaven. I had to write this humongous check for all these people who didn't have any money for the $80 for the license, because we didn't anticipate it. They didn't have checks on them. So it was magical.
One of the early concerns at City Hall was that they would offer licenses and nobody would show up.
All of a sudden, there's hundreds of gay-lesbian people, and people are like, oh my God, what do we do?
I don't think I really got exactly how transformative that morning was until, a few days later when, I drove past City Hall and it was ringed around the several blocks with people standing in line to get marriage licenses, and City Hall workers were volunteering to perform the ceremonies.
Literally, San Francisco ran out of gold. There was not a wedding ring to be found at Tiffany's or any of the jewelers. Out. And then all these straight people were trying to figure out, I love this so much, I want to participate, how can I do this? And coming down with flowers and coming down with pizza for people in line. It was such an example of what happens when you get that we're all one, that we're all equal, and that when we practice the love for your fellow person.
Of course, the media loved this. There was tons of coverage nationwide.
It's where Joe DiMaggio and Marilyn Monroe got married 50 years ago. You can bet money that Carol and Kay's marriage will last longer than Joe and Marilyn's.
The news had never been able to show an actually legally married couple before, and the coverage was extremely wholesome.
Why the need for marriage?
My marriage, it's my center. It's the core of who I am as a human being. It's the base that you turn back to.
We've been together 20 years, and we still want to get married.
I saw all of this happening firsthand because I had just moved to San Francisco, and I remember riding the 5 bus past City Hall, looking out the window, seeing those lines, going to work, people asking me, "Are you and your boyfriend going to get married?" When I was coming out in high school, I remember the moment just a couple years earlier when I realized, being gay means I'm never going to get married or have a family. That's just how it's going to be. And then seeing this totally changed how I thought about what my future could be, especially seeing how many people wanted this to happen.
In San Francisco, it was like being in Disneyland. The whole city was completely embracing of it.
But outside of San Francisco, people were not so enthusiastic.
Maybe the next thing is another city that hands out licenses for assault weapons and someone else hands out licenses for selling drugs.
Arnold has his attorney general file a legal challenge immediately. For Terry Stewart, the city attorney, there's no time to celebrate.
We were kind of pulling our hair out because the question initially focused on, did the mayor have authority to do what he did?
And to be frank, it really didn't seem like he did. In fact, while it was popular in San Francisco, this turned a lot of Democrats against Gavin Newsom. Dianne Feinstein said, "I think that whole issue has been too much, too fast, too soon. People aren't ready for it." Barney Frank said it was a mistake. He called what was happening spectacle weddings that were purely symbolic. They both warned this was going to drive more support to George Bush and to a constitutional ban. During the presidential campaign that year, John Kerry moved a fundraiser to Oakland so he wouldn't have to make an appearance in San Francisco. And a senator from Illinois named Barack Obama told staffers that he specifically did not want to be photographed with Gavin Newsom. The weddings go on for weeks. And then, finally, California Supreme Court issues a ruling. It has to stop. Not only that, the thousands of licenses that they issued are invalid. All of those couples are considered single. Legally speaking, it's like it never happened.
Consider that a divorce.
And the anti-gay groups pushing those ballot measures say this has proved their point. They need stronger protection against same-sex couples getting married and ending civilization. And when November comes, every single ballot measure targeting same-sex marriage passes. Not only that, but George Bush is reelected. And a lot of blame is heaped on San Francisco and gay couples for driving conservatives to the polls.
Those were kind of brutal years, and then you had everyone and their mother second-guessing and pointing fingers. I love being blamed.
How much were the marriages really to blame? Well, researchers went back, they examined voting patterns. It took some years, but they found that most voters had already made up their minds about voting independent of all this. Numerous studies confirmed same-sex couples getting married had no impact on Bush's win. For his part, Gavin came out of the experience critical of some of his Democratic colleagues who never spoke out in favor of marriage, who criticized what he had done and kept asking the queer community for support.
But it's very frustrating because we're walking hypocrites. We're complete contradictions of everything we assert and claim to believe, but we didn't practice. And the despicable part of it was always our ability to deny people their fundamental rights in every way, rhetorically and in terms of our actions, and then have the gall, the arrogance to ask those same people for support and money. And the worst part is to watch members of the LGBT community give it and perpetuate it, which then I became even more critical of members of the community. Saying, how in the hell can you support someone who doesn't even believe in your rights fully to live your life out loud? How the hell can you give them money? Well, the alternative, screw the alternative. It's about your human dignity, your self-worth. It's about your capacity to live your life equally. This is a fundamental issue. This isn't a disagreement on a public policy. I just had a hard time with it. I still do to this day with some.
So in the aftermath of the 2004 weddings, you might expect everyone to be feeling pretty negative. And yet, when the city attorney, Terry Stewart, was reading the Supreme Court ruling that stopped the marriages...
My experience told me, hey, this is a good result for us.
Why good? Well, she noticed something interesting in that ruling. The California Supreme Court went out of its way to note that although California did have a marriage ban, they couldn't say whether the ban would stand up to a challenge. And they said if someone was to bring a challenge properly and win, then same-sex couples would then be free to obtain valid marriage licenses. They didn't have to say that. It was like they had put out a welcome mat for somebody to file a lawsuit. And Terry knew what she had to do.
So then within a couple hours, I think we had filed our suit challenging the constitutionality of the marriage law in the Superior Court.
From a legal perspective, Barney Frank was right. Those marriages were ultimately symbolic. But symbols have value. They show people what's possible, like the Chief of Staff, Steve Kawa.
Frankly, when I was back in Massachusetts in the 1970s, it was more than the impossible dream.
They showed people that they didn't have to wait.
At some point in every civil rights struggle, you've got to go through the backlash because you've got to come out the other side. And yeah, we could have waited, but I think the waiting wouldn't have been a 3 or 4 year wait. It would have been a generational wait. And our community just wasn't willing to do that. Mayor Newsom was not alone in saying enough is enough.
They gave people something to hope for.
You wanted to say to the community, look, we're going to push the issue. We're going to attack it and go after the goal, even though this is not the case where that's going to happen. There is hope. There is something to look forward to.
And maybe, depending on what happened next, they could show the rest of the country that this idea of same-sex couples getting married wasn't as scary as they had been told.
In the end, the imagery of same-sex unions, as much as the substance of the issue, may determine whether same-sex marriage becomes a decisive factor in politics. When Americans see images like these, will they be repulsed, or will they see two people in love?
Two of those people in love were Stuart and John. They were among the thousands of people who got married at City Hall.
We decided that we would attend a small event that was to take place in San Francisco at San Francisco City Hall on February 12th, 2004. And little did we know when we got there, that was actually the first hour that San Francisco was actually issuing marriage licenses. It was a tremendously transformative experience for us to exchange vows.
Terry Stewart and her staff asked them if they would be willing to be plaintiffs in the case to challenge California's marriage ban.
Our parents raised us to stand up for ourselves and also to stand up for what is right. So we joined the lawsuit to do what anyone would do, to stand up for our family.
So the good news is there's a shot at overturning the marriage ban. The bad news is it could take years. That might not seem like a huge deal. Gays have gone their whole lives without marriage, so what's a few more years? Well, it's not just the waiting. It's what's happening while they wait. After the San Francisco marriages got all that attention, a bunch of anti-gay groups in California got organized. Churches and lawyers and politicians, they all come together into a blob that they call protectmarriage.com. And yes, the .com is part of the name. They launch a PR attack on gay couples.
We are going on a very dangerous slope if we legally explode the definition of marriage.
While the lawyers wrestle in court, protectmarriage.com isn't just waiting around. Even though California already bans gay marriage, they want to make the ban even stronger by putting it into the state constitution. They know they've got powerful friends, the President of the United States, for one, but there's a new villain emerging.
Let's kick some ice.
Arnold had already said gay marriage should be between a man and a woman, and as the state's top official, that set a tone for other Republican lawmakers, that their party is on the same side as protectmarriage.com. And that means that now, gay couples were facing a coalition of religious groups, the governor, and Republican lawmakers across the state. Who could possibly stand up to them? That's the question facing Molly McKay and her group, Marriage Equality California. Molly's the one who wore her wedding dress to rallies and to marriage office protests. And for the last few years, her group has been focused on telling real-life stories of couples longing to get married. They're doing news interviews and protests and parade floats, whatever form they can find. But that activism is usually focused on big cities, where there's already strong support. And Molly and her fellow organizers want to bring their message to more rural parts of California.
You know, we modeled ourselves, Marriage Equality California, after PFLAG. The idea that in every locality there should be a group of committed people, a place where people who want to get involved and get engaged in their local community can get involved and can tell their own personal stories. So it's not like, oh, what's happening in San Francisco, but it's like what's happening in your own backyard. So it's not like, oh, some stranger that I don't know about, interesting story. It's like, oh, it's that, you know, that woman who runs the coffee shop and her partner who runs the auto store, and, you know, like really making it home-based and local.
But that is going to be tough. For one thing, they don't have the money to travel around the state.
We weren't funded by anything. We didn't have grants. We didn't have any fundraising mechanisms. I mean, you know, anything that we got was pretty much out of the activist pockets themselves.
They tried for years to get recognized as a nonprofit, and the IRS under Bush wasn't having it.
I'd call to see how it was, and that agent would be like, and have a blessed day. Leave a message and have a blessed day. And we kept ending up on the bottom of the pile.
Molly and Marriage Equality California just do what they can with the resources they have. Protests and wedding garb. When marriage equality is legalized in the Netherlands, they hand out tulips to celebrate. When it's legalized in Belgium, they hand out chocolates. And every year, they go to the marriage counters to request a license, knowing they're going to get turned away. And these are pretty effective ways at getting attention for not a lot of money. And yet, not everybody's thrilled about them.
I'm not going to name names, but major architects of the marriage equality movement would call me on numerous occasions and tell me, stop wearing your wedding dress, stop wearing your wedding dress. People freak out when they see gay people getting... I was like, okay.
Some established groups are worried that the attention might turn people off. For example, here's the kind of coverage that the movement gets in Newsweek.
Homosexuality, hellfire, sin. Advocates have to deal with what one called the ick factor, the revulsion some heterosexuals feel about homosexual acts. And it was so shocking to see this picture. And I guess they had a lot of controversy about whether they could even run it.
Mainstream marriage equality groups are afraid. that Molly's scrappy stunts and unapologetic visibility are going to provoke that ick factor, turn straight voters against the cause, make a constitutional amendment more likely to pass. And hearing all that, Molly decides to double down. Not just protesting in cities, but now she and Marriage Equality California want to bring their controversial approach to rural towns, where voters are likely to be the most hostile, and where queer couples have a justifiable fear of being visible.
You know, we'd talk in rooms where we'd be like, you know, claim the words wife and husband and use them. And people would be like rolling off their tongue like for the first time after maybe being together 36 years. And you could tell initially they were so uncomfortable. My husband. And then, you know, saying it with more surety. And then using it out in the world helped to create this vision and visual that we had to get it first. And then it's like, once your community gets it, it's like a mirror back. Like the world has nothing but to be able to mirror back to you. So so much of this is an inside job, right?
Wherever they go, couples would come in feeling nervous and leave feeling transformed. But ProtectMarriage.com is busy too. They're raising millions of dollars from around the country for a constitutional amendment campaign. They're publishing op-eds and papers claiming that gay marriage would violate their religious freedom, that letting gay couples marry would flush marriage down the drain. And the polling looks bleak. Support for marriage in California is in the mid-30s. Still, Molly will not give up. A friend invites her out to Nevada City. It's a remote gold rush town.
And we went up there, and she's like, you know, oh, Molly, don't expect there to be more than like 3 or 4 people. It might just be the 2 of us. And I get there, and the room is packed, and there's like 65 people. And the energy is electric. You know, people had come from out of the hills. And one of the women stood up, and she said, you know, we're on the welcome wagon for our Catholic Church. And for 55 years, I've allowed people's prejudice to dictate how I describe who this person is that I love more than anything in the world. I describe her as my sister. I'm just tired of living a lie. She and I got married in 1961 with nothing but, you know, our priest and a locked door and the love we shared for each other. And I'm ready to start to speak out about it. Because I'm proud of this love, and I'm proud of what we're able to accomplish. And it's darn time that I make sure that when I pass, she gets my Social Security. That's just wrong, that she can't get that she'll be killed on estate taxes and have to move off the ranch. Well, everybody was moved to tears, so inspired. She made the paper the next day, front page. And they ended up no longer being welcome at their church, but coming across the street to the Unitarian Church, staying vocal.
Molly and Marriage Equality California feel pretty good. They're making progress in small communities. But the goal is to win marriage. So is any of this work going to make a difference? Or will that heightened visibility cause the backlash? Well, they get a chance to find out in 2005. State Senator Mark Leno introduces a bill that would legalize gay marriage. Now, this is a long shot. No legislature in the country has passed a gay marriage bill at this point. And outside of big cities, California has some very conservative areas. When the bill's debated, an assemblyman from Monrovia, Dennis Mountjoy, says it's not about civil rights or personal rights, it's about acceptance. They want to be accepted as normal. They are not normal. That's exactly the kind of reaction that Molly's critics had warned her about, that to straight people, gays talking about marriage comes off as abnormal. Debate rages for days, and then finally, the bill comes up for a vote.
We had gathered 200 people from all around the state to be witnesses to watch this. And you could feel the gravity of the moment.
As each legislator weighs in, one by one, it's looking like they're going to be 1 vote short of passage. And then a lawmaker stands up. It's Simone Salinas. He's from the Central Coast, conservative stronghold. And prior to this, he had said he wouldn't vote for the bill.
And Simone Salinas, you know, from a tough region, from the Salinas County Valley area, didn't think we could get his vote. He'd voted to abstain before. No one thought he could switch it. And just to watch him stand up like electricity and just be like, yes, and have it turn just before it changed to be like roar of excitement, roar of, oh my God, it was amazing.
Salinas says he's heard from couples about how much this matters. Couples like the ones that Molly and her colleagues have been working with. He says he knows this vote might hurt him politically, but it's the right thing to do. For the first time ever, a gay marriage bill has passed a U.S. legislature. Now it goes to the governor. Arnold previously said he opposed gay marriage, but since elected, he's passed a couple of bills that benefit queer people, improving hate crime protections, diversity training, ordering insurance companies to recognize domestic partners. There's a chance he's coming around. And when the bill arrives on his desk, he says, "I do not believe the legislature can reverse an initiative approved by the people of California." Voters had passed Prop 22 a couple of years ago, banning gay marriage, and Arnold says, well, the voters should have the final say. And then, oddly, he goes on to say the issue is currently before the Court of Appeal in San Francisco, so they should have the final say. Whatever the case, he says, it's not up to him. The voters, the courts, somebody else should take care of it. He vetoes the bill.
No deal.
And it's going to be a long time before we get an answer about who actually gets to decide. Now, critics had told Molly and her colleagues that their tactics were too extreme, that they would hurt the movement. But here's her answer to them.
Get a couple together. Hold a sign that says support the freedom to marry. Walk for 6 city blocks. Then wear a t-shirt and do the same thing. And then you come back and you tell me the experience. And you'll find that when people see you in wedding garb, the first thing they're not freaked out. They get you are expressing a cultural norm that they are comfortable with. They know how to respond to someone in a wedding dress. You know what it is? Congratulations.
When the vote was taken on this bill, they were right. It was personal stories that got the marriage bill through the legislature. And if the previous governor, Gray Davis, hadn't been recalled and replaced by Arnold, the bill would have been signed into law. So these tactics, telling personal stories, going to remote areas, getting attention, that would have worked. They came so close. So now the question is, what happens next? While all this was going on, the lawsuit brought by San Francisco, with John and Stewart as lead plaintiffs, had been working its way through state courts. And in early 2008, the California Supreme Court announced it was ready to rule. We were about to find out if California's marriage ban will be upheld or overturned. A camera crew followed Molly to the court in downtown San Francisco.
My heart will be broken if we don't win, but it's very resilient, so, you know. Oh, God, I hope we win. Please let us win.
There was a crowd outside. They waited.
Minus 15 and counting.
Great, thank you.
For any sign.
5 minutes, people.
And then.
Do you have a decision?
The court reversed.
That's reversed? What does that
We won. The California Supreme Court ruled that the state constitution requires equal treatment for all, including when it comes to marriage. That afternoon, Gavin Newsom held a triumphant media event.
This door's wide open now. It's gonna happen, whether you like it or not.
Behind him, Kate Kendall heard that line, and she thought,
oh shit, why did you say that?
So where are we now? Well, the California Supreme Court has just ordered marriages to start. It's an incredible win, huge, massive parties happening all across California. But not everybody is happy to see people getting married.
You need a man and a woman to have a baby. You cannot call any relationship equal to marriage.
As the weddings begin, the leaders of ProtectMarriage.com throw an absolute tantrum. For example, here's William Tam. He's a Christian evangelical organizer who runs a group outside San Francisco called the Traditional Family Coalition. In the spring of 2008, he sends an email to his followers saying, after legalizing same-sex marriage, they want to legalize prostitution. What will be next on their agenda list is legalize having sex with children. Every child, when growing up, would fantasize marrying someone of the same sex. More children would become homosexuals. ProtectMarriage.com decides to go for the nuclear option. If the California Constitution won't let them ban gay marriage, then they'll just have to rewrite the California Constitution.
If there's nothing wrong with me, maybe there's something wrong with the universe.
California's Constitution is surprisingly easy to change. All it takes is a popular vote.
I mean, we knew Prop 8 was coming. I mean, we knew they were collecting signatures and they were going to qualify something. There was just, there was no doubt about it.
ProtectMarriage.com hires this guy to put a constitutional amendment on the ballot. His name is Frank Schubert. He's a longtime conservative PR guy. And when reporters ask him why he wants to stop gays from marrying, he says he's just trying to protect the children. From what? Well, from non-traditional homes, he says, which cause poverty, incidents of being on welfare, being touched sexually against their will by an adult, thoughts of suicide. It's already clear. this is going to be nasty.
It's no longer about tolerance. Acceptance of gay marriage is now mandatory. We don't have to accept this.
Whether you like it or not.
Yes, on 8.
We knew that other than, cities, other than, LA, San Francisco, sort of the coastline, that we were going to be in for the fight of our lives.
ProtectMarriage.com had a huge head start, since they'd been planning for this for years. They easily qualify a measure for the ballot, Proposition 8, and they have a giant pot of cash ready to fund the campaign, millions of dollars already in the bank. They begin with lawn signs. Frank Schubert had the campaign buy over 1 million of them, sent them all over California, saying yes on 8. And that spring, it was like they popped up overnight. And this early blitz was hard not to take personally. Even in San Francisco, I didn't see many signs in person, but I saw the news coverage. Over 1 million signs saying if people like me get married, we're hurting children, somewhere that we've never even met. And this was just the start of the campaign. I knew it would probably get much worse. Now, there are a lot of queer organizations in California, and at this point, I expected them to respond to the Prop 8 campaign. I kept checking the news to see how our side was fighting back. But I didn't see much, just a handful of signs from our side, which I couldn't help noticing said, vote no, but also had a green check mark, which most people interpret to mean vote yes. And as the spring of 2008 wore on, I was getting really tense, asking, is this all we plan to do? And the answer's no. Gay leaders were planning to do a lot more. This is Jeff Kors. He's the head of an organization called Equality California that started a couple years earlier after the Night Initiative. Their goal is helping get marriage equality passed, and they've been preparing for the possibility of a constitutional amendment. 2 years earlier, they'd gathered leaders of nearly 50 different groups together to prepare. They called the project Let California Ring, and they started with a simple question. How do we get straight people on board with gay marriage? It's tempting to talk about a lot of the rights that come with marriage, because there are a lot, over 1,000. And when you're denied something, you probably want to focus on what's being denied. But there's a problem with that.
I asked my sister this. She's like, she had no idea what rights or obligations come with marriage, being responsible for your spouse's debt, all those things. You get married because you fall in love.
Straight people might understand the rights on an intellectual level, but that wasn't why they get married. And it made gay marriage seem like something different, alien. So the Let California Ring group started to wonder, what if instead of talking about rights, we go for something more emotional? So they put together a short video trying a new approach. It starts with a bride on her wedding day, about to head to the altar. But things keep going wrong. The door's locked. There's parked cars in the way. She loses her veil. And who invited this guest? And yes, it is a little clunky, but here's Jeff explaining what they were thinking.
And it talked about love, and it tried to get them to emotionally connect how they would feel if they were in the position of a lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender person.
It's not so different from the Golden Girls episode 15 years earlier.
Everyone wants someone to grow old with, and shouldn't everyone have that chance?
They didn't have a lot of money to test this video out. They let it run occasionally on TV in Southern California, and then they did a small phone survey. And the results showed that while this ad was running, voters shifted to be more supportive of gay marriage. Now, it was hard to say if this ad was the only factor, but it was a sign that it might be working. What they needed now was to run it statewide, do more surveys, see if it worked on a bigger scale. Except there was no time. It was spring of 2008. Prop 8 was on the ballot. They were going to have to run with whatever they had. But they were up against ProtectMarriage.com's millions of dollars and leaders with years of experience pushing ballot measures. None of them had expertise to match. They were going to need to hire a campaign manager of their own. But 2008 was a tough year for that because it was a presidential election and a lot of the progressive campaigners were already working on the Obama campaign. But then they were approached by a guy named Steve Smith. Steve had done a lot of campaigns in California, and his big claim to fame was that he had never lost a vote no campaign, which is what this was going to be, convincing people to vote no on Proposition 8. This was just what the gays needed. Even though he was straight, Steve seemed perfect for this. The coalition of queer groups hired him, gave him control over the whole campaign. The leaders of Let California Ring showed Steve the garden wedding video. They explained why they made it, and that early research showed it might work.
And unfortunately, the campaign consultants went a totally different route.
Instead, Steve created a whole new ad. Here it is.
Julia and I have been married for 46 years.
Together, we've raised 3 children who are now adults.
My wife and I never treated our children differently. We never loved them any differently, and the law shouldn't treat them differently either.
If Prop 8 passes, our gay daughter and thousands of our fellow Californians will lose the right to marry. Please don't eliminate that right for anyone's family.
Don't eliminate marriage for anyone. Vote no on Prop 8.
I remember when this aired in California, and I thought, finally, this is what I was waiting for. It says nice things about us. It says straight people don't have to be scared of gay marriage. Great. But the more I watched it, the more I noticed something was making me uncomfortable. I tried to figure out why, but I couldn't put my finger on it until I put myself in the position of the lesbian daughter that they're talking about, and I realized she's not there. Her parents are saying all the right things, but it's like what families do when they're ashamed of their gay kid. But this was just the first ad from the campaign. Maybe they'd show some gays in the next ad.
Here's Bob at the barbecue.
Look at his sunburn.
And here's our niece Maria and her partner Julia at their wedding.
Listen, honestly, I just don't know how I feel about this same-sex marriage thing.
No, it's okay. And I really think it's fine if you don't know how you feel, but are you willing to eliminate rights and have our laws treat people differently?
No.
Don't eliminate marriage for anyone. Vote no on Prop 8.
This is worse. I wasn't disappointed by this one. I was mad. The underlying message is, well, of course you don't like gay marriage. It's agreeing with our opponents. And even worse, that no matter how you feel bit is telling voters, well, just ignore your feelings. That's what they think is going to resonate? For context, the other campaign that was happening at the same time, getting massive success, was using this message.
You can't walk away and not feel hope and not feel that glimmer of light again.
From sea to shining sea, yes, we can.
A pure appeal to emotion. And on top of everything, when this aired, once again, I was like, where are the gays? Why aren't we in our own ads? It turned out that was a deliberate choice by the campaign. The consultants thought voters would be turned off by seeing gay couples. So the ads would just be straight people talking about us, not letting us get too close to the camera, definitely no couples, and never showing any gay weddings.
No.
And the effect was to make me feel excluded from the campaign, like how I was excluded from marriage. There were so many negative messages about gays in our opponents' ads.
A confrontation between light and darkness will happen this November.
And our side's response wasn't just weak, it was cowardly. The fact that sitcoms of the 90s were braver about showing gay couples than our own campaign filled me with rage. And I took this very personally because of something that was happening in my own life. I had never been involved with marriage activism before. It didn't seem like it affected me. I was in my 20s. Most of my friends were gay, and we were all used to the idea that we'd never get married. Even most of my straight friends weren't thinking about marriage yet. But that changed in early 2008. The day that the California Supreme Court legalized marriage, I saw this photo on the cover of the Bay Area Reporter. Gay marriage as an idea had always seemed abstract to me. It was a collection of rights. But this, seeing people overjoyed, celebrating, and in love, I felt that deep inside. It made me want it. And it made me scared that someone was trying to take it away. That one photo made it personal. And so did what was happening at my job. I had just started working in the film industry. I had a dream job. It was a place that I'd wanted to be since I was a kid. And now that I was there, I desperately wanted to feel worthy of being around people who I deeply respected. Most of my coworkers, I discovered, were married. They were straight. They talked about their husbands and wives. And I couldn't. Not because they were homophobic. Everyone was wonderful, totally supportive. I was talking to one of the artists that I worked with and mentioned my partner, and he said, "Oh, good for you." But still, I was more aware than I'd ever been that I couldn't talk about my relationship the way that people around me could. I felt I wasn't as grown up or as serious as they were, like I didn't belong in this place that I'd always wanted to be. And to make matters worse, my partner, James, was about to leave. We'd been together since college, but now his job was sending him overseas until well after the election. So At a time when I really wanted to figure out what our relationship was, he was about to leave for the other side of the world. I wanted marriage to be an option for us when he got back, so I needed to make sure Prop 8 didn't pass. But how? There were already massive political machines fighting with each other. I was just some guy with no resources, no public profile, no experience. There's still a few weeks before James left, and I told him how I was feeling as he got ready to travel. He pointed out that something that made me angry was how the ads were excluding gay couples, and he said that I could make my own videos that do include them. Short interviews where they talk about how they met, how they fell in love, why marriage matters. And yeah, that's true, I could make those, but who would see them? I can't put them on TV. I could hold an in-person screening, but that would probably only be attended by other gays. Now, there was this new thing that people were talking about called YouTube. It was about 3 years old, and it had really taken off in the last year. It was a place anyone could put their videos. I took a look, and I thought, oh, this isn't a good fit. YouTube's only 10-second memes. But then again, as I looked deeper, I saw this new genre of videos that was starting to emerge where people talked about their lives. I thought, all right, well, maybe this could be a place for my videos. So I sent a few emails to my friends and family. I asked if they knew any couples around San Francisco who would talk on camera about what is admittedly a very intimate and personal matter. My hopes were pretty low. I don't even know why I emailed my family. They were all on the East Coast. They certainly wouldn't know anybody. But I was desperate. And as a backup, I asked people to send me a photo of them holding a sign saying no on 8. I figured that's probably the best I can hope for. And if nobody responds to the video thing, at least I'll have a gallery of signs. And at first, nobody responded to any of it, not even to the photo request. A few people said, yeah, that's a good idea, but they didn't want to send a photo and put themselves out there. One of the only people who sent a photo was a coworker of mine. He wrote that he was so relieved that somebody was trying to move the conversation from abstract rights to real people. But also, he didn't know anybody who'd want to talk about it on camera. I was just setting up a gallery for the whopping 4 photos that I'd managed to gather when I got another email from a coworker, a software engineer, and one of the most important people at the company because huge swaths of the infrastructure were running on FileMaker, and she was one of the only people who actually knew how it worked. She and her partner wanted to help. They invited me and James to their place to record an interview just a few weeks before James was scheduled to depart on his work trip. Now, James and I had never done anything like this before. We scrambled to figure out how to do an interview, to find lights, a camera, microphones, what questions to ask. And when we headed over, I was so nervous that I was going to screw up and waste everybody's time. I started by asking how they met, how they fell in love.
You might say it was a typical lesbian meeting because we met at a potluck.
We talked about the 1980s, how they had a lot of gay friends who lost everything because they couldn't get married.
Yeah, it was really a war. It's like living in wartime.
And there was no protection, and there was no umbrella. There was nothing from the government, nothing legally.
Well, sometimes people would get sick, men would get sick, and their families would just come and move them away, move them back to their family.
Yeah.
And then the poor partner is just there like, what happened?
We talked about their relationship, how it's as loving and committed as any straight couple would recognize.
And I literally remembered looking over at Lee, and I thought, when I'm with you, I have courage.
Oh, that's nice.
It's true. I remember feeling I would be stronger and more courageous with you.
Mm-hmm.
And they shared advice for other couples.
We came to realize that these 2 phrases are the best 2 phrases that any couple could have for happiness.
Young, old, newlyweds, 50 years together. They're really good.
So one of them is, I'm sure you must be right.
I'm sure you must be right.
I'm sure you must be right.
Oh, I'm sure you must be right.
Yeah.
And the other one is, I don't see why not. And there's no conflict. You can't get past with, I don't see why not.
I'm sure you must be right.
I'm sure you must be right.
This seemed good. And even better, this conversation led us to more couples who wanted to talk.
Hi, California.
Hi, California.
Hi, California.
Hi, neighbors in California. Hi, California.
Hi, California.
Hello, California.
The more people we spoke to, the more we were introduced to. Now, I was still incredibly nervous. I wasn't sure this was even a good idea. But in every single interview, I would hear great stories.
We clicked instantly. And I invited him over for a blind date. As soon as I looked down the stairs, I knew it instantly. This is him. This is the one that I was waiting for. And he moved in about a month later, and we've been together since.
Sometimes they were funny.
I called my dad, said, Dad, I'm getting married in 2 weeks. And he said, well, can she cook?
Yes.
Yes, actually.
Sometimes they were touching.
She took me away and made me the most amazing romantic scrapbook, which has pictures and quotes and every love letter we ever wrote each other. And then I turned the page, and that's how she proposed.
And it was clear how urgent it was to defeat Prop 8.
I think for younger and less experienced people, I think it's going to push them back either into the closet or push them into feeling that they're not full citizens of the state and the country.
The other side calls themselves Protect Marriage, but protect it from what? This?
I just look forward to growing old together. Yeah.
These were the personal faces on marriage that I had been looking for.
I mean, who would look me in the eye and say, I don't want you to be happy? What kind of person would do that?
James had just flown away when I sat down to edit. I trimmed each one down to just a couple minutes, the most important details that I hope would move people and help swing the election. I uploaded, published, emailed everybody I knew to let them know the videos were live, and nobody watched. Single-digit views on one video, a few dozen on another. None of them broke 100. What I was discovering was that as important as this election was to me, getting people to care was harder than I expected. I was sure if they watched the videos, they would understand. But I couldn't even get people to watch. One of my friends was brutally honest with me. He told me, nobody's going to see these videos, and if they do, nobody's going to be persuaded. That crushed me. I'd wasted everybody's time. James was thousands of miles away, and if this was any indication of how voters were going to behave, by the time he got back, we'll have lost the election. I wrote an email to James about how it was going. I told him, I wish you were here so we could work on this together. I told him how disappointed I was to have failed. And he wrote back that I didn't have to feel that way. He reminded me why we had done the interviews, that even if they didn't instantly persuade, they could still plant a seed of an idea, give a little nudge to a few people at a time. And he pointed out the campaign still hadn't put a human face on the issue. They still hadn't featured any gay couples in their ads. We had. Our videos were filling a gap, small as it might be.
If we get through to just that one little girl, it'll all be worth it.
Yes, particularly if that little girl happens to pay $46,000 for that doll.
That helped. I was still disappointed, but I thought, this is just how it's going to be. I should make peace with the idea that in a movement like this, one person isn't going to have much of an impact. A few days after I posted the videos, I got a call. Of the few dozen people who had seen my videos, one was a staffer on the No on 8 campaign. He liked what I was doing. He said if I made more, the campaign might feature them on their official channel, push them to their supporters, thousands of people. I couldn't believe this. Finally, a chance to actually make a difference. All I had to do, the staffer told me, was make a few more videos using their official talking points. Apparently, the campaign's research showed that most voters' minds were already made up. So they didn't want to waste time trying to persuade anyone. They just wanted to motivate our supporters to go vote. He told me they want videos that drive home the point that Prop 8 is unfair, unnecessary, and wrong. It's a threat to constitutional rights, and I shouldn't bother talking about why gay marriage is good. That last one was a surprise to me. But, well, if the goal is reaching people who already support us, okay, I guess that makes sense. And anyway, I figured they're the experts. It's not like my whopping dozens of views on YouTube prove I know better. So, with those new talking points from the campaign, me and a friend from work cooked up a couple new videos. Not interviews this time, but scripted, focusing on how important it is to vote, to protect the Constitution, defend values like fairness. To be clear, this was a messy operation. We set up a wrinkled green screen. We invited whatever non-actor friends we could find to come over and record lines. We taped cue cards on cardboard boxes, edited on an ancient iMac that I wasn't sure was capable of handling this project. And frankly, I wasn't sure I was either. Aside from these videos, I was working a full-time job and multiple side gigs, and I was getting burned out and stressed because when my coworkers saw all the marriage work that I was doing, they asked if I was getting married. And I didn't know the answer because my partner was away and wouldn't be back until after the election.
I work at the Marriage Bureau, but I'll never get married.
So I was already stressed out. And then, in the middle of making these new videos, I noticed a large black spot on my skin that wasn't there a couple of weeks ago. I go to a doctor. He says it's a concern. They need to cut it out and then run some tests. I come home from the appointment with a deep hole cut in my foot. and I'm not supposed to walk for a week. So all I do is sit and edit, feeling scared about the election, now scared about my health. But at least I think I'm finally doing work that's going to help, because I'm sure the campaign consultants know what they're doing. Now, there are a few red flags. The campaign put out a call for more videos made by supporters, and a staffer said they want a video that is both on message and will go viral, which you can't make something go viral on purpose. And then they start posting the community-made, hopefully viral videos on their channel. I'm relieved to see other people are trying to help however they can, like me.
Proposition 8 would take away rights that people have in California that are granted by the Constitution. The effect on churches is absolutely non-existent. I'm telling anybody that will listen, they should vote no on 8.
But I couldn't help feeling these videos with the talking points made the marriages seem so abstract. If the goal was motivating supporters to vote, it wasn't working on me. But that's what the campaign insists they want, at least for the time being. Every few days, they send out new messages, tweak the talking points. One day they want us to talk about how Prop 8 is unfair. Another day we should talk about protecting the Constitution. Another, we should emphasize that people should vote no, but also keep the tone positive. It's hard to keep up with what we're actually supposed to be saying. Still, my friend and I do our best. We noticed that none of the campaign's videos are in Spanish, which is a little weird because there are a ton of Spanish speakers in California. So we tracked down friends who can record Spanish versions of our videos. I let the campaign know what we're doing, and they respond, "That's great. This will be the first Spanish language outreach." Which is nuts. This is the first? We don't even speak the language. And we're not the only ones who see that the campaign might be overlooking some important groups. Union organizer Dolores Huerta sounds the alarm in an interview that the No campaign wasn't reaching out to Latino voters, and the Yes campaign was. The director of one of the No on 8 ads tells a reporter for Color Lines magazine that when they were casting, we tried very hard to find a woman who looks Hispanic, but not too Hispanic, not to be too dark, not to have an accent. And we did. We found someone who had a grandfather from Mexico, I think. And he said that none of the decision makers on the campaign were people of color. Another local organizer, Lawrence Ellis, saw the campaign had virtually no black people in their ads, a major demographic in California, and also a group especially likely to vote in the 2008 election. Ellis wanted the campaign to understand what a mistake it was to overlook black voters. So he organized community leaders who were willing to appear in ads, and he offered them to the No campaign. And they told him, no thanks. Instead, the campaign wanted to focus on ads that featured politicians, like Dianne Feinstein. Other organizers reported the same response. Black leaders would reach out, warn the campaign that they were excluding a huge swath of voters, offer to help, and were ignored. And on top of that, the consultants weren't bothering to run ads in rural parts of the state.
I fought really hard to get ads on in Fresno and Bakersfield.
The consultants say that's a waste because there aren't enough No on 8 voters there.
So we may not be moving voters there, but there are people living there, and there are young people growing up there, and they need to see our side.
Over at the organization Marriage Equality California, Molly McKay is hearing directly from those people.
The people who took the brunt of this horrible, hateful campaign, who would call me crying, begging, "We're drowning in a sea of Yes on 8 signs. Can we just get like 5 signs?"
Molly goes to the campaign for help.
We couldn't even figure out who on the 18 people campaign we were even supposed to lobby.
When she finally gets through to somebody, she's told they can only have signs if they do some fundraising for the campaign.
We started our own political organization, and all we did was print the exact same materials. And even that was so controversial. They were freaking out that we were printing their own material, exactly the same.
Kate Kendall, on the inside of the campaign, is trying to help, but she can't.
I could cut off my right arm and not get what we needed. I feel like the campaign consultant and the media firm did not appreciate how serious this fight was. And that we needed much better resources much earlier.
And behind the scenes, Kate and Jeff are realizing they have an even bigger problem. The same one that I did when I first posted my videos. Getting people to care.
I mean, half of the volunteers are spending time getting volunteers. We couldn't even fill phone banks in San Francisco then.
The opposition is having no trouble mobilizing through churches.
Because for them, this was, their self-proclaimed Armageddon. They were able to say, look at what's happening in California and freak out their base. our base was having these great celebrations.
But after the victory at the Supreme Court, marriages are happening. Everything seems fine. So a lot of people just aren't feeling the urgency.
I think one of the challenges the campaign had is that people wanted to just have fun and celebrate. They didn't want to deal with the bad news. I think there was, because people were in the middle of getting married for the first time, I think people were lulled into a false sense that, well, there's no way this could be taken away.
Another reason they can't get people to care is public polling shows us winning by a landslide.
Keep in mind, we got totally fucked by the PPIC poll and then some other poll, the field poll. And I remember vividly where I, go downstairs, I pull the paper out, and it says Prop 8 going down in defeat by 12 points. It was like a 12-point margin or something. And I remember thinking to myself, this is a effing disaster. Because I knew that wasn't true. Our internal polling wasn't showing that at all.
The internal polls show just the opposite, that we're losing by several points. Since then, there have been a lot of theories about why the internal and the public polls were so different. Researchers still haven't been able to explain why. At the time, all the campaign knew was that they were in deeper trouble than the public realized. So Jeff goes to the consultants running the campaign. He says, we need to tell people how bad it really is. We need to go public. But the consultants told him, no, people won't donate if they think the campaign's losing. But the thing is, people are already not donating. Jeff insists they release the internal numbers. And what the consultants come back with is shocking.
And then some of them wanted to not really release the real number, say it was a tie. And I and several other people said, that is unethical and we're not okay with that.
Finally, he gets the campaign to begrudgingly release the poll numbers.
And some of us had to have a fit to get them to do that.
And now the information's out there. How'd the public respond?
A reporter I very much respect and have gotten to know really well called me when we released our polls and said, oh, this is just a fundraise. So we were just using it to raise money to scare people. It is what it is. But it was hard to get people to really think that the majority would want to take their rights away.
Things are going from bad to worse. The opposition is well-funded and well-organized. The No on 8 messages clearly aren't motivating our side. The polls are bleak, and the lead consultant, Steve, is getting worried.
And he even said at one point, I'm not sure I know how to win this. And I'm like, okay, well, that's a serious problem.
The No campaign is moving into a full-blown panic. They bring in more consultants to help. But just as the new team is getting their footing, the Prop 8 proponents launch a new ad with the most direct attack yet.
Mom, guess what I learned in school today?
What, sweetie?
I learned how a prince married a prince, and I can marry a princess.
When Massachusetts legalized gay marriage, schools began teaching second graders that boys can marry boys.
Teaching children about gay marriage will happen here unless we pass Proposition 8. Yes on 8.
It's so vicious. Those evil gays are coming for your kids. The new consultants have to scramble to put out a response as fast as they can.
Have you seen the TV ads for Prop 8? They're absolutely not true, says California's Superintendent of Public Schools.
Prop 8 has nothing to do with schools or kids.
Because regardless of how you feel about marriage, it's wrong to eliminate fundamental rights.
I hate this ad. The whole thing rests on conceding the other side's point. Like, we can all agree it would be terrible if schools acknowledged to kids that gay couples exist. I think this is the worst response we could have had. And at any rate, the opposition is prepared for it. They had a response on TV the next day.
Opponents of Proposition 8 said gay marriage has nothing to do with schools. Then a public school took first graders to a lesbian wedding, calling it a teachable moment. Now a liberal education politician says schools aren't required to teach about marriage. Yet his official website confirms teaching marriage is required in 96% of schools. Children will be taught about gay marriage unless we vote yes on Proposition 8.
They make it seem so sinister. And it's true. A school in San Francisco did let students go to City Hall when their teacher got married. Their parents went too. Everyone loved it. They had a beautiful day because lesbian weddings are great. So our side's rebuttal is none. There's no ad in response. Because the No on 8 campaign is scared to make voters think about gays getting married. They're just nose down, single-mindedly focused on talking about fairness and rights and the Constitution.
Unfair, unnecessary, and wrong.
That strategy means killing an ad that had been filmed earlier, meant to be run late in the campaign. It featured an actual queer person talking about her relationship.
I think there was an ad already filmed, which was Jeannie Rizzo. She was the first couple denied getting married when Gavin was marrying people. She's at the Breast Cancer Fund, talking about, if something happened to her, her wife, what that would mean. And just someone looking directly into the camera and connecting with people emotionally.
It's exactly what I felt the ads were missing from the very beginning. But that ad was never released. Instead, they doubled down on talking about rights. By now, it's mid-October, just a handful of weeks left to the election. And I was baffled by what the campaign was putting out. With each ad, I thought, maybe this time they'll say something effective. But we are running out of time. And then I heard from my contact in the campaign. They wanted to try something different. It's more hard-hitting, something that connects the Yes on 8 campaign to historic discrimination in California, like banning interracial marriage, internment camps, laws that ban minorities from owning property. They want to go for a more aggressive tone, which after all of these boring, mild-mannered ads is welcome news. The problem is their current video team is overwhelmed. They want to know if I can help by preparing the ad for broadcast. It sounds incredible. My chance to make a video broadcast statewide with a much bolder message. And on top of that, they have a celebrity lined up to appear in it, Samuel L. Jackson. I am so excited for this one, and I get to work. Because the time is so tight, they need the new ad now. I'm frantic, editing day and night, so stressed I start having chest pains. I send the ad to the campaign, they send it back with notes to revise, I fix, they ask for more changes, but it's fine. After all that frustration, I want this ad to be perfect. I think the more aggressive tone is great. Having Samuel L. Jackson's charisma on camera is going to help it connect with a lot more people. But in the end, nobody would ever see that version of the ad. Because inside the campaign, the consultants are fighting over every detail, including the use of Samuel L. Jackson. There are concerns that he wasn't Californian enough, and they thought voters would be turned off by a celebrity in a political ad. Now, just to remind you, voters had just elected Arnold Schwarzenegger as governor. I can't imagine what difference consultants might have seen between these two celebrities. Ultimately, the campaign decided to run the ad with just a voiceover.
It wasn't that long ago that discrimination was legal in California. Japanese Americans were confined in internment camps. Armenians couldn't buy a house in the Central Valley. Today, the sponsors of Prop 8 want to eliminate fundamental rights. We have an obligation to pass along to our children a more tolerant, more decent society. Vote no on Prop 8.
It's still his voice, but he's not on screen. He's never identified. And after all that, once again, I was disappointed by how an ad was watered down. Plus, there may not even be enough money to air it, because donations are still weak. We're getting outspent, out-organized, and we're running out of time. The campaign is descending into chaos, with consultants arguing with each other. Then the phone bank system breaks down. Volunteers can't make calls. With all of the infighting going on, the campaign starts making some truly baffling choices. For example, candidate Barack Obama writes a letter stating his opposition to Proposition 8. This is a huge get. Obama is drawing record crowds, electrifying voters. He's got huge momentum, and now he's inviting us to join in what he's doing. And the No on 8 campaign decides not to use his letter. Meanwhile, the Yes on 8 campaign distributes door hangers suggesting that Obama supports Prop 8. So that is the only Obama-related message on Prop 8 that most voters see. Afterwards, the head of the No on 8 campaign, Steve Smith, said that they had the letter on hand and decided against using it. He added, "That was a close call. Maybe we should have used it." Maybe you should have, Steve. Wait, Steve? Steve Smith? Who told Mike Marshall?
I don't fucking care about the gay community. I don't fucking care about marriage. And then, lo and behold, 12 years later, he got hired to run this campaign. The irony of it was pretty outrageous.
Now it's late October. Polls have us slipping further and further behind, and things are going from chaotic to desperate. The No on 8 campaign finally, for the first time, publicly discloses how short they are on cash and that they can't run enough ads. And this time, people see from the polls that it really is that bad. A big last-minute infusion of cash comes in, millions of dollars from some major gay donors, and from Silicon Valley thanks to gay employee groups.
Now, as for the money, the Yes on 8 side has raised about $26 million. The No side has raised about $20 million. And much of that no money has come in since the gay side has been losing in the polls. Alan, that really has been a wake-up call.
Well, time's running out for both sides, though. All right.
That lets the campaign put out more ads across California. And they're running constantly in every market, even the small ones. But nobody's sure if it's going to be enough.
I actually hoped until the very end that we were going to pull it out. Mm-hmm. Even though I had reservations about how some of the decisions that the campaign leadership, the campaign political consultants had made.
In the final few days before the election, there's some cause for hope. Because of the presidential election, it's looking like it'll be a bigger than usual turnout for Democrats. And with that last-minute ad blitz, a few polls show us gaining lost ground. I am studying those polls, thinking, okay, maybe we can win this after all. It's California. If any state will be the first to win gay marriage at the ballot, it's gotta be us. On election day, one of my friends, the one who said that nobody would watch my videos, invited me to an election night party. I'm completely burned out. I'm anxious beyond belief. I cannot bear to be alone, so I head over. But the burnout was even worse for the people actually working behind the scenes of the campaign, like Jeff and Kate. They dragged themselves down to an election night party at a hotel. Terry Stewart, the lead attorney for San Francisco, is there too. Here she is describing the vibes.
It was actually really weird and awkward. And they had like these like guards or somebody kind of keeping people away from the stage. It seemed like they were afraid like somebody was going to be violent or something. It was just really weird.
Polls close around 8 p.m. and returns start coming in. But the Prop 8 race, it's too close to call. At my party, and at the downtown party, and all over the state, everybody invested in this campaign is just staring at the TV, waiting. News stations are barely reporting on it because early in the evening, there's a much bigger announcement.
Barack Obama is projected to be the next president of the United States of America.
At that moment, I remember overwhelming relief. Thank God, some good news. Now, hopefully, we'll get some more. The mood was even more tense at the official party downtown.
I think in the same hotel down the hall, there was an Obama event.
All the TVs were showing the Obama news, with state races like Prop 8 appearing just every now and then in a little horizontal crawl at the bottom.
And then there was a moment where we went from 48% to 49%, and then there was like a 2-minute moment where we went to 50%. And I thought, for a second, oh my God, we're gonna do it. And then the number went back down to 49. And then, of course, it went back to 48. And when it dropped back down, it was at that moment that I thought, that's it.
And it just became really gloomy.
But outside the room, the mood was totally different.
Carol and I called our daughter, Natasha, and she was ecstatic. She was in a crowd, and they had announced that Obama had won, and they were screaming and yelling, and she was so happy. And we felt like this horribly bittersweet feeling of like we wanted to be as excited and happy as she was, but we felt like we weren't full Americans.
The results weren't final yet. I stayed at my friend's party until late, hoping things would turn around, but they just kept getting worse.
You know, the handwriting was pretty on the wall. There had been no clear announcement of win or lost by the media even at that point, but the polls just were looking bad. I don't know how late people stayed, but it just was too depressing.
I walked home close to midnight. From the homes that I passed, I could hear other election night parties, music, laughing, cheering, people so relieved Obama had won. I was relieved too, but also crushed about Prop 8. Not only did it seem like all that work was for nothing, it seemed like confirmation that as important as this vote was, with so much at stake for thousands of couples, most people simply didn't care.
Other than the death of my mother and brother.
Oh my goodness.
It was the worst day of my life.
California voters have spoken out on what's called Proposition 8. They have approved a ban on same-sex marriages. It overrides a recent court ruling that legalized them in the state.
The next morning, I feel absolutely crushed. I look at the news and I see City Hall, just down the street from my house, where there had been, for months, the happiest days of people's lives. Now, it's like a tomb.
But today, here at San Francisco City Hall, the one same-sex wedding scheduled was canceled.
I see shots of the Castro, the neighborhood that's always been a refuge for queer people like me and my friends, and the mood is very bleak.
Oh, it's very disappointing. I mean, how can it not be? And I truly thought today would be the day we would celebrate.
Everywhere I look, I see people in mourning.
But also, I just, you guys all work so hard, and you really deserve to win. So I just really feel sad that didn't happen for you or for us or for California.
All that happiness just pulled away from us. And the community isn't just sad, we're also scared.
For now, the marriages performed over the past 5 months still stand, but they too could face legal challenges.
We have never had success at the ballot, and it looks like maybe we never will. And I wonder if we can fix this. But how? I saw how the campaign burned people out and how expensive it was.
Together, both sides raised more than $70 million, making Prop 8 more expensive than any contest other than the presidential race.
Now, those people and those resources are exhausted. And it's an especially weird time to be sad, because I want to join in with everyone celebrating Obama's win. It is genuinely great news. But it's hard for me to fully enjoy knowing that my neighbors had voted to make me a second-class citizen. And I wonder, what's supposed to happen now? I look to the campaign leaders, but they're out of there.
Pretty much the people who were brought in September and October, they were gone by 5 o'clock.
Reporters and community groups are inundating people like Jeff and Kate with requests for comment, and they weren't even the ones running the campaign.
A lot of the high-level campaign people just referred everything to us. They didn't want to deal with it.
Kate hadn't slept that night. She and her wife just laid awake in bed, silent. They needed time to mourn and recover from their exhaustion, like everybody else. But there's no time.
We couldn't say to our community, we couldn't say to gay media, oh, sorry, no comment.
So they scramble to arrange a community gathering. They announce a candlelight vigil at City Hall. I'm not sure I want to go. I'm still burned out. I'm not sure I can take more marriage stuff. But a friend who spent the campaign on the sidelines says she regrets not getting involved. She wants to go. So I make plans to meet her at City Hall. As the sun goes down, people start gathering at Civic Center. Volunteers hand out candles. The crowd is quiet. Some people are crying. This is where people were lining up to get married. And now the mood is like a funeral. Kate Kendall gets up to express what so many people are feeling.
Now we face the painful day of the voters of California by a bare majority saying that even the families that we form are not equal under the law. It is a shameful day, and it is a day the state will live to regret. There is no doubt about that.
Other speakers unite the crowd in song.
Turn me around, keep on walking, keep on talking, walking up freedoms. Thank you.
And when the last speaker's done and the vigil ends, a lot of people aren't ready to just go home. They're still on edge.
Fire up! Ready to go! Fire up! Ready to go! Fire up! Ready to go!
The crowd starts walking down Market Street to the Castro, shouting, chanting. More people start joining in. I was in the middle of that crowd, and I saw signs that were nothing like the polite, inoffensive signs that I'd seen during the campaign. These were angry and confrontational. Prop 8 equals hate. Fight. One sign was just 2 middle fingers. If we can't marry, I shall live in sin. Some college students stopped traffic with a banner reading, "We will not be silent, repeal Prop 8. There's a police van blazing a spotlight at them, lighting up their sign like it was a movie screen. And it felt exhilarating to see all this energy. But also, it was a little scary. When a single Prop 8 supporter waded into the crowd, I could see people turning on him, screaming at him. 30 years earlier, there was an angry gay rally that had turned into the White Night riots, a crowd smashing the doors of San Francisco City Hall, burning police cars. None of us in the crowd that night knew where anything was headed. By the time we reached the Castro, the crowd was in the thousands, chanting, shouting, furious. We passed by the Castro Theater where the marquee said, "Milk." It was just a few days after the premiere of the film about Harvey Milk, the real-life activist. Harvey had campaigned right in this spot 30 years earlier.
I remember after we lost Prop 8, one of the most painful feelings that I had was when watching the Harvey Milk, the movie, because it came out just shortly thereafter, and watching Harvey's response to the talking points handed to him by what was in essence, today's Equality California. And it was these innocuous, not responding to the issues, gentle, what are you even talking about situations.
In the film, Harvey's shown fighting Prop 6, a real-life measure that would have banned gays from working in schools.
Proposition 6 is an affront to human rights, an invasion of the state into the private lives of California citizens, without a single mention of the word gay on the entire flag.
By design, Harvey.
We feel it's best to dodge the gay bullet. Go for the human rights angle.
People need to know who it is that's being affected.
In the film, Harvey throws out the campaign talking points that he knows won't work. And here's the speech that he gave instead in real life.
My name is Harvey Milk, and I'm here to recruit you.
Walking by the theater, Molly reflected on how the film showed Harvey's reaction to the No on 6 campaign's approach.
And I remember Harvey taking it and looking at it and laughing at it and putting it on the fire. And looking back on the whole Prop 8 situation, the part that I feel my biggest regret is not, there's this huge pressure for everybody to stay on message, for everybody to go with the campaign, to think the campaign knows best, we got to stay united, and they gave us a bunch of shit.
In Harvey's time, the community was often dealt setbacks. Here's what he said after one of those setbacks in the late 1970s. I walked among the sad and the frustrated at City Hall in San Francisco, and later that night as they lit candles on Castro Street and stood in silence, reaching out for some symbolic thing that would give them hope. These were strong people whose faces I knew from the shop, the streets, meetings, and people who I never saw before, but I knew. They were strong, but even they needed hope. The only thing they have to look forward to is hope, and you have to give them hope. I was running through Harvey's old neighborhood, trying to keep up as people turned a corner toward Dolores Park, flooding out of their homes to join the crowd. At the park entrance, there was a woman standing on a bus stop, wearing a shirt made of taped-together No on 8 signs. She was riling up the crowd, hollering at them to keep fighting through more rolled-up campaign signs. And after the sad vigil, this energy was shocking and exhilarating, and I kept thinking, where was this during the campaign? Why couldn't the experts get people out in the streets like this? From over a hill, I could hear dance music, and I walked to the top of the hill to see thousands more people gathered in Dolores Park. I could not believe what I was seeing. After the vigil, it looked like all of San Francisco had turned out for a march, unplanned, with no leader, no speakers, no organizer. They didn't know what to do, but they knew that they were mad, too mad to stay home, to wish things had gone differently, to do nothing. They waved flags, they screamed, they found their way to a hastily assembled DJ booth, and they danced. I was running around taking pictures, and I bumped into Stuart and John. That's the couple whose lawsuit went to the state Supreme Court and got us the summer of weddings. Stuart and John said they were as shocked as I was at this turnout. And also, they said they were feeling optimistic. Maybe the vote on Prop 8 wasn't the final word after all. We talked about how amazing it was to see all these people that were furious about what had happened, and we think, well, maybe, altogether, we can undo this. But how? Nothing like this has ever happened before, and we have no idea what comes next. What we didn't know was that at this very moment, a similar protest had broken out in Los Angeles. As the protesters march, traffic stops, people get out of their cars, and one of those people is a consultant who had worked on the Prop 8 campaign toward the very end, Chad Griffin.
I was going from Beverly Hills to my home, and I drove through. I was like, what are all these people doing? I had no idea what it was. My car was blocked in, so I was going to be stuck there. And I literally just stood down there by myself and just watched.
After the protest passed by, he went home and he called a colleague.
And I remember calling Christina that night. I was like, I've never seen anything like this. It was like, this is the beginning of something.
Chad grew up near Hope, Arkansas in a very religious family. He went to church 3 times a week. He was closeted even to himself. In the early 90s, he was going to a Baptist college and working part-time at Walmart, where his plan for the future was to work his way up to manager. Until the Arkansas governor, Bill Clinton, announced that he was running for president. Clinton's campaign headquarters were close, and Chad volunteered. He discovered he liked working in politics. He threw himself into the campaign. And when Clinton won, they offered Chad a job in the press office at the White House. He was 19, the youngest White House staffer in history. But there was a problem. Chad had accepted that he was gay, but in the political climate of the early 90s, he didn't think there was any way for him to be out at work. He wanted to run for office someday. He had his eye on eventually running for governor of Arkansas like his role model, Bill Clinton. But there were only a handful of out gay politicians in the country back then, definitely none that could run for governor of Arkansas. So he found work behind the scenes, consulting on campaigns, often with a focus on education, public health, the environment. Jason Schwartzman shadowed Chad to prepare for his role in I Heart Huckabees.
Have you ever transcended space and time?
Time, not space.
But of all the campaigns that Chad worked on, Prop 8 was the most personal. Like a lot of people, after it passed, Chad went into a deep depression. He was thinking about kids like him, growing up in remote places where they're closeted, and the message that it sends, that who you love will prevent you from having the life that you want. And even worse, Prop 8 wasn't just a law. It was a constitutional amendment. It was baked into California's legal foundation, generally out of reach for a state court or a legislature's ability to fix. So a week after getting caught in that protest, Chad was still feeling down. Two of his friends wanted to cheer him up: Rob and Michelle Reiner. Chad had met Rob in the 90s, when Rob was making An American President, and it was Chad's job to show him around the White House. Most people know Rob's film work like Spinal Tap and Stand By Me and The Princess Bride, but he was also deeply involved in politics, even from childhood.
Issues were discussed in the household all the time. There was a lot of politics, a lot of discussion. And my mother was very active, in the 30s, in liberal movements, some of them communist movements at that time. My mother was part of this Another Mother for Peace. She actually designed that post that, war is unhealthy for children and other living things.
As a young actor, Rob got his big break on All in the Family, tackling hot-button issues of the day, including homosexuality.
His pal Roger is as queer as a $4 bill, and he knows it.
And it was there that Rob grew close with the show's creator.
And Norman Lear was like a second father to me, that, it was always around me.
Norman Lear believed he could use television to move public opinion. He started an organization called People for the American Way that made TV specials about how the country's at its best when it embraces progressive ideals.
The United States of America was founded in the midst of chaos.
Woo! My kind of country.
And Norman taught Rob how to use media to make the world better.
You can do one of two things. You can either draw attention to a particular issue by virtue of the fact that you're a celebrity, or you can actually move the ball forward on a particular issue if you take the time to really understand it and steep yourself in the specifics of an issue.
Rob Reiner took that lesson to heart. As he was building his career as a director, he used his fame to advocate for causes: universal preschool, anti-smoking campaigns, Democratic politicians. And he didn't do it alone. His wife, Michelle, was an activist too, and they worked really well together.
Michelle's not talking very much now, but I can tell you that she really is the force behind the two of us.
I think we have the good combination of, I'm sort of the impetus behind it, but then I couldn't do it on my own, and we work very well together. Yeah, and I'm not sure where it comes from. I mean, my mother was in Auschwitz, so I think that started that, things aren't right in the world and let's fix it kind of thing.
The Reiners had asked for Chad's help with their causes over the years, and they'd grown close.
I mean, we both love Chad. Like I say, he's like a son,
Seeing how sad he was about Prop 8, they invited him to lunch at the Beverly Hills Hotel. They meet out on the patio. They're surrounded by flowers, palm trees, beautiful people. But the mood is glum.
When it became something that was passionate to him, then it meant something to us.
They suggested maybe a repeal could go to voters in a few years. But Chad had just been through a bruising and chaotic campaign. Repeating that didn't seem like a great solution. It seemed like, for now, they were just stuck with it.
Someone actually came by our table that knew Rob and Michelle, and this woman, Kate Moline, says, "Oh, well, if you ever go back to the courts on Prop 8, someone should talk to my former brother-in-law, Ted Olson."
Chad's response?
And I was like, well, that sounds crazy.
Ted Olson was a notorious right-wing figure. He was a lawyer for Ronald Reagan. He defended military schools that banned women from enrolling. He helped overturn affirmative action programs. Chad knew him for playing a key role in publicizing the Monica Lewinsky scandal in an effort to bring down Chad's boss. And the Reiners knew Ted Olson as the lawyer that represented George Bush in Bush v. Gore, stopping the counting of votes in Florida, got Bush installed as president.
This is the guy that put me in bed for 2 days. I mean, I was so depressed after, Bush v. Gore.
Now this passerby was telling them Ted was actually on their side and he could help them challenge Prop 8? They laughed it off. Chad headed home. A few hours later, he got a call.
Michelle calls me and says, "Would you ever talk to Ted Olson?"
The Reiners had been talking it over. They had to admit, Ted Olson, as they put it, kicked our asses in 2000. He was one of the country's top experts in using constitutional law to win cases. If there was even a chance that lunch friend was right and that he might be able to help.
And I thought, oh my God, if that's true, then this is a home run.
And something else occurred to Chad. Republicans had been using opposition to gay marriage as a wedge issue for years. But if they could get publicity for a super conservative lawyer who supports gay marriage, that could recast the issue as something that Republicans support.
Because there were two opportunities. There's the inside the courtroom, win the case legally, and then there's the outside the courtroom, moving public opinion.
So he decides to arrange a meeting. Chad flies to D.C. to meet Ted in his office. He walks into the lobby, white marble everywhere, signed photos of Reagan and Bush on the walls. He meets Ted in his office, and he sees that Ted has a book collecting some of the Supreme Court's most conservative dissents, written by Ted Olson's close friend, Antonin Scalia. Chad sits down. He makes his case. He talks about the personal toll of not being able to marry, that it sends a message that gay people aren't full citizens. It leads to worse discrimination, like hate crimes. And he describes how hard it is to be a gay teenager, to be told you're less worthy. Olson's listening. He's interested. At one point he says, God, it's hard enough being a teenager. As Chad lays out his case, Ted says he's sympathetic. A few years earlier, he'd advised George Bush not to pursue the constitutional ban on marriage. And an even bigger bombshell, Chad isn't the first one to approach him about Proposition 8. The leaders of ProtectMarriage.com had already tried to hire him, and he turned them down because he disagreed with them personally and legally. Marriage, he says, is a fundamental right that should be available to everyone. And he thinks he could talk the Supreme Court into agreeing. Now that's incredible news. Not only is Ted willing to challenge Prop 8, he's also going to commit his firm to the case. He's bringing a whole army of top attorneys. And there is no time to lose. Soon, contracts are signed, briefs are getting drafted, they've got the team, they've got the resources, they've got the strategy all ready to roll out. But they can't. Not yet. Because there's already a case challenging Prop 8 in state court, and their hands are tied until that's resolved. And that's not the only challenge to Proposition 8. Following the election, the protests get even bigger.
For supporters of same-sex marriage, the Election Day loss in California seems to be energizing their campaign rather than ending it.
And not just in California.
Thousands of gays, lesbians, and their straight supporters have spent the last week protesting the passage of Prop 8 in cities coast to coast. And so many of the protesters are youthful, young gays and lesbians who have never gotten involved in an issue before.
And the protests are being called this generation's Stonewall.
During the campaign, we couldn't get enough people to care. And now, tons of people care. The problem is, nobody can agree on what to do. Some grassroots groups engage in disruptive actions, blocking traffic, boycotts, blacklists, online maps to the homes of Prop 8 supporters. Many of the grassroots organizers want to go back to the ballot immediately, which would be expensive, but given all this new momentum, maybe the time is right. National groups push back. They say, forget California for now. Challenging Prop 8 would be too difficult because the state is so huge. Instead, they want to focus on the other side of the country. New England, where they can run a series of smaller, cheaper campaigns over the next 4 years, maybe a decade. Focus on incremental progress. Eventually, we can bring marriage back to California. Now, they do have a good point. The Prop 8 campaign was one of the most expensive ballot measures in California history. A redo would cost even more. But whatever approach winds up happening, going back to the ballot in California now, or flying to New England and working there, it could all be undermined if somebody files a federal lawsuit and loses, because a U.S. Supreme Court loss could override any gains at the state level. The national groups even put out a statement begging their fellow activists, whatever you do, don't file a federal lawsuit. They call their strategy make change, not lawsuits, and they urge everybody to think long term. Take it slow. But in Chad's mind, this can't wait.
Chad's feeling was, there are millions of young people who are committing suicide and who are feeling lost, and we can't wait 10 more years for those young kids to feel good about themselves, to feel validated,
Chad wants to talk to those national leaders, maybe bring them around. So he invites them to a casual get-together. They hold it at the Reiner's house. It's a beautiful Pennsylvania-style farmhouse built by Henry Fonda in the 1930s. Originally, it was part of a working farm. Jane Fonda grew up there before Norman Lear bought it, and later sold it to his friend Rob. Chad invites the folks that he thinks will be receptive to what he's planning.
Well, many of them were my friends already.
Among them, a team from the ACLU and another from Lambda Legal, which had been working on queer causes since the 80s. Not on the guest list is Ted Olson. Chad thinks that'll make things too tense. He wants this to be nice and friendly. They gather in the Reiner's dining room. They make some small talk. It's a lunch meeting and soup is served. Chad and the Reiners start by explaining they've started a group to advocate for equality. They're calling it the American Foundation for Equal Rights, AFER, to emphasize that equality is an American value. It's patriotic. So far, so good. And they continue. Even though the ACLU put out that make change, not lawsuit statement, at some point, someone is going to file a federal case. And maybe that's not a bad thing.
We looked at the makeup of the court, and we said, right now, there's a 5-4 court. And we believe that it was 5 on this particular issue.
So they want to be the ones who bring that case. They reveal they've hired Ted Olson, yes, that Ted Olson, to challenge Prop 8. And he won't be doing it alone. Not only does he have a team of lawyers helping him, he's also persuaded his friend David Boies to join the case. Boies was his rival in Bush v. Gore.
And then he suggested, David Boies. And that was like, wow, if we get those two, that was like if this was a home run, that was a grand slam.
It'll be an irresistible story for the media. And with media attention comes opportunities to make their case to the public.
We knew that the pairing of those two, and Ted in particular, would have such a positive and dramatic impact on public opinion and attention to this issue.
Ted's planning to argue that the U.S. Constitution guarantees that laws apply equally to everyone. Prop 8 violates that principle. It should never have been allowed on the ballot in the first place, and it should be overturned. Now, that is going to be a tough case to make. But if it's hard now, it might only get harder in the future.
The fear was that in 2012, if a Republican was going to win and somehow Ruth Bader Ginsburg was going to leave, we'd now have a actually 6-3 court, but 5-4 against us. And then how long would we have to wait for marriage equality?
One of the lawyers from Lambda Legal is Jenny Pizer. She is listening intently. Jenny's first job out of college was as an intern on Bowers v. Hardwick. It was a Supreme Court case challenging sodomy laws. Back in the 80s, they thought they could overturn it on a similar basis, equal protection. But the Supreme Court wasn't having it.
The tone of, really? Are you suggesting that the Constitution should protect him? Doing that? Really?
They lost that case. Sodomy bans were upheld. It took another 2 decades to reverse the ruling, arguably setting back the movement by a generation. So Jenny had spent her whole career aware of how hostile the Supreme Court could be.
As a people, we all represented cooties and pariahs and lack of credibility.
As the AFER folks laid out their case, they could see the mood was getting frosty.
It was really tense. We sat in our dining room and we had this soup, this gazpacho soup that we had, and it had these croutons in it, and it was like deathly silence because there was clearly not going to be a meeting of the minds. And then you just could hear the sound of those croutons crunching. It was so loud, and I'll never forget it.
When the people from Lambda and ACLU finally speak, they hardly know where to begin objecting.
There were some who were suspect of Ted Olson because he's a conservative.
Many of the people in the room had been working on marriage equality for decades. It seemed absurd that 2 celebrity lawyers brought together by a Hollywood director would just waltz in and take over the cause. Just a few years earlier, they'd been through something similar when Gavin Newsom told him he was going to issue licenses, whether you like it or not. They told him that would cause a huge mess.
I thought at the time that it was going to unleash litigation before we could manage it, and I think history has proven that that was correct.
And then Gavin just moved on to other issues, and it was up to them to clean the mess up. And just because Ted and David had argued cases before the Supreme Court before, that's no guarantee they could win this case. The opposition had great lawyers too.
A very high-powered, successful, prominent legal team, amongst the best on the conservative side that you would hire in Washington for a case that's likely headed to the Supreme Court.
The teams from ACLU and Lambda both agree the best thing anyone can do is take it slow. They've been at this a long time. A gradual approach is what had worked.
We were moving the entire state forward by steadily expanding the protections, recognition, rights of domestic partners by doing multiple bills over time to the point that the legislators themselves and the general public came to a ho-hum, yet another domestic partner bill, whatever.
A big abrupt move like this could anger the public, maybe lead to a backlash. Here's Kate Kendall again.
But we have nightmares over our losses.
Right.
Because the losses generally mean that not just the client that you were representing lost, but it means you set some sort of precedent that negatively impacted the lives and futures of every LGBT person in that state or potentially or in the country. And it's one thing to lose Prop 8 or to have Prop 8 stand in California and have eliminated marriage. It's another thing entirely to have the U.S. Supreme Court issue a ruling that says Prop 8, not only is Prop 8 perfectly appropriate, but there isn't a fundamental right to marry.
That's what's at stake. If AFER takes the case to the Supreme Court and loses, it could set a precedent nationwide that the right to marry just doesn't exist. And it could take decades or generations to undo. But Chad pushes back. He says Ted and David can win. They're going to go for it with or without these groups. One of the other Lambda lawyers is getting mad. He says if AFER files this lawsuit, Lambda will release a dossier on all of Ted Olson's conservative activism to let people know they can't trust him. Chad says, go ahead. He wants people to see that even arch-conservatives support their cause. The guests have heard enough. They get up to leave, and on their way out, telling the AFER team one last time, don't do this. And as they go, Michelle Reiner turns and says, well, that was a disaster. And they barely have time to plan their next move when word comes down the state Supreme Court is about to rule in the challenge to Prop 8. And when that ruling comes out,
the California Supreme Court just ruled on Prop 8, the marriage ban, and the results are mixed. On one hand, the 36,000 people who got married last year can stay married. But the court also ruled that nobody else can get married. So if you're like me and you missed your chance, you're out of luck.
Prop 8's upheld. The national groups are prepared. They put out another statement about how now's not the time to respond with a lawsuit. It's a temptation we should resist.
We weren't feeling a great deal of confidence given that we just lost Prop 8 at the ballot.
Over a dozen organizations sign on to that statement. It is a unified front. Don't file a lawsuit. And that very same day...
My name is Chad Griffin, and I'm here today as the board president of the American Foundation for Equal Rights, and to introduce the plaintiffs and the legal team that will be fighting one of the most important civil rights cases in our nation's history.
And I remember thinking, well, that is fucking bold.
The AFER team has their work cut out for them. What's going to decide this case? Ted Olson and David Boies believe they need to prove three things. First, marriage is a fundamental right under the U.S. Constitution, specifically the 14th Amendment. That was ratified after the Civil War, and it guarantees laws are applied equally and fully to everyone. Second, they need to prove Prop 8 harms people. And third, the only reason Prop 8 was passed was to express disapproval of a minority. But everyone knows this case will probably reach the U.S. Supreme Court. And just a few years earlier, when the court overturned state bans on sodomy, Olson's friend Scalia wrote a scathing dissent that made it very clear he was dead set against gay marriage. And even liberal justices don't like to issue rulings that could be seen as creating a new right. So each justice is going to need to be convinced in a different way. Olson says it's not enough to make just one winning case. They need to appeal to each justice individually, essentially arguing 9 different cases at the same time. National groups have been laying the groundwork for that for years, and they are not feeling great about AFER's chances. An official at the ACLU tells a reporter, "This is an attempt to short-circuit the process." Shannon Minter, a lawyer who's been working on marriage cases for years, says, "We only have one shot at the U.S. Supreme Court." And Lawrence Tribe, who argued the sodomy case in the 80s, says the whole idea is extremely risky. Ted Olson and David Boies have thrown a Hail Mary pass into the end zone without any basis for confidence that Justice Kennedy would be there to receive it.
But we had a lot of resistance, There was a lot of resistance, not just from, we've said this all along. The problem with tackling any issue is not your enemies, it's your friends. Your enemies, you know where they are. It's easy to fight them.
And who's standing against them? Well, because AFER's suing the state of California, that means that technically they're suing the governor, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I've come to make your life a living hell. Winter has come at last.
He's vetoed marriage bills in years past. When Gavin Newsom issued marriage licenses to gays, Arnold called it anarchy that could lead to riots, injured, dead people. Arnold's lawyers say they welcome AFER's challenge. They put out a response that says the questions warrant judicial determination. In short, bring it on. And on top of that, AFER has a whole separate goal outside of just winning the case. Chad wants to use this as an opportunity to move public opinion. By reuniting the Bush v. Gore rivals, they've created a spectacle. It's irresistible to the media.
2 men who were on opposite sides of the 2000 Bush versus Gore case before the Supreme Court have actually joined forces to overturn the court's decision.
Now, they want to use that attention to not just make their case in court, but make it on TV, in newspapers, and magazines. Hopefully, that'll shift public opinion so future elections and ballot measures don't go so badly. And in the weeks following the announcement of the case, reporters are falling all over themselves to talk to these 2 celebrity lawyers. Their sound bites dominate the news coverage.
This is not a liberal or conservative issue. This has to do with human decency, human rights, and equality under the law.
That's great. And then comes more good news. In a surprise twist, California announces they won't defend Proposition 8 after all. The Attorney General, Jerry Brown, agrees it's unconstitutional. Now, California's unusual in that the governor, Arnold, could order him to defend it, but he doesn't. Arnold says the courts can do whatever they want. He's not going to get involved in one way or the other.
That's my exit cue.
Now things are starting to look a little better for AFER's case. After trashing the case a couple of months earlier, the national gay groups have a change of heart. Now they file papers asking the court to add them to the lawsuit. Lambda says they wish to illustrate for the court the diverse needs of their members. The ACLU writes they can offer additional information, experiences, and expertise to help the court, and that the questions posed by the court are exactly the questions our organizations have been addressing for years. City of San Francisco wants to be added as a party too, since they've been a party in so many other marriage lawsuits. When Chad Griffin finds out how many people are trying to get in on this case, he's furious. This was supposed to be his project. His colleagues hear him shouting from down in his office, "We're screwed." He drafts an angry public letter to all those groups. "You have unrelentingly and unequivocally acted to undermine this case, even before it was filed." The idea that they would be effective now, he writes, is inconceivable. AFER tells the court, don't let them join. This is our case. At most, they should only be able to offer advice. It is a risky move to freeze out people with decades of experience, not to mention major national fundraising sources. Especially since those organizations had recently racked up a series of wins. One of the groups won a marriage lawsuit in Connecticut in 2008, Lambda Legal brought a suit in Iowa in 2009, and
we won. Not only that, it is unanimous.
They also just won marriage in Vermont with a partnership between the ACLU and the NCLR.
The headlines in Vermont tonight are all about gay marriage and ice cream.
That's the New England strategy paying off. And that Vermont win makes it clear why cooperation is so important. They nearly lost.
The Vermont House passed a bill that would allow same-sex marriage, but the governor says he plans to veto it.
But thanks to their long-standing relationship with lawmakers,
in a last-minute upset, the state house managed to get enough votes to override Governor Jim Douglas's veto of the bill.
In contrast, the AFER team are all newcomers to the marriage equality fight. They don't have the decades of experience. When I asked Chad about his thoughts on the protests following Prop 8,
I don't know if we had a movement before that. Maybe we did. Maybe I just wasn't as, connected to it because it wasn't in our backyard.
So now there is a big tug of war developing over who gets to be in court. Because the state won't defend Prop 8, the court has a couple of options for handling it, and all would probably work in AFER's favor. Until somebody steps in who does want to defend it. The Prop 8 proponents, protectmarriage.com. In a statement that the New York Times describes as dripping with fatigue, they say since nobody else wants to speak up for the homophobes, they'll have to. One of their lawyers sighs, "We can't be expected to do nothing." They announce they've gone out and found a high-powered lawyer of their own, Chuck Cooper, who worked with Ted Olson in the Reagan administration, and they asked to be added to the case as well. By now, this whole thing's getting awfully crowded. Everybody wants to throw in their 2 cents.
I have a word of advice. Don't try to dig gum out with a bone.
Leave it in as evidence. Bazooka Joe's got deep pockets.
So who decides who actually gets to participate? Walker.
Walker told me I had AIDS.
Not that one. Judge Vaughn Walker. A Ronald Reagan appointee. In his whole career, he's only handled one case involving gay issues. That was in the 80s when a group wanted to hold an event called the Gay Olympics, and the official Olympics sued them. Walker represented the Olympics as a lawyer. Now that he's a judge, Walker wants to keep the Prop 8 case streamlined. He blocks all the other gay groups except AFER and the city of San Francisco. And he allows the proponents to defend Prop 8. But he also has a surprise. He wants to bring cameras into the courtroom. He wants to broadcast the trial live and then post it a day later on YouTube. This has never been done, but it is a gift to AFER.
A surprise, to be sure, but a welcome one.
Remember, they're not just trying to win a lawsuit. They have a whole second strategy around public education. Getting cameras in the courtroom would let everybody see exactly what's being said. They cannot believe their luck.
U.S. District Judge has put a gay marriage lawsuit on the fast track. The judge ordered the federal lawsuit challenging Prop 8, California's same-sex marriage ban, to go to trial January 11th.
Some legal analysts say this will be one of the most important trials of the century.
Before the trial, each side has to do depositions. They each say which witnesses they plan to call, and then the other side gets to interview them. It's kind of a fact-finding and rehearsal before they go to court.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions, and I want to have them answered immediately.
So the Prop 8 proponents say they're going to call witnesses who they claim are experts in the history of marriage. Conservatives who will make the case it's always been between one man and one woman. Now, it is one thing to claim that in a book or on a podcast, but at a deposition, you're under oath. And AFER lawyers grill those so-called experts. They get them to admit that, actually, marriage isn't quite as unchanging as they want to claim.
Yes, we know that in Roman culture, among some of the Roman emperors, there were some same-sex marriages. In West Africa, there are some lesbian marriages.
They get the proponents' own witnesses to admit that just because something's a historical norm doesn't mean it shouldn't change. And they get another witness to admit that letting gays get married actually has social benefits.
Do you have an opinion as to whether permitting gay people to marry increases the stability and commitment of their relationship? It increases.
But the highlight of these depositions is this guy, William Tam. He was part of the official Prop 8 campaign. He sent emails about how gays want to legalize sex with children. And remember, one of the things AFER wants to prove is that Prop 8 was motivated by disapproval of gay people. Tam has to sit there while the AFER attorneys read the emails that he wrote about gays.
If we and our churches don't do our part, we'll certainly lose our kids. They'll one day surrender to Satan.
About his thoughts on gay culture.
They spoke of the role of Brokeback Mountain plays on misleading the public to believe that homosexual affairs are more noble and trouble-free than traditional families.
Trouble-free? Anyway, Tam was more than eager to talk shit about gays during the campaign. But for some reason, now, with his lawyer sitting next to him...
And do you believe that to be true?
I'm going to instruct you not to answer that.
I'm not going to answer that. And do you believe that to be accurate?
I'm going to object.
And do you believe that to be true?
Objection.
This is just a preview of what to expect in court. The Prop 8 proponents realize it's not looking good. So following the deposition, most of their witnesses simply drop out. The proponents say it's because they're scared of the plan to broadcast the trial.
Proposition 8's sponsors asked the High Court to step in, saying they're afraid people who testify against same-sex marriage might be harassed or threatened.
But they knew it would be broadcast before all this, and they're all public figures who were totally comfortable talking about gay marriage before. They only tried to pull out after the depositions went badly for them. Oddly, one of the only witnesses who stayed was a self-described expert named David Blankenhorn, even though he admitted that his actual area of expertise was 19th century British cabinet makers. I wonder if he was familiar with Old Fish Hannah. Still, the proponents insist the trial must not be broadcast or posted online. They file furious last-minute challenges to turn the cameras off. AFER fights back. People need to see justice being done. They go back and forth until finally.
Just 2 hours before the Proposition 8 trial started, the U.S. Supreme Court temporarily blocked Judge Walker's plan to post video of the proceedings on YouTube.
So it'll be taped, but held under seal. Even worse, the proponents file a new motion to have the tapes destroyed before the public can see them. After everything was looking so good for the gays, this is a big setback. AFER was counting on those tapes to show the public what is at stake, why Prop 8 is bad, who the couples are that want to marry. And now that footage just has to sit on a shelf, maybe get thrown in an incinerator. It's like hiring stars for a movie that can't be released. But there's no time to deal with that. They have to focus on the trial itself. January 11th, 2010. Once again, the community gathers near San Francisco's Civic Center, this time a block away at the federal building.
Outside court, protesters made their case, while inside the courtroom, testimony began in the trial that could overturn California's ban on same-sex marriage.
Inside, the tension is sky high. Remember, AFER's lawyers have to prove, first, marriage is fundamental under the U.S. Constitution. Second, Prop 8 harms people. And third, its only reason to exist is to express disapproval of a minority. So, how do they do that? Well, they start by pointing out the Supreme Court's already recognized marriage as a fundamental right, like in Loving v. Virginia, where the Supreme Court struck down bans on interracial marriage, or in the case Griswold versus Connecticut, where the state made it illegal for married couples to use contraception. The Supreme Court ruled governments can't do that because marriages are private associations protected from state interference. Those rights flow out of the 14th Amendment, which prevents the government from depriving any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. And marriage, the Supreme Court has held, is one of those liberties.
The court is not creating a new legal right. This is a right that has been well recognized for 100 years in terms of the right of individuals to marry.
But the proponents are ready for this. They argue back, sure, but those cases were all about straight couples. The country has no tradition of gay marriage. Gay marriages, they say, are so far outside the concept of ordered liberty that none of those precedents apply. So, on to point 2, Prop 8 causing harm. To prove that, AFER found 2 couples who'd been denied marriage licenses.
Kristen Perry and Sandy Steer of Berkeley and Jeff Zarillo and Paul Katami of Burbank both took the stand today. The testimony often got emotional as they answered questions about their sexuality, their coming out, and why marriage is so important to them. Zarillo said, quote, "The word marriage has a special meaning that if it weren't so important, we would not be here today."
They talk about the ads that played during the Prop 8 campaign.
Children will be taught about gay marriage unless we vote yes on Proposition 8.
And the impact they had.
Choking back tears, he said he felt demonized by those, adding that the thought of my getting married to Jeff is going to harm a child somewhere is so damaging, so harmful.
Then they call another witness, a gay man named Ryan Kendall. He's there to talk about how stigma against gay people, made worse by discriminatory laws, causes harm. Ryan had a deeply painful childhood. He was subjected to ex-gay abuse at the hands of phony doctors and parents who told him they wished he'd never been born. By denying access to marriage, the lawyers argue, the state is saying gay people are inferior, and sending that message causes harm even to people who aren't actively trying to get married. Ryan's testimony was deeply moving. And the Prop 8 proponents can't argue any rebuttal to what he'd been through, so instead they argue allowing gay couples to get married causes harm too, because it changes the definition of marriage. Judge Walker isn't convinced, though. He asks, well, what evidence do you have that marriage would be changed? And that's when Chuck Cooper, the proponent's lawyer, said something he immediately regretted. He tells Walker, it's so obvious that marriage is about men and women reproducing that, quote, you don't need to have evidence. Walker repeated that line. I don't need to have evidence? It is a heck of a thing to say about a trial. But the thing is, there is no evidence. They know it. He just made the mistake of saying it out loud.
In a court of law, you've got to come in and you've got to support those opinions. You've got to stand up under oath in cross-examination. There simply wasn't any evidence. There weren't any of those studies. There weren't any empirical studies. That's just made up. That's junk science. And it's easy to say that on television, but a witness stand is a lonely place to lie.
And that leads to the final point, Prop 8 having no rational basis other than expressing dislike of a minority. For that, AFER introduced evidence of long-held negative stereotypes, that queer people are sick, that they recruit, that they're unable to form long-term relationships. And as evidence, they cited our old friend Dr. David Rubin and his classic book about human sexuality. In one chapter, Rubin says homosexuals are compulsive exhibitionists. They wear inflatable vulvas and are some of the fattest people in the world. AFER called their own expert witnesses, sociologists, scholars, to testify there is no benefit to banning same-sex marriage. That when it's legalized in other countries, it's been fine.
There is simply no rational basis to take away that right that all citizens of California had, including all gay and lesbian citizens of California had. And yet that is exactly what Proposition 8 did.
The proponents had an answer for that.
Walker grilled a lawyer for the measure's backers, who asserted that Prop 8 was legitimate because it fostered, quote, naturally procreative relationships, end quote.
The defense stated over and over again that the central purpose of marriage was to procreate.
Their argument is that marriage exists to make sure kids are raised by a man and a woman. Letting gays marry would change that purpose, they argue. And if there's even a chance that could happen, well, that's reason enough to ban it.
There's no guarantee that same-sex marriage will be good for society and good for our children, and the voters were entitled to say, we're going to stay away from the unknown.
What is that? It's the unknown.
This whole process takes about 2 weeks. Fairly quick as these things go. They lay out their case, they give their evidence, and then they're done.
Your Honor, the prosecution roosts.
Now they have to wait. It'll be months before the court rules, so everybody is in a holding pattern. The lawyers, the plaintiffs, and all of the couples waiting outside the court to see if they can finally get that license.
The women brought their son Azad to the courthouse to see the legal process in action, a process they hope will result in them being allowed to legally marry.
We would frame that paper at the front of our house and, worship it every day, and someday we'll have that. Right?
But like the rest of those gathered, there was little for them to do but raise their voices and wait.
So who's favored to win? Well, publicly.
Well, Tom, both sides say they feel very confident about the cases they presented.
But in private, the proponents started cooking up a little insurance policy, just in case this didn't go their way. There were some rumors, nothing confirmed, that Walker was gay. And anti-gay groups start mentioning this in public whenever they can.
I think what you have is one judge who thinks he knows, and a district-level judge, and an openly homosexual judge at that.
Now, this had never been confirmed.
You mentioned this claim that he's openly homosexual. I'm not sure if that's in fact the case, but whether he is or isn't, what bearing does that have on the case?
But that didn't stop them. They said a gay judge shouldn't be allowed to hear a gay case.
He is openly homosexual, one of 2 federal judges. So I do think it has a bearing on the case.
Which is, of course, ridiculous. What are they saying, that a straight judge shouldn't hear a case affecting straight people? It is a dumb argument. But they're going after him in the court of public opinion, just in case they don't win in real court. Months go by, and then we get news. The ruling's coming down. A crowd gathers, again, outside the court. I was in that crowd, and the mood outside federal court had a weird mix of excitement and fear. Most of these folks had been coming to court ruling days like this for years. But this morning, we all knew this could be the last one of these days, at least in California, for a long, long time. So we wait, and we wait, and we wait, and then...
Breaking news tonight in America's national debate about what defines a family.
On point 1, Judge Walker agreed. Marriage is a fundamental liberty protected by the 14th Amendment.
Judge Walker wrote, "The choice of a marriage partner is sheltered by the 14th Amendment, which includes the Equal Protection Clause."
On point 2,
there are 80 different findings of fact, including that religious beliefs that homosexual relationships are sinful, harm gays and lesbians.
Point 3, the motivation.
Voters, he said, were driven by nothing more than a fear or unarticulated dislike of same-sex couples.
And he concluded,
because California has no interest in discriminating against gay men and lesbians, the court concludes that Proposition 8 is unconstitutional.
Standing in that crowd, I could see everybody scrolling frantically on their phones for details.
Carol, anything?
And as soon as it was clear that we'd won, there was an unplanned march down the street to City Hall to try to get people married that moment.
Dominique Handy wanted her marriage license.
I'm so ready, like shopping, planning, like what else can you just, it's beautiful.
The same thing was happening across the state.
Rallies and marches throughout California as the gay and lesbian community celebrates an historic victory.
We often gather here to protest, and it's great to be here to celebrate.
We put fear and prejudice on trial, and fear and prejudice lost.
But there is a problem.
Tonight, Proposition 8 supporters vow to fight on all the way to the Supreme Court.
The proponents immediately say they're going to appeal.
As you know, this court is closely divided on those key social issues, with 4 conservatives and 4 liberals, and Justice Anthony Kennedy in the middle. It could hinge on one vote.
And while that's going on, the Prop 8 proponents announce they're going to try to get the ruling thrown out because Walker's gay. And as great as this win is, the trial tapes are still locked away. AFER won this round, but nobody can see how AFER won. The whole strategy of using the notoriety of the trial to move public opinion isn't happening like it should.
Right now, the country is divided on this, 50-47 against same-sex marriage in the latest ABC News poll.
And then there's another, less public problem. All of these unexpected challenges and side issues are making this case drag way out. It's getting expensive. David Boies is handling the case for free, donating his fee back to the cause. Ted Olson tells the New York Times he's doing it partially pro bono.
Actually, no, that's not the truth, Ellen.
Actually, he's charging $3 million. And that's just a start. After this round, he ups his price to $5.6 million. Justice costs a lot of money. AFER won this round in court, but the opposition's opened up a whole new line of attack. A major part of their public strategy has been short-circuited, and they are running out of money. They don't have access to a huge national fundraising apparatus that they might have if they'd partnered with the more established groups. So, what do they do now? While AFER struggles to figure out their next move, other groups aren't waiting. They take decisive action. Actually, a lot of decisive action. Some are the culmination of years-long projects. Like in D.C., there's a local group called GLAA that spent years laying the groundwork for a marriage bill. Now it's finally ready for a vote.
A firestorm of emotion erupted Tuesday at the Wilson Building soon after D.C. council members overwhelmingly passed legislation recognizing same-sex marriages performed in other jurisdictions. Tempers flared to the point that security rushed in to disperse the crowd.
Other actions are new. For example, in Michigan, the state tells 2 moms that they aren't allowed to adopt kids because they can't get married. So the moms file a lawsuit to challenge the state's marriage ban. And there is an intriguing new case in New York. That one involves a woman named Edie Windsor, a widow. Her wife died after over 40 years together. And then the IRS told Edie she would be taxed on their belongings as though they were legal strangers. So with help from the ACLU, Edie sues the U.S. government over DOMA, the Defense of Marriage Act. That's the federal ban on marriage recognition Clinton signed back in the 90s. Now, this is a surprise move from the ACLU. They had been warning against a federal lawsuit. But something's changed. Under Obama, the Department of Justice says they won't defend DOMA in court. But that doesn't mean that someone else won't. Increasingly, anti-gay groups are challenging government officials who support the freedom to marry, sometimes at the local level.
Enraged opponents morally opposed to same-sex marriage are pledging to fight on and kick out the council members who backed this bill.
And also nationally. The main source for opposition is the National Organization for Marriage. That was formed in the aftermath of Prop 8 to coordinate anti-equality campaigns around the country. They put out videos warning about what's going to happen if gays can get married.
There's a storm gathering.
The clouds are dark, and the winds are strong.
And I am afraid.
Meanwhile, all this nationwide attention on marriage is prompting a lot of TV shows to tackle the topic like they did in the 90s. But there's a difference. For example, on All My Children...
We shall now rock the universe. You may each kiss the bride.
Or the reboot of 90210.
That was absolutely beautiful. Groom number 2, what do you got?
And on Grey's Anatomy, there's a lovely gay couple, and they're about to propose to each other when they're in a car crash, giving one a traumatic brain injury and leading to her giving birth while in a coma as she astrally projects herself into a musical, culminating in her waking up to accept the proposal and get married 2 weeks later.
I hereby pronounce you wife and wife.
These are very different from past media representations of gay marriage. Instead of very special episodes, these involve regular characters on the shows. Why does that matter? Because research shows when audiences have repeated exposure to gay characters on TV, they can develop empathy with those characters, understand them better, and then also understand gay people in real life. And sure enough, everything happening in real life and in the media coincides with a major upswing in public opinion.
We're seeing a pretty significant shift politically in the minds of voters across the country on this linchpin of an issue.
So it is a very busy time for marriage equality. But there's a problem. There's so much going on, and there are very few news sources that tie it all together. It's really hard to keep track of everything. So I started making regular videos about whatever's going on week to week.
Welcome to This Week in Prop 8 for January 17, 2011.
It started with just news about Prop 8, but there is so much happening. I eventually expand to more and more states. My hope is this will make it easier for people to find ways they can get involved, wherever they are. So I report on events, I interview people, I have occasional guest appearances from my roommates.
No, don't be naughty. Don't be naughty.
But this is a lot to keep track of. Plus, by now, I've left my full-time job to do freelance work for a handful of websites, so I don't have a reliable source of income. This work is fulfilling, but it doesn't pay anything. And that's when I got an email from AFER. They're in the lull between court appearances in the Prop 8 case. They've seen my videos, and they want somebody to make videos about their work. They'd like to talk to me about maybe coming to work for them. So I go down to LA, and I meet them. It's a small team, literally working out of a studio apartment that's been jury-rigged into an office. They tell me they are struggling to find ways to reach the public. They want ideas for getting people more involved, for taking action to support the lawsuit. We talk about adapting my videos into a weekly marriage news show, sending out action alerts when it's time for a rally or to donate. I recommend creating maps of major news stories based on the Nintendo Wii News channel. And they ask for my advice on a problem they've been facing: not being able to show the trial tapes. Now, I had a few ideas. They have the trial transcripts, so maybe they could get actors and do a recreation. When I suggest this, everybody in the room gives each other a look. Because it turns out, I wasn't the first person to bring this idea up. What I didn't know then was AFER was already talking to a group in New York called Broadway Impact.
Where to?
Broadway.
This was a young group. It was formed by three friends, Jenny Canalos, Rory O'Malley, and Gavin Creel. In 2008, Jenny and Rory were working for a musical version of Happy Days that they were hoping would transfer to Broadway. It was a fun, light, nostalgic look back at the 50s by way of the 70s, and audiences responded
when they say Fonzie can sit on it. They say Fonzie sit on it.
After the show closed out of town, they found themselves with some free time. So they went to Ohio to volunteer for the Obama campaign, calling people, knocking on doors. On election day, they helped get people to the polls.
That was like the coolest thing, because I was like, yes, ma'am, there will be someone on the way to come pick you up. What is your address? And like, that is a vote, you know? Rory always said to me, like, you just have to win by one, you know? Like, he always would say that. I felt that way, like, when that day I was like, another one, I got another vote.
Jenny had family in California, and she heard about Prop 8. When she flew back to visit them, she was surprised to see her dad had a sticker in his office for protectmarriage.com.
I was like, what is this? You know, like, I can't believe they're putting this out. And he was like, oh, I don't even know what it is. I got it in the mail, and it just seems like a nice sticker. And he just, like, had it on his desk. And he had no idea what it even meant, what it was for. I had to explain to him, like, Dad, this is what this is, and this is really bad, and you have to vote against this. But I think also in the back of my mind, I just was like, that's never going to pass in California. California is way too enlightened and smart, and they're not going to go for that.
But it did. The day after the election, Jenny and Rory were driving back to New York, elated about Obama, but crushed about Proposition 8.
I remember sitting in the passenger seat and Rory was driving, and I remember saying, turn the car around, let's just go to California. Let's just drive to California right now. We'll have to just get involved somehow and start working on this.
They didn't have to, though. There were huge protests in New York. There was a community meeting.
There were meetings at the LGBT centers that's where Rory and I we went to this meeting, and there was like 400 or 500 people crammed. And it's like a huge big room, but it was like standing room only.
Jenny and Rory went to the meeting looking for a way they could help.
I don't even remember who was up on the panel, but it was all the people from different orgs kind of like fighting with each other about who didn't do what right. And Rory and I walked away from that meeting going, you just had 300 or 400 people in a room, and not one of them said, this is what you can do tomorrow to help Prop 8 or, help the movement. Nobody told us what to do. We were just going there going, what do we do? Someone tell us what to do. And that's when we kind of were like, oh, we're going to have to do this ourselves.
They ran into a friend at the meeting who said he knew another Broadway actor who might want to join them, Gavin Creel. He'd come out a couple of years ago. He wanted to get more involved in the community, but he didn't know where to start.
So we all had other jobs. We were all doing this kind of like under our, on our iPhones, under our desks, and we just were all so fired up. I mean, we used to have like 6-hour meetings in Gavin's apartment and just order food in and just sit there and write about what we could do and how we could do it and ideas and brainstorm.
This impulse comes out of a long tradition on Broadway, the community coming together to look out for each other. Groups like Broadway Cares Equity Fights AIDS, established by unions to respond to HIV. But Jenny and Rory and Gavin had never led an organization like that. They could try to start their own thing, but where do they start? How would they even know the right way to go about it? At the time, New York was debating a marriage equality bill. So Jenny and Rory and Gavin asked their friends to write postcards to lawmakers.
And we were going to try to flood their mailboxes with a bunch of handwritten greeting cards that said, like love letters from the Broadway community.
But it was hard to get people on board for this. Like I had found with my Stop 8 photos, people can be scared to be the first ones to put themselves out there. Or people might not think they have anything important to say. Jenny and Rory and Gavin worked hard to guide their friends to action. They wrote example postcards.
And I'd punch a hole in it and we'd put it around our necks on like a ribbon. So then we'd go around to all the people at the show and be like, this is what we wrote. You can write something similar. You can write your own story. And that's how we started, just like showing people that, like what to say or that it wasn't scary or not to be scared of it. We used to raid our friends like Super Bowl parties. Like my friends had to have a huge Super Bowl party every year and I would go there. Rory and I paused the show. We were like, okay, everyone has to fill out a postcard to the New York State Senate Majority Leader today.
But soon they ran out of friends. They didn't have that many cards filled out yet. They knew they had to get in front of more people. So they got creative.
There's all those drag race shows or whatever they do now, like they had back then for whatever shows were on at the time or whatever, we would have the host, Jenny's here for Broadway Impact. We're doing postcards for marriage equality tonight. I just need to interrupt for a moment to point out the show RuPaul's Drag Race is older than nationwide marriage equality by several years. Anyway, Jenny and Rory and Gavin also encouraged people to participate online. And that's what we started doing, is making these little silly videos. One video, he literally recorded off of his laptop.
We're recording.
He put it into his, because New York's so small, he put it into his kitchen cabinets where his dishes go. We moved the dishes, and he stood in his kitchen and made a video about how to call your senator, or whatever it was at that time,
Go to this link, download the PDF, and make it your profile picture on Facebook. Also, if you're on a MySpace page, make it your MySpace picture.
This was definitely not as polished as what other more established groups were doing. But
we weren't going to wait until it was perfect.
My name is Gavin Creel, and you are here in my kitchen. Ow. I'm not coming from this way.
No one is going to care if it's not perfect. You're not saying the exact right thing, but it's it'll get people's attention, at least in that community.
They reached out to other more prominent activists to ask for guidance, find out how they could help.
And someone from their organization said, great, let's have a lunch and we'll talk. And we were at an Olive Garden in New York City, which is hilarious, because who goes to the Olive Garden in New York? Nobody. We have all these Broadway people. They'd be totally willing to lend their talents and their time and sing and whatever and get attention. And he kind of was like, well, you should just fill out more postcards. And, maybe in June there's going to be something happening. I was like, I have 12 Broadway performers that are ready to make a video for you, do a song, sing a song. I mean, anything you want them to do. And not one of those organizations took advantage of that. None of them.
They thought they had something more to offer, but they weren't being taken seriously. Their name was literally Impact, but established organizations didn't believe they could have one. They needed to prove themselves. Around this time, Gavin was appearing in the musical Hair, and Jenny had an idea.
So I kind of said to Gavin, what if we get your cast to just stand in Times Square and sing Let the Sun Shine In, and we'll just draw attention to it, and we'll start passing out postcards, or we'll tell people to call their senator.
Word started to get around. Actors from other shows wanted to get involved. Elected officials heard about it. It was only 1 week away and kept getting bigger and bigger.
I have a video of Rory sitting there on his computer, and he's like, I was like, Rory, the governor's coming. And he's like, oh my God, I want to remember this moment forever.
After only 10 days of planning, it all comes together.
What do we want? Marriage equality!
It's massive. Thousands of people, they shut down Times Square. There's major news coverage. There's speakers like Cynthia Nixon, Audra McDonald, David Hyde Pierce, the mayor, the governor.
We were like, oh, this is something now, and this is not just three friends trying to get their friends to sign postcards.
More Broadway shows want to help. American Idiot, Next to Normal, title of show. Broadway stars start joining them for phone banking to support the New York marriage bill.
We started doing Broadway night phone banking, where we had the cast of Spelling Bee come back and reunite and do phone banks that were it was a fun little thing for them to do, but it also encouraged just the random person to come because it was something out of the ordinary.
They were at the Tony luncheon, and then that night, Nikki James is in her little Tony cocktail dress and her high heels, just chatting it out, getting people to make phone calls. They literally came from their luncheon and were sitting there in suits and dresses and ties, making phone calls.
They do thousands of phone calls, deliver 3,000 postcards in person to the Senate. And when the bill comes up for a vote in Albany, lawmakers vote down marriage. 28-24. 8 Democrats vote against it. The problem is New York City isn't New York State. The state's a lot more conservative than Greenwich Village. Broadway Impact had effectively rallied people in their community, but that wasn't enough. They were going to have to expand their influence. So they tried to regroup and find a bright side.
And it was great because then we knew who voted no, and we could start going after those people.
But after the setback of the vote, it was hard to motivate people to keep coming back.
So the second year, we went into not hibernation, but it was growing pains of trying to go, okay, we had a really great coming out, so to speak, and now we have to still remain active.
It seemed like an opportunity might be out there. Theaters around the country were calling Broadway Impact and asking how they could get involved.
Companies were going to be wanting to help, and they were reaching out to us about it, and we just didn't know what to tell them to do, and that we needed to be able to hand people something and say, this is what you can do.
Now, they couldn't train theaters to be activists, but...
That's when Rory's idea we saw this TED Talk, and he's like, we should do a play.
Because if we hand them a script, they're going to know how to do that.
The Broadway Impact team wanted to write a play about marriage equality, send it to theaters so they could put it on in their communities for free. And then after the show, Broadway Impact would give them tips for hosting talkbacks with the cast, with the audience, and real-life couples.
I always thought it's a great idea, but it seemed pretty lofty an aspiration,
Now, none of them were playwrights. Nobody was sure, what should a marriage play even be? But they got some inspiration from another organization that had put out the trial transcripts and encouraged people to recreate highlights from the trial. The initial responses were modest.
Hear ye, the following is a reenactment from Pirie versus Schwarzenegger, the Prop 8 trial in U.S. District Court. Court is now in session.
But others featured celebrity appearances, Alan Cumming, Ellen Greene, Marissa Tomei. And it is truly great that people were willing to do this, to donate their time, to try to get eyes on the trial. But the views on those videos were low. Jenny and Rory had helped with a few of the videos, and they thought maybe they could do something similar for the stage. But as they tried to write their own adaptation of the trial, it became clear. Court transcripts are pretty dry. It's a struggle to craft effective drama from all that legal procedure. And the project took longer and longer to develop. Gavin thought maybe they could partner with a professional writer.
Ever since I saw Lance's speech at the Oscars, that was a life-changing moment for me.
That's Dustin Lance Black, who wrote Milk. He won an Oscar for that script, and he delivered this speech.
To all of the gay and lesbian kids out there tonight who have been told that they are less than by their churches or by the government or by their families, that you are beautiful, wonderful creatures of value. God does love you, and that very soon, I promise you, you will have equal rights federally across this great nation of ours.
I watched this young, attractive, outspoken, beautifully spoken man win an Oscar in an emotional speech, kind of call out to me and go, I hear you, I'm out here, and I see you out there.
But hiring an Oscar-winning writer was just a pipe dream. For the time being, New York kept struggling to bring back a marriage bill, and Broadway Impact kept struggling too.
All the while, we're in second-year growing pains, and we're like, the longer we don't make ourselves visible and come out with something, the longer we risk just being told we're irrelevant.
They're talking to a lot of political leaders about what they should do, and one of them was a man named Richard Socarides. Richard's father was a prominent doctor whose whole career was dedicated to preventing and curing homosexuality.
Homosexuality is, in fact, a mental illness.
which has reached epidemiological proportions.
The father, Charles Socarides, said gays were caused by a bad childhood.
One develops homosexuality as a result of early childhood fears. The aim of the homosexual act, paradoxically enough, is to seek masculinity. He is attempting to achieve the very thing that he felt he was so lacking in childhood.
He founded a group called NARTH, a bunch of crackpots who claimed they could make gays straight.
Some studies indicate that as many as 1/3 of those who seek help eventually become heterosexual.
Obviously, they couldn't change anyone. They were just doing abuse. But for decades, NARTH and Charles Socarides' junk science were used to justify discriminatory attitudes.
Americans consider homosexuality more harmful to society than adultery, abortion, or prostitution.
Harmful laws.
The majority of Americans favor legal punishment, even for homosexual acts performed in private between consenting adults.
And police harassment that ruined people's lives.
I'll be wrecked by this record. See, I'm only 19.
Charles Socarides was responsible for the suffering of millions of people, including his son, Richard. Richard had come out to his father in his 20s, leading to their estrangement. He became a gay organizer. He advised Clinton on gay issues, overlapped with Chad at the White House. He was politically active in New York, and he met the Broadway Impact folks. He recommended they talk to Chad. Chad loved their idea. AFER had been looking for a way to publicize what happened at the trial, since they can't share the tapes. And as it happened, Dustin Lance Black was on AFER's board of directors. A plan starts coming together to have Lance write a script, do a live reading in New York and another in LA, publicize the shows, get the word out to theaters they can stage their own versions for free, and that it comes with guidance for community conversations afterwards. Chad envisions the bicoastal shows with a cast of celebrities, making them fundraisers for the trial. So, Lance gets to work on a script, and Rob Reiner starts leaning on celebrity friends to come on board. They get stage and screen actors, Matt Bomer, Cheyenne Jackson, Morgan Freeman, Yardley Smith, the voice of Lisa Simpson, Chris Colfer and Jane Lynch come aboard, George Takei. It's in the midst of all this that I found myself talking to AFER. When they told me what they were planning, my initial reaction was, frankly, I wasn't sure it was a good idea. I was not convinced a legal organization could pivot to theatrical production. This could be insanely boring. I also thought Chad produced one of the worst ads of the campaign with the school superintendent.
Prop 8 has nothing to do with schools or kids.
Does this organization really know anything about making entertaining work? Plus, this could turn into a huge distraction from the trial itself. It would be nuts if work on the trial took a backseat to raising money to pay for the trial. But on the other hand, there's a recurring problem of bringing public attention to the issue of marriage. And a big celebrity performance could change that. Plus, I love the idea of bringing the show to local communities, so marriage isn't something being shoved at them from far away, but a conversation that's happening locally. Ultimately, this whole idea is a wild, unpredictable experiment. And it didn't matter what my reservations were. It was happening, whether you like it or not. I joined the AFER team in 2011 and moved across the state to work out of their little office in LA. At first, I was doing weekly news videos.
I'm Matt Baum, and welcome to Marriage News Watch for May 5th, 2014.
And handling some logistics for the show, like creating the playbill, finding a camera crew to record it. There is a lot to do, and not a lot of time to do it. And it is fascinating to see drafts of the script coming in. Not just based on the transcripts, but using them as the basis for a compelling narrative story. It makes sense that this would happen. AFER's co-founder, Rob Reiner, knows a few things about turning a trial into something people want to watch.
I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
And having performers recreate stories from real-life couples is similar to a technique that he used on When Harry Met Sally.
You know where we met? In an elevator.
I was visiting family.
In the Ambassador Hotel in Chicago,
He was on the
Illinois.
3rd floor. I was on the 12th.
I rode up 9 extra floors just to keep talking to her.
9 extra floors.
And then there's the excitement every time a new celebrity agrees to donate their time. Brad Pitt, George Clooney. I nearly fell out of my chair when we got George Takei. Whoa! Before long, we're ready to announce this to the world. And we toss around a couple ideas. A press release, a blog post. But this announcement needs to be big. Rob says he can record a video announcement to post on YouTube. He just needs somebody to come over and record it. So I volunteer. I am incredibly nervous going over to his house. I know Rob Reiner as a TV icon, not just for All in the Family, but Batman, The Gary Shandling Show, 30 Rock.
No, you win. The acclaimed director of When Harry Met Sally would never do that.
Not to mention directing some of the most acclaimed films ever made. In the span of just a few months, I've gone from making videos under my bed surrounded by rats to making a video with one of the biggest directors in Hollywood. And I am terrified I'm going to call him Meathead by accident. I arrive at his house at the foot of the Hollywood Hills, and it is lovely. I walk in with my little camera and my tripod, I meet him in his office, and he is as charming as you could want him to be. He compliments my tattoos, which is awkward because I don't have any. He gets comfortable in his office while I set up my camera. For my videos, I'm used to shooting with a script, so I know exactly what to say. I brought a press release with AFER's talking points for Rob. He looks it over, he nods, and then he puts it off to the side and starts riffing his own way of delivering the news. He's improvising off of a structure like he had actors do on Spinal Tap. And that took me a little aback. He's just going to talk? How is he going to know what to say? Turns out, Rob Reiner knew exactly how to grab your attention.
This Saturday night, March 3rd, I'm inviting you to watch live as we make history.
I just let the camera roll, and I watch as he crafts a story on the fly.
The Prop 8 proponents are still trying to hide what happened at the trial, so we're going to do the exact opposite. We're going to broadcast it to the entire world.
After years of gay marriage advocacy, always being on defense, he was going on offense. I love this approach, pointing out, we have nothing to hide. What are they trying to hide? And then he makes a bombshell announcement.
For the first time ever, we are live streaming an amazing new play called 8. It's about marriage equality and the Proposition 8 trial.
This is huge. Putting the show online instead of broadcast or cable means it can reach far more people. Anywhere on Earth. There's no need to subscribe or a need to catch a one-time airing. And then he brings it on in for an exciting landing.
I hope you'll join me, George Clooney, Brad Pitt, Martin Sheen, Kevin Bacon, John C. Reilly, Jamie Lee Curtis, Christine Lottie, Jane Lynch, Matthew Morrison, Chris Colfer, and Jesse Tyler Ferguson. You see, we had a problem. We couldn't find any famous people to be in the play.
It was incredible to stand behind the camera while Rob put this all together, watching him turn a list of facts into something that connects with an audience by focusing on conflict, creating curiosity about what they don't want you to see, and using the power of celebrity. My big lesson from that day was the importance of showmanship, that it's not enough just to state the facts. You have to relate to the audience, make it worth their attention. That's what Rob's doing in this video, and it was the challenge with adapting the transcripts into a play. The curtain's slated to go up in September of 2011. And over the summer, everybody is bustling in New York. Broadway Impact's working around the clock to find a venue for the show, locking in partnerships with theaters around the country, working out minor details like what is everybody going to wear. And in the middle of all that, a new marriage equality bill is introduced in New York. So now Broadway Impact has to split their time between this show and their regular activism. Now, a lot has changed since the last bill failed. Back then, Broadway Impact was just one of many queer groups, all working independently. Now, they formed a coalition called New Yorkers United for Marriage. Each group can still do what they're good at, but they're also coordinating with each other. And they spent the last 2 years reaching out to voters, working to get anti-equality legislators voted out, lobbying the others. Still, as this new bill heads to a vote in the middle of the night in June, it looks like it's going to lose again by a narrow margin. Here's the moment when they count the votes.
Seward, Young, and Zeldin. Ayes 36, nays 26.
The bill is passed. Please sit.
They win, and that shifts the mood completely in New York. There's celebrations everywhere. It's like the summer of love California had a few years before. But for Broadway Impact, there is no time to celebrate because there's just 2 months to go before showtime. By early September, everything's coming together. The theater's locked in. It's going to be at the Eugene O'Neill, where the Book of Mormon normally plays. Ironic, since the Mormon Church was a major driver of Proposition 8. Rory, Jenny, and Gavin have assembled a skilled production team for the show. And a couple days before showtime, the AFER team lands in New York for final publicity and fundraising. Now, it's the day before the show. The plaintiffs from the court case arrive for a backstage tour of the theater. I get to join them, and we're walking through the wings when we run into Book of Mormon actor Josh Gad. We're all starstruck, but when he sees the plaintiffs from the Prop 8 case, he's starstruck by them. He gasps. He makes a face that was exactly Olaf the Snowman. Then the morning of the show comes. People are lining up for rush tickets outside the theater. Gavin Creel goes out to give him donuts and coffee.
to take the play. Lance, who wrote the play, is going to license the reading, and you just do a reading. It's easy as we give you the scripts, you cast your stars in your theater program or people you want to put in it.
For him and his friends, this is the culmination of years of work, after other people had dismissed them, assumed they couldn't have an impact. Now, there are a few hiccups. I was there to record video messages with the cast in support of equality, but everybody from AFER and Broadway Impact are busy with other tasks, and I realize I'm going to have to direct these shoots with major stars, and I am terrified of the ways that I could screw this up. I'm stationed with a camera crew in a hotel room that we've turned into a mini soundstage, except that the hotel beds are attached to the floor, so we have to arrange lights and cameras around them. When John Lithgow comes in, he looks at the beds and the film equipment and he goes, "What kind of video are you making?" That loosens folks up, and we film with a few celebrities. Everything's going smoothly. Morgan Freeman arrives, and he reads a message to camera. I ask him to read it a second time, just in case we need an alternate take. And then after he does, I ask him, "All right, are you happy with how that came out?" And he looks at me and he goes, "I was happy with it the first time." I realize my style was always to do multiple takes, because when I saw myself on camera, I was always unhappy with how I came across. So I'd keep trying over and over and over to get it right. I just assumed that's how everybody does it. But I'm going to guess Morgan Freeman probably doesn't need to do as many takes as I do. I thought that would be my strangest experience of the night. But then we get word that Maggie Gallagher, one of the founders of the Anti-Gay National Organization for Marriage, has bought a ticket to the show. We're aware this could be very awkward because Lance has written her into the show as a character. I have a whole story about how it was my job to keep an eye on her, but I gotta cut more stuff for time. The full story is gonna go up on Patreon. The show starts by introducing the couples at the heart of the lawsuit. They tell a little of their story before they enter court. We see the arguments, we see the dramatic moments. Lance has polished the legal team's very skillful fact-based performance into an emotional story in and out of court. The ticket sales raise over $1 million for AFER. Requests from theaters start flooding in for regional productions, largely in states with marriage equality races coming up, and it is great. But on the other hand, this celebrity performance was a one-night-only thing for wealthy donors, so not a ton of people could see it. And that's frustrating. But it would be a different story for the version in LA, if we can pull off the live stream. These days, live stream is just something you do from your phone. But this was still the early days of streaming. You couldn't just go live from your YouTube account. Until recently, YouTube had only done one-off live stream experiments like presidential debates or the Olympics. And even that was stuff you could also watch on TV. This would be the first time for YouTube to exclusively stream a dramatic, theatrical show. And not only that, but a lot of YouTube's early live experiments went pretty poorly. There are articles writing the technology off, that YouTube streaming would never be able to compete with television. And on top of that, this show was happening at an old theater in LA that barely had a working internet connection. The only way to get a strong enough internet connection was to rent a satellite truck. But even that was iffy because the theater had limited line of sight to satellites. We spent weeks testing and arranging and figuring out the technology, and there was still some uncertainty the day of the show. I got to the theater early. I saw the cast arriving over the course of the evening. Brad Pitt, George Clooney, Kevin Bacon. When Martin Sheen arrived, we asked if he could record a quick video in support of marriage equality, and he goes, "Sure, but it'll be double my normal rate." We all freeze, and then he goes, "Free!" Of the whole cast, I was most starstruck by George Takei. When I see him walk in, I want to tell him how much his work means to me. And after he's done with hair and makeup, there's a little downtime. I go up to him. I thank him for his pivotal role in getting the Los Angeles subway built in the 1970s.
25th anniversary of the Southern California Rapid Transit District. Public transit boldly goes where it's never been before.
He gives me a look and he goes, "Oh, you know my checkered past." Of any celebrity encounter I have had, I will probably treasure that one the most. And I am giddy as we all find our seats for the show, crossing our fingers that the live stream will actually work. The show is written, so the first thing you see is a real-life ad for Proposition 8. And watching the live stream, we were initially flooded with comments from viewers who misunderstand. They say, "The Prop 8 proponents have hacked the stream." At least we know people are able to see it. Then the actors enter. It begins with the plaintiffs in a scene that's much more personal than the court testimony.
Wait, will we done in time for soccer practice?
I'm not sure. Come on, let's go. Let's go.
What do you mean you're not sure?
But who knew we were going to go through an actual trial, Elliot? I mean, who knows what we're going to have to do today? Because personally,
I have never sued Arnold Schwarzenegger before.
That is true. Jamie Lee Curtis had never sued Arnold Schwarzenegger, though they had met.
Have you ever killed anyone?
Yeah, but they were all bad.
They head inside for the trial. There's a touching moment when a lawyer asks how she can be so sure she wants to get married.
I'm convinced because at 47 years old, I have fallen in love one time, and it is with Chris.
That's such a nice line. It seems like it must be written for the play, but it's really from the trial.
Well, I'm convinced because at 47 years old, I've fallen in love one time, and it's with Chris.
There's also a deeply moving scene with the witness Ryan Kendall. After his family found out that he was gay,
My mother would tell me that she hated me. Once she told me that she wished she had had an abortion instead of a gay son.
Judge Walker later said that when he was Ryan's age, he went through something similar. He went to ex-gay treatments to straighten himself out. Walker told one interviewer that was the testimony during the trial that moved him the most. But there are lighter moments too. They get the Prop 8 backer, William Tam, on the stand. They confront him with the claims that he made during the campaign.
You believe that after the Netherlands legalized same-sex marriage, the Netherlands went on after that to legalize incest and polygamy and... I mean, who told you that, sir?
It's in the internet.
That also seems too bizarre to be real, but...
Who told you that, sir? Where'd you get that idea?
It's in the internet.
Internet.
And then there's the testimony from Blankenhorn, the supposed expert on marriage, whose field of study turned out to be 19th century cabinet making. He was completely fumbling in court when presented with simple questions.
And I'd like you to begin with a yes, no, or I don't know.
Mr. Boyes, I know the answer to your question.
Then
I cannot answer it if the only choices you're going to give me are the choices between the words yes and no.
Oh, no, it wasn't only between yes or no.
I was so glad to see Blankenhorn's buffoonery make it into the show.
I know the answer. I cannot answer you correctly if the only words I'm allowed to choose from is yes or no. I can give you my answer in a very brief sentence.
If you know the answer, why don't you share it with us?
I would be happy to, but he's only permitting me to give yes and no. I cannot do that and be accurate.
He is giving you three choices. Yes, no, I don't know.
But I do know. I do know the answer.
Then is it yes or is it no?
Your Honor, I can answer the question, but I cannot give an accurate answer if the only two choices I have are yes and no. If you give me a sentence, I can answer it. So one sentence is all I'm asking for.
All right, let's take a sentence. One sentence.
Can you ask me the question again, please?
But as funny as Blankenhorn could be, there were some important moments in his testimony. At the trial, they confronted him with a passage that he'd written in a book.
We would be more, emphasize more, American on the day we permitted same-sex marriage than we were on the day before. And you wrote those words, did you not, sir?
I wrote those words.
You believe them to be correct?
Yes, I now believe them. That's correct.
That is almost verbatim from the trial. The proponent's own witness making an admission that undercuts their case. The most emotional performances come in scenes outside of court. The couples who just want to get married, we see how it affects them to have to sit there, listening to the proponent say, we need to ban gay marriage to prevent irresponsible procreation.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe the evidence shows overwhelmingly that this interest in what many call, and the United States Congress calls, responsible procreation is really at the heart of society's interest in regulating marriage.
What did that mean?
What?
Irresponsible procreation? Illegitimate natural children? What's he talking about in there?
They're going to say whatever they have to. It doesn't mean it's true or that it's about you. You two certainly weren't accidents.
God, no.
We see the mom answer back to the idea that only straight parents can be responsible.
My partner of 7 years and I started the process of learning how to get pregnant. Yes, lesbians have to learn how. I went to a considering parenthood class for lesbians. We chose a donor. We started inseminating. And after a year and a half, I decided to use fertility medication. You were not accidents. You were not irresponsible. You two are about the most responsible, important, meaningful things I will ever do in my whole life. And don't you ever let anyone ever make you feel any different. You got it?
Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. But we still don't want to get out tonight.
Fine, tacos, take out whatever you want.
The show builds to a climax, with Martin Sheen as Ted Olson, getting to the crux of why asking for marriage equality isn't asking for a new right.
The Supreme Court has said that marriage is the most important relation in life. It is the foundation of society. It is essential to the orderly pursuit of happiness. It is a right of privacy older than the Bill of Rights and older than all of our political parties.
He acknowledges that marriage equality hasn't won at the ballot box.
But that does not justify a judge in a court to say, I really need the polls to be just a few inches higher. I need someone to go out and take the temperature of the American public before I can break this barrier and break down this discrimination. You cannot say after the fact, we are going to take away the constitutional right to liberty, privacy, association, and sexual intimacy that we already tell you you have. That is not acceptable. It's not acceptable under our Constitution, and Mr. Blankenhorn is absolutely right. The day we end that, we will be more American. Thank you.
Sitting in the audience, it felt electrifying to hear someone say those words. Not just someone, but the beloved President West Wing. He's saying we all deserve the freedom to live the lives of our choosing, to love who we want to love. We've been hearing the opposite for so long, that we're a threat to marriage, that we need to prove why we should be included. It was cathartic to say, no, actually, they need to prove why we should be kept out. After that scene, the play concludes with a line that's drawn directly from the trial. One of the women is asked why she wants Prop 8 to be overturned.
If Prop 8 were undone, and kids like me growing up in Bakersfield right now could never know what this felt like, then I assume that their entire lives would be on a higher arc. They would live with a higher sense of themselves that would improve the quality of their entire life.
And that's what I hope is the outcome of this case. I hope for something for Chris and I, but other people over time would benefit in such an even more profound, life-changing way. That's what I hope for.
That night, 200,000 people watched live. Tens of thousands more watched in the days that followed. That live stream is now at over 1 million views. Those viewers would probably not have sat through hours of court testimony. But they watched this. It's emotional. It's memorable. It makes a persuasive case. But more importantly, it provokes a feeling. In court, you need facts. To move the public, you need emotion. And this has both. As a fundraiser, this cleared a path for the lawsuit. It raised $1 million in New York, $2 million in LA. And Broadway Impact got hundreds more requests from theaters all around the country that want to do local performances.
We put fear and prejudice on trial.
We put fear and prejudice on trial.
We put fear and prejudice on trial.
Those local shows reached tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands of people. And although the star-studded versions were great publicity, I think the local shows are way more powerful because the audience is there in person, seeing performers from their own community, and then attending the discussion with people who are local to them, showing how marriage equality has an impact where they live and how they can help people in their own community.
Because the only reason I think anyone has a community is when they come together to help someone.
Broadway Impact started as just 3 friends in an apartment who were fed up, who found each other, and who took action to live up to the name that they chose, to have an impact.
You know, I'll be able to not brag, but I'll be able to say, I was there. I was there, you know? I mean, we are so lucky.
Heading into 2012, there are major challenges from anti-gay groups. The National Organization for Marriage is running national ads about how gay marriage is a huge threat.
Some who advocate for same-sex marriage have taken the issue far beyond same-sex couples.
My freedom will be taken away.
They're organizing what they say is going to be a 2 million person march called 2M for M. Early in the year, North Carolina votes on a constitutional amendment that bans marriage and civil unions overwhelmingly. It's approved 51 to 39%. It's the 31st state where voters put a marriage ban in the state constitution. Anti-gay groups are as confident as they have ever been. As November approaches, there are marriage ballot measures in 4 states: Minnesota, Maine, Maryland, and Washington. 3M for W. And it is not looking great. The only victories we've had so far in just a handful of states have happened when legal experts managed to win in court and in legislatures. We have still never won a ballot measure. One of the people dreading these campaigns was Thalia Zapatos. She had a better perspective on these 4 races than most people because she had been involved in similar fights for a long time, going all the way back to a ballot measure in Oregon in the 90s.
The Oregon Citizens Alliance was sort of a group of, ne'er-do-well Christian conservatives who didn't seem to be able to make a living any other way. And so they kind of realized that if they put a measure on the ballot every 2 years or 4 years, they could pay themselves salaries. For many years, the gay community in Oregon was subjected to these repeated ballot initiatives that, really tore people up. And it was really frightening. A gay man and a lesbian were killed, with a firebombing that year, and people were run off the road, and, someone on the campaign had their brake lines cut on their car. I mean, after he got so many death threats, the chief of police came along with the FBI to the campaign office and pulled 4 of us into a room and shut the door and said, "We know that the skinheads are plotting to kill one of you. We just don't know, which one it is."
Those anti-gay measures continued into the 2000s with a bruising campaign over a constitutional marriage ban.
But then in 2004, when the anti-marriage amendment was placed on the ballot here, along with all the other states, Oregon was considered the state that might have the best chance to defeat it. And we worked very, very hard, and of course we went down in flames along with all the other states.
Facing defeat year after year for decades was pretty demoralizing.
And even my friends, inside the campaign and out kind of said, "Why don't you just quit? I mean, it's not worth dying over this year. We can live to fight another year." But it just felt like, they were really, really trying to intimidate us. And, when people asked why I'd spent so many years as a straight ally fighting on LGBT issues, it's really because of that experience. I mean, as a feminist, I never thought that I'd spend, 10 full years of my life trying to help a whole lot of people get married. But for me, it's so much more than that. It's really, really about breaking down homophobic assumptions that people have, in the culture at large.
But having gone through this year after year, she started to notice a trend. In state after state, there was this weird contradiction. They knew from past research, when you ask voters if the Constitution should be changed to take away rights, they would usually say no. But then they'd go and vote for the constitutional bans anyway. So Thalia wondered if maybe the campaigns were going about this all wrong.
I really felt like the marriage discussion could be this discussion that could really engage people in a different way. The question is whether 2 people of the same gender, whether their love for each other could qualify, could be equivalent of the love of a straight couple. It seemed to me that a very deep question that if we could get America to talk about and answer it could be very, very important.
So after the 2004 loss in Oregon, Thalia and some colleagues pulled together focus groups. They went door to door to ask people about gay marriage. This was just after Gavin married all those couples in San Francisco, and then they had to go to court over it. Everybody assumed the best arguments would be about the legal issues, all the rights that the couples were trying to protect. But they heard something unexpected.
What we found out in the focus groups was voters were suspicious that same-sex couples wanted to get married just to make a political point, just to show that they could.
And then there was another surprise.
What they talked about more than anything when the canvassers came back and reported on their conversations was that at the time, this television show ER was very popular, and there was a storyline on ER of a lesbian couple. The partner got killed, the EMT got killed, and her family came and took the child away from the home and from the other parent. So we were trying to engage people about this list of legal rights, and we had these ads of real people that they didn't seem to be connecting with, but everybody wanted to talk about this made-up story from ER because somehow it was connecting to them. And I just found myself wrestling and wrestling. What is it? What is it we're doing wrong, and what is it?
So by now, it's around 2006. There's still a few years before Prop 8 happens. Thalia and her colleagues start putting together an ad campaign to try to imitate the ER effect. It's not about rights, it's about being in love. The end result is the garden wedding ad in California, the one where the bride wants to get married, but she can't.
And it wasn't completely the answer to everything, but it was a window into where we needed to go. We were kind of on the verge of finding an answer.
To Thalia, this seemed like the key to winning Prop 8.
Our opposition was talking about why gay people shouldn't get married, but nobody was really making the case why they should.
She urgently wanted to share her research with a Prop 8 campaign. But
I wasn't allowed to really engage with the campaign leadership because it was separated legally.
all of her research was done as part of a nonprofit, and nonprofits can't coordinate with campaigns. Legally, she couldn't hand over the bulk of her research. She could only watch as the campaign made one misstep after another.
And I had been so frustrated about sort of the messaging of the campaign and, my inability to impact it in a way that I thought would be more helpful, that I pretty much had decided, I was done working on LGBT stuff. I tried my best, and, maybe it was for someone else to figure out and not me.
But after Prop 8, the groundswell of public support changed her mind. That and a window of opportunity.
One of the luckiest breaks we had, Matt, was that in 2010, marriage was not on the ballot anywhere. But in 2010, we had a year or two to actually start from scratch.
Following the Prop 8 loss, Thalia and her colleagues at Freedom to Marry did more research into what actually moved people, not just during a campaign, but long term. What they found was the conversation changed when they stopped talking about rights and politics and just talked about people in love.
Just the breakthrough of showing these real couples getting married, was transformative. This one woman who was, very educated, just suburban mom said, I know this sounds funny even when I say it, but I never imagined that gay people could get old.
So they started to plan for what might come next.
I had spent a lot of time in 2010 kind of organizing the whole movement around messaging. The idea that we would talk about love and commitment, the values that we were finding were very important to voters.
And that brings us to the 4 ballot measures in 2012. Maine, Minnesota, Maryland, Washington. Minnesota asked for Thalia's help. She headed out to talk to the organizers.
And they came to the table and they said, look, we have to convince the people of Minnesota not to put this in the Constitution. We can't have a big discussion about marriage. Minnesota's not ready for that conversation. I literally said, we have lost 31 states following that strategy. Believe me, it cannot work.
And like she'd wanted to do in California a few years earlier, she begged them to go in a different direction.
What we had to do was convince everyone that same-sex marriage was okay.
This time, though, she was armed with research. She wasn't in a separate legal silo. She could give them all her findings over the last couple years. And you can see a big shift in these ads. For one thing, they feature actual gay people.
My partner Philip and I have been together for 14 years and want to get married in our home state.
They don't talk about abstract rights, they talk about the couples affected by those rights.
I just hope that my moms and all other committed couples get the chance to stand up and be married.
They don't try to be cute and avoid talking about marriage.
Hey y'all, it's your girl Monique. Gay and lesbian couples believe in commitment, family, and love. All that's being asked for is the right to be married, which ironically promotes commitment, family, and love. Join me and support marriage equality. It's the right thing to do.
But the ads were just one aspect of the campaign. They also had to mobilize people in multiple states, have one-on-one conversations. At one point, Thalia visited a church. She was chatting with a group of older women.
I said, have you been involved in the campaign at all? And they said, oh, yes, we have. They said, we meet every Wednesday night. We're the quilting group. But every Wednesday for the last few months when we're quilting, we tell each other about the conversations we've been having with our neighbors and our family members. And if there's a question we can't answer, we discuss it over the quilting, and we give each other good ideas about how to answer the question so we can go back out and tell more people why to vote no.
Another point, she was talking to a volunteer at a rally. He looked pretty tired, but...
And I said, so you might be looking forward to Election Day and getting your life back? And he said, I wish this campaign would never end. It has been the most remarkable experience of my entire life. And he said, getting on the phone every single day and talking to, real people about what really matters, he said, I feel like I've made more of an impact during this campaign than anything else I've ever done.
There was an investment in this campaign that was different from other states. Talking about what was at stake personally didn't just move voters who might be opposed, it also motivated people who were already on our side. It made it clear what's at stake. It made it personally meaningful. But they are up against intense opposition. The National Organization for Marriage is still promising to rally 2 million for marriage, 2M for M.
If you don't know what the abbreviation M4M stands for, I do not want to spoil your Googling fun, but here's a hint. The related search that Google suggests is for the website Manhunt.
And in Maine and Minnesota, Maryland, Washington, the anti-gay groups are running the same talking points they've been using for years. They've got it down to a science.
When laws like 74 have occurred elsewhere, people who disagree have faced lawsuits, fines, and punishment.
When gay marriage has become law elsewhere, people who disagree with it have been fired, sued, fined, and punished. Don't redefine marriage. Vote
Reject
no on question 1.
And sometimes they are surprisingly graphic.
2 men or 2 women are biologically incapable of forming a procreative sexual union, even when their sexual organs function properly. The aspect of the sex union that makes the couple's relationship suitable to marriage is its potential for procreation.
It may sound a bit weird to say that marriage is a biological function of the human body. That's because it is weird. But these are the messages that have always worked in dozens of past campaigns, including with Prop 8. In fact, these 4 campaigns felt especially similar to Prop 8 because, like in 2008, Obama was on the ballot again. And Republicans were trying to use gay marriage against him as a wedge. As part of a lawsuit, the National Organization for Marriage had to release some internal memos that put their strategy into writing. They wrote, "The strategic goal of this project is to drive a wedge between gays and blacks, 2 key Democratic constituencies, and also to focus on Latino voters, to interrupt their process of assimilation by positioning homophobia as a key badge of Latino identity." That's their national strategy, pitting minorities against each other to disrupt the presidential election. It's cartoonishly evil. And when they were confronted about it, NOM doubled down. They said, what's the big deal? They were just trying to be multicultural.
They can't seriously expect us to swallow that tripe.
Please help yourselves to this tripe.
Getting into November, the polls in all 4 states are very close, within the margin of error.
I'll just say this. I woke up on Election Day in 2012 in a cold sweat. I thought, I have spent the last 2 years convincing everybody all over the country that this is the way to go. And I just hope, by God, that I was right.
Just like with Prop 8, there's some good news early in the evening.
Election night bulletin, President Obama has won a second term as President of the United States.
But with the gay marriage races, the results look too close to call. We might not know how it goes for a couple of days. Around midnight in Minnesota, campaign leader Richard Karlbaum is preparing to let the volunteers down easy.
And so I want you to go to bed tonight. I want you to be very, very proud of the result we have.
Hey, Richard.
In Minnesota, they won. In Maine,
we have finally won the freedom to marry.
In Maryland, in Washington, everyone's in a holiday mood.
Streets as the hours are coming and word is spreading that things have improved.
After 31 straight losses, 4 wins all on one night, with campaigns that put same-sex couples front and center.
I was just off to the side there with everyone else cheering and crying and one of the Republicans who was very active in the campaign from the beginning, who I had fought with a lot, who wanted to make the campaign about the Constitution. He caught my eye across the room. He made a beeline over to me and said, "You were absolutely right. We did everything we needed to do."
Those victories are encouraging, but back at AFER, there's no time to celebrate. The Supreme Court has just announced they're taking the Prop 8 case, and there are only 3 months to prepare. Now, there are a lot of ways that this could go. Best case, Ted and David win. Gays get married nationwide. But they could get a very narrow ruling, like what happened in the 80s with
homosexuals slow dancing
at Disneyland. The court could rule narrowly on a technicality. The court could change their mind and throw the case out. That wouldn't be terrible because the earlier win would stand, but only in California. The worst case scenario, Ted and David blow it for California and everybody else. Because after their win, there were a growing number of marriage lawsuits in other states, in Hawaii, in Nevada, in Michigan, where the lesbian moms were told they couldn't adopt their kids. These cases are all a year or two behind the Prop 8 case. But if AFER messes it up, these cases might never get a shot.
Good luck, and don't it up.
As lawyers prep for the hearing, there is an outpouring of support from organizations across the country. Medical groups, unions, corporations, they all file amicus briefs. It's basically a friend of the court statement supporting the case. Even those national gay groups that were opposed to the lawsuit at first, they filed briefs in support. Publicly, AFER's legal team announced they are confident they're going to win. And behind the scenes, David Boies privately tells the team he was hoping the Supreme Court wouldn't take this case. When he got notice from the court, his wife told him, "Don't frame it yet." He tells AFER he thinks their chances of winning are 50-50. The team scrambles to perfect their arguments and to avoid any setbacks now. At one point, the couples give an interview where they say they expect the Supreme Court to recognize the dignity of all Americans, which sounds nice, but it's actually a big violation of protocol. The Supreme Court doesn't like to be told what someone expects them to do. There's all these traditions the couples have to learn for this one day that is going to shape the rest of their lives. The team arrives at the Supreme Court on March 27, 2013, at 4 a.m. It is hours from sunrise. It is freezing. Media's already setting up outside. The court was getting a renovation that year, so when we looked up at it, we were looking at a plastic tarp with a picture of the court printed on it. Still, very imposing. It's so much bigger than you'd expect it to be. It's like being in a movie about ancient Greece or the Jedi Temple. There's massive doors. There's statues and busts lining the halls like emperors. When it was first opened in the 30s, a lot of people hated this building. Justice Harlan Stone called it tacky. He said the scale of it looked like they should arrive on elephants. It made him feel like a beetle in the Temple of Karnak.
Sis boom ba. Sis boom ba.
AFER had hired Occupy Wall Street protesters to hold spots in line, and the team's making sure everyone's ready as the sun comes up and a crowd of protesters gathers. Argument begins at 10 a.m. As expected, Justice Roberts, a conservative, says this is ridiculous. Everybody knows marriage is about procreation.
The institution developed to serve purposes that by their nature didn't include homosexual couples.
But Justice Breyer isn't sure.
There are lots of people who get married who can't have children.
And Kennedy seems sympathetic.
There are some 40,000 children in California that live with same-sex parents. And they want their parents to have full recognition and full status. The voice of those children is important in this case, don't you think?
Okay, so far it's mixed. There's some good signs when Kagan looks at the argument that gay marriage makes straights less likely to marry, and she tells lawyers for ProtectMarriage.com, that doesn't make any sense.
How does this cause and effect work?
Once again, I would reiterate that we don't believe that's the correct legal question before the court, and that the correct question is whether or not redefining marriage to include same-sex couples would advance the interests of marriage as opposed.
Well, then are you conceding the point that there is no harm or denigration to traditional opposite-sex marriage couples? So
No.
you're conceding that.
But the justices also seem to think gay marriage is some new thing that was just invented a minute ago.
We have 5 years of information to weigh against 2,000 years of history or more.
You want us to step in and render a decision based on an assessment of the effects of this institution which is newer than cell phones or the internet?
And they seem a little confused about why Arnold Schwarzenegger's team isn't there.
Have we ever granted standing
to proponents of ballot initiatives?
That's a good question. Usually the state shows up to defend its laws. Why are we hearing from protectmarriage.com? Who are these people? Why are they speaking on behalf of California? Plus, some of the justices think it's too early in this whole gay marriage experiment for them to get involved.
If the issue is letting the states experiment and letting the society have more time to figure out its direction, why is taking a case now the answer?
And they would love to not have to issue a nationwide ruling.
Is there any way to decide this case in a principled manner that is limited to California only?
And then there's Scalia, who's just an asshole.
When did it become unconstitutional to exclude homosexual couples from marriage? 1791? 1868, when the 14th Amendment was adopted? When?
Ted Olson's ready for that.
When did it become unconstitutional to prohibit interracial marriages? When did it become unconstitutional to assign children to separate
schools? Easy question,
schools?
I think, for that one, at the time that the Equal Protection Clause was adopted. That's absolutely true. But don't give me a question to my question.
There's no specific date in time. This is an
well, how am I supposed to know how to decide a case?
Because
then?
the case
you
that's
can't give me a
you,
date when the Constitution changes.
So Olson probably isn't winning over his good friend Scalia. The other justices seem skeptical too, though. Even the liberal-leaning ones don't seem to want to handle this case. And maybe they're right to be skeptical. The people did vote for Prop 8. Why should a court be able to overrule the will of the people? That question's lingering in a lot of people's minds as the hearing wraps up and the team walks out to a cheering crowd. I met them with a camera crew, and they waved. They did a few quick interviews on the steps and then headed down a side street. And as soon as we were away from the crowd, instantly, everybody's faces fell, and we went to dead silence. Oral argument was done, and the outcome was not at all a sure thing. The questions were rough. We just trudged down the street, nobody talking, through piles of construction rubble. Not an especially auspicious end to the day. And now that Prop 8 had its day in court, it still wasn't the last word. The very next day, the Supreme Court heard argument in another gay marriage case. This is the one brought by Edie Windsor in New York. She was the widow whose partner of 44 years had died a couple of years earlier, and after she was gone, Edie was devastated. She wound up in the hospital with Takotsubo cardiomyopathy, also known as broken heart syndrome. Edie was prepared to not make it out of the hospital alive. And then she got a letter from the IRS telling her even though she and her wife were married, the federal government considered them just friends, and said if she wanted to keep their home and their stuff, she'd have to pay a tax bill of more than $360,000. And now, Edie was mad. That motivated her to get out of the hospital and fight.
Hi, I'm Edie Windsor, and somebody wrote me a large speech, which I'm not going to make, but there are a couple of things I wanted to say.
She hired a lawyer, Roberta Kaplan, teamed up with the ACLU, she sued the federal government over the Clinton-era Defense of Marriage Act, and her case had reached the Supreme Court at the exact same time as AFER's. The fundamental question, can the federal government choose to ignore marriages that are recognized in their states? Under Obama, the Department of Justice said, no, actually, the Defense of Marriage Act is unconstitutional. They wouldn't even bother sending someone to defend it. So conservatives in Congress sent their own lawyer. On day 2, Ginsburg frowned at DOMA.
And so you were really diminishing what the state has said is marriage. You're saying, no, state, there are two kinds of marriages, the full marriage and then the sort of skim milk marriage.
But Scalia made it clear he thinks the ideas of gays getting married is still way too new.
How many states permit gay couples to marry?
Today, 9, Your Honor.
9. And so there's been this sea change between now and 1996.
I was in the court for this exchange in the very back row, and I kept getting distracted by Clarence Thomas swiveling in his chair like a sit and spin. While he entertained himself, a lot of time was spent talking about how weird it is that the government wasn't there to defend its own law.
So this is totally unprecedented. You're asking us to do something we have never done before to reach the issue in this case.
It's unusual, but that's not at all surprising.
because
No, it's not just that it's not unusual. It's totally unprecedented.
Maybe the court made a mistake. Maybe they won't rule on this at all. Scalia is clearly annoyed to be there.
That's very peculiar when both parties to the case agree on what the law is. Just for fun, the district judge is going to have a hearing?
So even if the gay couple's lawyer makes an airtight case, nobody's sure if they might just throw it out or issue a ruling that only applies in one state or to one person. 2 cases, both about marriage. In the Prop 8 case concerning a state law, in the Windsor case a federal law, both impossible to predict, both with huge implications for the future of marriage. There's nothing left to do at that point but pack up and head home. There's no time to reflect while it was all happening. Only after was there a moment to think about the whole experience. Everyone was shell-shocked, in a daze. I stress-knitted an entire scarf on the plane ride home. I was thinking about how unbelievable this would have been just 2 years ago. We went from we must not go to the Supreme Court to here we are at the Supreme Court. And reflecting back on it, I realized it kind of felt like throwing a wedding. The court's built like a cathedral. It's designed to make you feel tiny. There's all the elaborate ceremony. There's all the standing before officials in the right place, saying just the right words. Everybody's eyes on you for the big day that you spent years preparing for, and in some cases, millions of dollars. But the difference between going to the Supreme Court and getting married is that when all the Supreme Court ceremony's done, it's no honeymoon. You spend the next few months waiting to find out who's going to win. Now, we weren't the only ones waiting for the Supreme Court to rule. There were other people with lawsuits waiting too, and for many, this was a matter of life and death. For example, those moms in Michigan, April and Jane. They had been together for 15 years. They were nurses. They'd adopted 4 children, 2 each. A few years earlier, they were driving in the snow and an out-of-control truck nearly slammed into them, missed them by just a few feet. They realized, in case anything happened to them, they needed to make sure they'd squared away custody of their kids. But Michigan wouldn't let them both be listed as parents on adoption forms because they weren't allowed to marry. They sued the state of Michigan, so if tragedy struck, no one could take their kids away. There was also Tim Love and Larry Izuna in Kentucky. They'd been together for 34 years, and then at a checkup, a doctor found Tim had 2 heart blockages and needed emergency surgery that day. Larry would have to make medical decisions, and that authority's automatically granted to married couples, but not for gays in Kentucky. Larry had to get legal papers drawn up as Tim was literally being wheeled down the hall into surgery. And now they were suing Kentucky, so they didn't have to worry about doing this again for future emergencies. And then there's Val Tanko and Sophie Jesty, 2 veterinarians. They got married in New York, then moved to Tennessee to work at a school and teach other vets to save animals' lives. But Tennessee wouldn't recognize their marriage. And that was a huge problem, because Val was pregnant. And because they both worked for a state school, they couldn't get family health insurance. They were suing Tennessee to protect the health of their kid. And then there was John Arthur and Jim Obergefell. They'd been together for 20 years. They ran an IT company together. They hadn't considered marriage before. But a few years earlier, John was diagnosed with ALS, more commonly known as Lou Gehrig's. He wanted to be buried in a family plot, with Jim next to him. But the cemetery only allowed that for legally recognized spouses. So they needed to have it settled before it was too late. And that was just a few examples. These cases were all going to take years to resolve. And a ruling now would save everybody a lot of stress. Supreme Court's deadline was the end of June. They only released decisions on certain days, so as the end of the month got close, everybody was getting more and more tense. Waking up early every day, crowds gathering outside the Supreme Court, cameras waiting just in case. The Supreme Court doesn't post decisions online, they read them out loud, and they distribute copies on paper. All the major news channels want to be the first to report, so what they do is they hire athletic interns to grab the decision and then sprint out of the building as fast as they can. So early in the morning of June 26, 2013, a clerk walked into a room in the Supreme Court, set down a box of decisions, all the interns descended on it, sprinted out of the court, and after a couple minutes of trying to figure out the ruling, it's clear.
That Defense of Marriage Act, which denied all federal benefits to gay couples, that has been ruled unconstitutional.
In the Windsor case, the Supreme Court overturns DOMA. The federal government now has to recognize same-sex marriages from the states.
The court struck down a key part of the Federal Defense of Marriage Act, DOMA, which defines marriage as solely between a man and a woman.
Justice Kennedy's opinion takes us right up to the brink of nationwide same-sex marriage.
and I believe that will be a devastating thing for this country.
Traditional marriage is dead. Everyone has to get gay married effectively, immediately.
And in the Prop 8 case, they've ruled ProtectMarriage.com never had the authority to appeal. So Walker's original decision stands. Prop 8's overturned. But this only applies to California. It doesn't overturn any other states' marriage bans, like AFER had hoped. Still, it is a huge victory.
The reaction in West Hollywood was jubilant.
Thousands of people turned out for rallies in both West Hollywood and San Francisco, celebrating 2 landmark wins for same-sex marriage.
The couples are being interviewed about it on live TV when they get a call.
The president's on the line from Air Force One. Go ahead.
Hello, Mr. President. This is Chris Pirie. And Sandy Steer, we thank you so much for your support.
You guys should be very proud of today. And through your work, you're helping out a whole lot of people everywhere. So.
Thank you, Mr. President.
There's celebrations across the state.
The Castro District, the historically gay here in San Francisco, is preparing for a huge celebration, bringing in music and DJs and closing the streets down.
Yeah, or as it's known in the Castro District, Wednesday.
And a few days later, there's a celebration at Rob and Michelle Reiner's house, a night to show their appreciation for everybody who worked on the case. Publicly, the Reiners shied away from taking credit.
I hope that I, was able to contribute something. A gay couple will come up and say, thank you so much. Because of that, I can get married. And so those things make you feel good because you say, okay, I didn't take up space.
California's the most populous state in the country. The number of Americans with marriage equality is about to double.
There's no doubt whatsoever the bells will ring and the marriages will begin.
But when? It's a little unclear, and the ProtectMarriage.com folks are still trying to stop it. But then, just a few days later, a lower court rules marriages can start now. Before ProtectMarriage.com can respond, the Prop 8 plaintiffs rush down to government offices.
What do they say? Go. We're a go.
We're here to get a marriage license.
The ruling's so new, nobody at the office had even heard about it. They wouldn't issue a license until they got a call from the California Attorney General, Kamala Harris.
We haven't been notified yet, so I'm
show you the order from the court.
We cannot do anything until we hear from the state. We haven't heard from the state.
Who do we need to call to make that happen?
You're going to have to call the state.
Hi, I've got the Attorney General on the phone right here. Is there someone who can speak with her? Okay. Are you the director?
I am.
I have the Attorney General on the phone right here.
You must start the marriages immediately.
All right, I will take that as our notice and license them.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you. Have a good day and enjoy it. It's going to be fun.
I'm looking forward to it.
They get married.
Jeff, do you take Paul to be your lawful wedded spouse?
I do.
By virtue of the power and authority vested in me by the state of California, I now declare you spouses for life.
And that's the signal. Weddings can resume.
We have some unexpected breaking news to report at this hour. Same-sex marriage is breaking out all over the state of California as we speak.
It's Wendy Burge live in the city of West Hollywood, right there near the city council chambers with more. And Wendy, what a great time to be a wedding planner.
Everyone's planning weddings, even
a cigar-smoking lesbian, you once said. And she got married. Did you go to the wedding?
I performed the wedding in the office.
a far cry from his attitude just a few years earlier.
I think that gay marriage is something that should be between a man and a woman.
Maybe the next thing is another city that hands out licenses for assault weapons and someone else hands out licenses for selling drugs.
But now,
I personally always said that marriage is between a man and a woman, but I would never enforce my will on people.
Did you marry any other gay couples?
Yes, one other assistant that worked for me. I married him right here in this office.
Okay, I didn't know that.
That's why I give you the scoop.
It's my scoop?
So you have some news.
But as great as this is, it's not the victory that we wanted. It's only for California.
So that means some folks are planning weddings, but strategists are planning how to take same-sex marriage nationwide.
Now, AFER has a new case ready to file in Virginia. But that means starting all over from scratch. And there are a lot of cases ahead of them now. One of them is the case brought by John Arthur and Jim Obergefell, the couple with Lou Gehrig's. As soon as the DOMA and Prop 8 rulings came down, John and Jim turned to each other and they said, "We need to get married, now." John's health has been getting worse. He's bedridden. Ohio's marriage ban's still in place, so they're going to have to go out of state. They crowdfund from family and friends to rent an ambulance, then a medical plane to fly to Maryland with a nurse. John's aunt is with them. She got ordained just for this occasion.
I'm thrilled. I can't believe it's happening. One last check. Make sure I have the all-important marriage license.
Forget it.
There it is.
The plane lands. They marry on the tarmac. John's so weak, Jim has to put the ring on his finger for him.
John and Jim, you're all ready. I was going to say take each other's hand, but I don't think you've let go.
Then they turn around and fly home, married.
I'm overjoyed, in love, and just thankful that we could make this happen.
When they get back, an attorney friend tells them, we have a problem. Ohio won't recognize the marriage. The death certificate is going to say he was single. Jim and the lawyer file an emergency petition to force the state to list Jim on John's death certificate. It's important not just so they can be buried next to each other, but they see it as necessary to honor the relationship. A judge agrees. He issues a ruling the next day requiring the state to put Jim on the death certificate. It's kind of a grim thing to have to worry about right after you got married, but it's resolved. They can focus on the time they have left. John passes away a couple months later, and Jim is listed as his surviving spouse. But then, Ohio appeals the ruling. The state wants to issue a new certificate saying John was never married. And Jim can't bear to let that happen. He sues the state. Like so many couples, the question he wants settled is, can we be married or not? And in the wake of Prop 8 and the Windsor decisions, the answer is, it depends. In some states, it's legal, no problem. But if you travel to some other state, then suddenly it doesn't count, which is a disaster waiting to happen. For example, just a few years earlier, a lesbian couple named Janice and Lisa traveled from Washington to Miami for a cruise. Lisa collapsed on the ship, and even though they brought all of the paperwork proving their relationship just in case, hospital officials still wouldn't let Janice see Lisa until a priest arrived to perform last rites.
Janice's first encounter was with a social worker. He provided a warning. You're in an anti-gay city and an anti-gay state.
You will not get to know about Lisa, her condition, nor will you get to see her.
Plus, because there's so many rulings coming so fast, the rules just change week to week, and sometimes you can't even count on the rulings. In Alabama, a judge decides the state's ban is unconstitutional. But then Supreme Court Justice Roy Moore jumps in and orders judges not to comply. Nobody knows what to do. He's not allowed to do that, but maybe rules don't matter anymore? So the whole case gets delayed while they have to deal with that. Eventually, Moore gets suspended from the bench for ethics violations. It's the second time that's happened to him. Then he quits. He runs for Senate. He's about to win until numerous women accuse him of sexual misconduct, including propositioning a 14-year-old girl.
A total of 9 women have now come forward.
One accuser says that Moore initiated a sexual encounter when she was just 14 years old.
Get out and vote for Roy Moore.
He loses the election, refuses to concede, files a lawsuit demanding a whole new election that gets laughed out of court. And since then, his most prominent work has been getting tricked by Sacha Baron Cohen.
It turns out that sex offenders, and particularly pedophiles, secrete an enzyme. You just switch it on, and because neither of us are sex offenders, then it makes absolutely nothing. You just put it on, you put it nearby. Wait, this is obviously a problem. Hold on.
Certainly, I'm not a pedophile, okay?
Meanwhile, public support for marriage continues to rise. Obama finally endorses it. Americans see more gay couples than ever on the news.
County clerks in California will be working overtime this weekend to satisfy the demand for marriage licenses from same-sex couples.
And in entertainment.
As I look out on this audience, I'm delighted to see the faces of 33 couples who've chosen this moment to celebrate their vows with us here in Los Angeles. By the power vested in me by the state of California, I now pronounce you a married couple. Open your heart to me.
And it seems like things are at least headed in the right direction. After the Prop 8 and the Windsor rulings, some lower courts overturned more state marriage bans. But this whole thing means having to go one state at a time. It's a very slow, expensive process. And we're winding up with a patchwork of 50 different marriage laws. A national ruling is the only thing that can end this chaos.
Both sides in this battle have plenty of money and are highly motivated, and they've been doing this for years. You haven't heard the last of the fight over same-sex marriage.
In 2014, the Supreme Court looks at the dozens of lawsuits they need to resolve, and they say, no thanks. They reject almost all of them. The patchwork of state-by-state rulings is going to stand. And that means AFER's case in Virginia is done. They'd won their first round, so marriages can just start. It's a victory. But not exactly, because they really wanted it to be a national ruling. Now, some people say the Supreme Court is letting marriages start in a couple of states because they're planning to rule in favor of nationwide marriage equality soon. But that's not for sure. They could rule against marriage equality a couple months later, make the instability someone else's problem. And finally, they announce they found the case that they do want to take. It's Jim Obergefell's.
Never in my life did I dream of or think I would sue the state of Ohio, that I would end up in the Supreme Court.
And he's not going to be doing this alone. His case gets combined with some couples from neighboring states. There's the nurses who wanted to adopt their kids, the couple with the medical emergency, the veterinarian moms. Now they can combine their resources, hopefully argue even more effectively. For Jim, this isn't about the money or the rights. It's about one thing: honoring John's memory so he can rest in peace. Argument is held in April of 2015. And the issue is mostly whether the 14th Amendment protects gay couples. But they also spend a lot of time wondering if gay marriage is still too new to talk about. Here's Bush nominee John Roberts.
Every definition that I looked up prior to about a dozen years ago defined marriage as unity between a man and a woman as husband and wife. Obviously, if you succeed, that core definition will no longer be operable.
Ted Olson's friend Scalia.
Do you know of any society prior to the Netherlands in 2001 that permitted same-sex marriage?
I am not. For
millennia, not a single other society until the Netherlands in 2001. And you're telling me they were all, I don't know what.
Now, of course, gay couples have been around forever. But they are right. Legal recognition on the same footing as straight couples, that's pretty recent.
One of the things that's truly extraordinary about this whole issue is how quickly has been the acceptance of your position across broad elements of society. But if you prevail here, there will be no more debate. I mean, closing the debate can close minds, and it will have a consequence on how this new institution is accepted. People feel very differently about something if they have a chance to vote on it than if it's imposed on them by the courts.
Unfortunately, there is a good point there. Imposing a big social change without a long public debate could lead to a backlash. But Obergefell's lawyer, Mary Bonato, points out,
when we think about the debate, the place of gay people in our civic society is something that has been contested for more than a century.
Gay marriage has only been legal for a couple of years in a couple of places. But the debate's not new. It's been debated for decades. Plus,
in terms of waiting, I do think the effect of waiting is not neutral. It does consign same-sex couples to this outlier status, and there will be profound consequences that follow from that.
And here's how Roberts responds.
You're quite right that the consequences of waiting are not neutral.
That's a surprise. He's agreeing that maybe they're taking too long. That one moment alone made a lot of people gasp. Did we just win this? But then,
this definition has been with us for millennia. And it's very difficult for the court to say, oh, well, we know better.
That's Kennedy, probably the deciding vote. And then?
Suddenly, you want 9 people outside the ballot box to require states that don't want to do it to change what you've heard is change what marriage is to include gay people. Why cannot those states at least wait and see whether, in fact, doing so in the other states is or is not harmful to marriage?
That's Breyer, who everyone expected to be on our side. Not having Kennedy would be trouble. Not having Breyer would be a disaster. And at least Scalia is predictable.
I'm concerned about the wisdom of this court imposing through the Constitution a requirement of action which is unpalatable to many of our citizens for religious reasons.
Unpalatable, he says. And to demonstrate just how unpalatable it might be, halfway through the hearing, a guy in the audience jumps up.
Thank you, counsel.
It's hard to make out, but he's yelling, if you support gay marriage, you will burn in hell. Scalia says,
It's rather refreshing, actually.
God forbid we cut short this lively public debate. Anyway, his comment about people finding gay marriage unpalatable is pretty weak justification. Interracial marriage was unpalatable to a majority of Americans until the mid-90s, many citing religious reasons. You don't have to cater to everyone's palate. Once again, people are worried after the argument. The questioning was tough, and since the ruling could impact dozens of other lawsuits, most just have to sit on hold until we get a decision. It's uncertain which parents have custody of their kids, who can make medical decisions, who can get buried in what cemetery. And then finally, it's the end of June 2015. Crowds gather outside the court, the runners are in position, here comes the decision, and...
We're going to go to our Ari Melber right now. Ari, I would imagine people are running behind you at the Supreme Court steps.
As the newscasters fumble to interpret it live on TV, Jim Obergefell is sitting inside the court. He's waiting for Kennedy to read the decision out loud. Kennedy emerges. He sits down. He starts to read.
The nature of injustice is that we may not always see it in our times. The generations that wrote and ratified the Bill of Rights and the 14th Amendment did not presume to know the extent of freedom in all its dimensions. New insights and societal understandings can reveal unjustified inequality within our most fundamental institutions that once passed unnoticed and unchallenged. It would misunderstand these men and women to say that they disrespect the idea of marriage. Their plea is that they do respect it so deeply that they seek to find its fulfillment for themselves. Their hope is not to be condemned to live in loneliness, excluded from one of civilization's oldest institutions. They ask for equal dignity in the eyes of the law. The Constitution grants them that right.
Here's the scene outside the court as he read those words.
Jubilation outside the Supreme Court.
And inside?
I broke into tears. Of course, my first thought was, John, I wish you were here. To know that you will always be my husband.
As Jim stepped out of court to a roaring crowd, his phone rang.
Hello? I figured when I saw you that we were going to be hoping for some good news, and we did. And I just wanted to say congratulations. Your leadership on this, has changed the country.
I really appreciate that, Mr. President.
The rest of that day was a blur. A massive party all over the country.
Progress on this journey often comes in small increments. Sometimes 2 steps forward, 1 step back, propelled by the persistent effort of dedicated citizens. And then sometimes there are days like this, when that slow, steady effort is rewarded with justice that arrives like a thunderbolt.
Some states don't waste a second. They start marrying people that day.
Andrew and Craig already considered themselves a family, but now it's official.
This is what we were waiting for.
Yeah. And as night falls, a staffer at the White House has an idea.
What if we lit the White House in rainbow colors?
The sun went down, it became this brilliant popping color of the rainbow.
Outside of the White House on Pennsylvania Avenue, there were just throngs of people. And I can only describe it as reverie. I can never talk about it without getting choked up as I am right now.
It just tells you how important symbolism is.
But that's not the only document the Supreme Court releases that day. Usually, in any case, there's one dissent. But this time, there were 4. Each conservative justice wrote their own. Roberts even read his dissent out loud, something that almost never happens. He's only done it one other time in the more than 20 years since he was appointed. Each of the 4 dissents predicted there would be grave, unforeseen consequences to this ruling. And they warned that although it looked like the issue had been settled, it was actually far from over. In the immediate aftermath, there were some efforts to carve out exemptions. Bakers refused to make gay wedding cakes, clerks refused to issue licenses. But on the whole, what we mostly saw was same-sex marriage becoming a simple fact of life, mundane even. The former governor was praising the decision.
I'm happy that finally that we made that leap forward in the United States. You cannot deny someone a right just because they are gay or the same-sex marriage and all that stuff. And I think now politicians will have a little cover, and those that maybe were conservative and did not know how to deal with their own constituents, they can kind of embrace that idea as time goes on.
In 2022, Joe Biden signed the Respect for Marriage Act, which officially overturned DOMA and guaranteed that the federal government would recognize same-sex marriages. And it seemed like we could all breathe a sigh of relief. This issue was finally settled. But there have been other laws that seemed settled. For decades, Roe v. Wade was a simple fact of life, mundane even. Controversial though it was, the standard line that Supreme Court nominees would give during confirmation hearings is that it was settled law. And then, in 2022, the rug got pulled out. Inspired by that, conservative groups turned their attention to overturning Obergefell. The Southern Baptist Convention voted to make overturning marriage equality one of their top priorities. Republican lawmakers jumped in too. Some introduced resolutions urging the Supreme Court to overturn marriage equality. Those resolutions wouldn't do anything on their own, but if a case came before the court challenging marriage, it would give the court some evidence that states were interested in reversing the ruling. Another Republican approach? Fighting to keep marriage bans on state books, even though they were unconstitutional now. In many states, lawmakers repealed those marriage bans, but in a handful, Republicans are still fighting to keep them around. So if Obergefell goes away, the bans would immediately go back into effect. An even weirder approach, at least one state is considering a kind of marriage plus license, a version of marriage that's only available to one male and one female. It's like a reverse domestic partnership situation. Instead of offering a second-class marriage option, it's offering a business-class marriage option for the purpose of excluding people. The Heritage Foundation, which led Project 2025, says that overturning marriage equality is a major part of their plans. And there's a new group called Them Before Us, a weirdly sinister name. They're heavily funded by Hobby Lobby, and they're building a judicial strategy to stop marriage equality, alongside a PR campaign and a network of churches to support their work. And their plan might be working, because for the first time in a decade, this year, support for marriage equality went down. If, or when, a challenge does come, we can't expect any support from this administration. Department of Justice lawyers are on record saying they think same-sex marriage should be banned. So they're likely to welcome any challenge to Obergefell. For most of my lifetime, we could reasonably expect that the Supreme Court would uphold and defend past rulings on civil rights, sometimes even expand them. But this court is weird. For the last few years, they've been doing the exact opposite, restricting, contracting, eliminating civil rights. Roe v. Wade was one example, but also rolling back affirmative action, blocking gender-affirming care, gutting the Voting Rights Act. If you remember, the case for same-sex marriage was based on the 14th Amendment. The 14th has been a foundation of civil rights rulings for as long as the court has been ruling in favor of civil rights. It's also the basis for birthright citizenship. Alarmingly, the court recently used the 14th Amendment as justification to tear down major parts of the Voting Rights Act, which has been crucial for Black people in this country to access free and fair elections, to ensure they can get fair representation in government. If we can't count on equal protection under the law to protect us at the Supreme Court, then Obergefell might not hold up if challenged. So, are we cooked? Well, it doesn't look good. However, in the early 90s, if you had asked me about the chances of same-sex marriage becoming the law of the land, I wouldn't have known what to say because I was a child. But if I had taken some time to understand it, I still would have said that sounds impossible, or like something that might happen around the end of my life. But things that seem impossible can become possible faster than you think. I didn't think a third of the White House would be reduced to a hole and another third turned into a blood sport dome, but that happened very fast. And in New York City, I wouldn't have thought it possible to tax billionaires' unoccupied penthouses and fill 100,000 potholes in 100 days, but that happened fast too. Things can change quickly, sometimes for the worse, maybe often for the worse. But they can get better too, and faster than you think. Keep protesting. No civil rights movement has gotten traction without some amount of civil disobedience. Even if we're just talking about gays on television, remember past decades when groups like Lesbian Feminist Liberation took over TV executives' offices, how the gay raiders zapped live news shows? And later, how ACT UP shut down Wall Street. Protests following Prop 8 lit a fire for a lot of people, myself included. It takes tens of millions of voices to compete with hundreds of millions of dollars, especially now since the Supreme Court decided that money equals speech, thanks Ted Olson. Going to protests is where I met Molly McKay, who I wouldn't have met otherwise, a veteran of the fight who taught me a lot in a very short time. The protest over Prop 8 inspired Chad Griffin to organize the court challenge that restored marriage in California, and I've seen the value of being loud together. How many of us there are, all pointed in the same direction. To build morale, to form connections, plant the seeds for future action. But not everybody can go to a protest, and they need to be reached too. Conservatives have a huge machine for spreading ideas and mobilizing people to action. Churches, AM radio, Facebook and Twitter, Fox News, and now mainstream news. It is entirely possible for a person to start their day listening to Fox News, get in their car listening to conservative talk radio, go to church and get a conservative sermon, come home and scroll Twitter where they'll see AI porn, white genocide, and Mecha Hitler, and then end the day watching propaganda on 60 Minutes. It's very unlikely, unless that person goes looking for it, that they're going to find anything that remotely challenges a conservative worldview. During Prop 8, one of the ways that we were able to reach people was by giving away a play for free. No paywall, so local theaters could put it on in their community. That idea came out of 3 young friends trying to make a difference. Now, am I saying that community theater is going to drown out Fox News? No. But community is crucial. Liberation took off when people like Del and Phil took a risk on reaching out and building community using the technology of the time. During the AIDS epidemic, that happened where queer people were. The bars, the bathhouses, and the theaters.
During the darkest days of the AIDS crisis, we buried our friends in the morning, we protested in the afternoon, and we danced all night. And it was the dance that kept us in the fight because it was the dance we were fighting for.
Remember in 2000, when queer organizers lost against the Night Initiative in California. On election night, the campaign decided not to hold a sad press conference, but to throw a party and predict that someday soon, they were going to win. They were right. Some of the most impactful things that I saw in the fight for same-sex marriage happened when people stopped playing defense and started playing offense. Apologies for making a sports metaphor. Sometimes it takes a moment like Stonewall to take a movement that's been progressing and push it forward a decade in just a year's time. One good zap is worth 10 years of analysis. People like Nania and Janura, Gavin Newsom, Rob Reiner, all went against conventional wisdom, took a huge swing. And there was a backlash, setbacks, but in the end, they moved things forward. I know Rob Reiner was born into Hollywood royalty. He had resources and connections most people never will. He could afford, in more ways than one, to take some big risks. But one thing queer people, and any marginalized group can do, is simply be out and proud. Share your stories and experiences with other people. Thalia Zapatos and her team proved the power of stories. When we stopped hiding queer people from voters and let them speak for themselves, we won. Some of you should consider running for office. Back in the 70s, Clela Rourix was told she couldn't win. She proved everyone wrong, and then she used her office to do what she felt was right. Now, I know, running for office doesn't pay well. It takes time, it takes effort that's hard for a lot of people to spare. But a lot of shitty people manage to find time to run unopposed, and then once they're in, use their position to make life worse for everyone. Challenging them at the local level is a start. For most people, this probably isn't an option. But for some of you, think about it. And sometimes, when the government's harmed you,
I'll sue the bitch.
You gotta sue the bitch. Now, justice is expensive. It takes a lot of money and time to file a lawsuit, and not everybody has those resources. But there are organizations out there that may be looking for plaintiffs, and they do have resources. The money, the time, the expertise. Back in the 80s, it was outrageous that Miguel and the ACLU filed a lawsuit over housing, expecting laws to protect queer people instead of punishing them. Winning took years. But not only did Miguel ultimately prevail, over the next months to years, millions of other people saw the benefits of that win. And more cases kept building from there. And 30 years later, lawsuits like AFER's, Jim Obergefell's, and Edie Windsor's kept carrying on that work. And just in the last few years, A library director named Terry Leslie was fired for making queer books available to patrons. She sued. A special prosecutor concluded the books were not obscene, and she settled for $700,000. It is easy to feel defeatist about our justice system right now. The Supreme Court sucks up all our attention, and there have been some outrageous rulings.
I hate the Supreme Court!
But across the country, a lot of lower courts are doing their jobs, affirming people's rights, overturning some of the most ridiculous grabs for power. When I started working on this video, it was going to be a tribute to Rob Reiner. But when I was listening back to my interview with him and Michelle, I got to this moment.
The thing that's so disturbing to me about any movement is the egos involved. Yeah. I mean, it's astounding to me. Who cares who gets the fucking credit?
Everybody cares.
Who cares? I mean, it shouldn't. Just get the thing done. What's the difference? Who's doing what? And we all stand on each other's shoulders, you know, and when we do, then just feel good that it got done.
When I heard that, I knew the video had to be bigger. What Rob did with AFER was very important. But it's important to remember, AFER took a ball that was on the 5-yard line and carried it nearly up to the goal. It took countless people across decades to get it that far. And of those, I've only shared a handful of stories in this video. It took the efforts of countless more people to get it past the goal. You can tell this video's gone on for too long because I am still making sports metaphors. The point is, we're not cooked. If you take anything away from this video, it's that things can change. Victory is possible when we fight despair by taking action. There's so much more to say on this topic that I didn't have room for in this video, like what history really says about gay pirate marriage and about a near disaster with a marriage PSA featuring the cast of Will and Grace. I'm posting those stories and much, much more in bonus videos on Patreon. You can find that at patreon.com/MattBaum. Big thanks to everybody who contributed voices to this video. Sam Pirie is the voice of King James. Dr. Lee Arnott as the voice of W.R. Gregg. Dave White and Alonso Duralde as the voices of the Letter to One magazine. Sonari Glinton as the voice of various court rulings. Big thanks to Emma for the incredible work editing this video. Check out her channel at Media Processing. And for more personal stories from the fight for marriage, check out my book, Defining Marriage. It's available in print, ebook, and audiobook at definingmarriage.com. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get home to my witch.
I'm not a witch, I'm your wife.